Hey, I am Ryan C. Greene. Welcome to this live event. I am super excited about what we are going to talk about today. Today, we are launching the biggest project to date with my company, and the project that I know will be the most impactful project of 2021 and beyond. I am talking about the Make It Matter project. Listen. The books are in. We got paperback and hardcover. 16 different authors, 17 including myself, got together to write this book telling you how to create a life of unforgettable impact and abundant fulfillment. Listen, the year that we have just all survived and witnessed has taught, if it taught us nothing else, it taught us that the most important things in life are going to be how much impact do we have on others and how fulfilled were we with the lives that we lived. And I want to encourage you all that this project that we put together is going to give you everything you need to start to look at your life and evaluate the things that really matter and what doesn't matter and how to go after those things that do. You know, this book, look at this, just look at the book. If I even tell you any more about it, just look at the book. Let me just hold it still. Let me flip the back. This book, you know, I've been publishing for 16 years, and I'm not going to toot my own toot. I said, I'm not going to toot my own toot. Okay, I'm going to toot my own horn, okay? Toot to the toot. Listen, this book is going to be one of the most beautiful books you've ever seen, you ever held. All right, so whether you get the paperback or you get the hardcover, let me just show you, right? I'm going to open it up. This book is full color. Did he say full color? I said full color. The book is full color. So listen, this book is just, if nothing else, it's a beautiful book. But let's just talk about what's in the book, okay? I'm going to let you know, because we have so many different authors from so many different backgrounds. So we're going to teach you how to specialize in one area of life, focus on one area of life, and how to make that matter, okay? So obviously you got me. I'm the one who put the book together. I'm the one who, put the project out. So you got me telling you how to make it matter. Then we have Linda Buckley. Okay, I feel like I'm LeVar Burton right now. I'm gonna go through Reading Rainbow. You got Linda Buckley. She's in here telling you how to make your words matter. We've got Mr. Gregory L. Carter, who wrote a chapter on how to make your money matter. Let me see who else. Who's next? We got Dr. Ashley Dash, all the way in Japan. She's in Japan right now. I'm going to tell you how to make your legacy matter. See, this project isn't just 16, 17 people coming together. This project is the best of the best, an international project. We've got Miss Maddie D telling you how to put your credit, how to make your credit matter. All right, so you looking for ways to really figure that thing out. She's in there. We've got the Reverend Roger Dixon Sr. Going to tell you how to make your success matter, okay? I'm going to keep going. We got 17 authors. We got Dr. Katrina Ferguson telling you how to make your why matter. If nothing else, in 2020, you figured out, if your why wasn't strong enough, some of us, all we had was our why to keep us going in 2020, 2021, right? Miss Juanita H. Grant is telling us how to make your parenting matter, all right? I got to keep going. I got to do everybody. I don't leave nobody out now, right? Dr. Jonas Gatson, DTM, telling you how to make your future matter. Jonas with the bonus. Let me just show you, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Jonas with the bonuses in there, teaching you how to do that. Who else we have? Who else? Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Boom. Kimberly Kayla Boo telling you how to make your story matter. So if you've ever lived something, which is all of you, because you live something and you want to know how to make that story matter, how to maximize that story and really use it to benefit and have an impact on people, you want to make sure you read that chapter. The founder of Black Speakers Network, Brian J. Olds, he wrote a chapter on how to make your message matter. So, if you're looking to speak, if you're looking to tell your story and build a platform, build a community, you're going to read that chapter. You can read that chapter. Look, Making Your Pain Matter with Suzanne Peters. Come on, y'all. Come on. Who else? Mike Powell. Mr. Gold Diggers Alert himself wrote a chapter on how to make your goals matter. So this is just, there's so much in this book. And after I do this, like we're gonna go through, you'll see some interviews follow me. So you see a quick promo about the book. You're gonna see some interviews of each of these authors I sat down with and interviewed on top of the chapters they wrote. So you're gonna see those interviews following this part. So you're gonna learn more about each one of them and really be able to connect. Jackal and Shawless, the excitable introvert, tells you how to make your awesome matter. So these are the kind of things that, listen, if you're looking to really figure out how do I just, how do I make this thing click? How do maybe you're, you feel like you're not making an impact at your job. Maybe you feel like you're not making an impact on people's lives and you need some help. This is what this book is going to do that. Or maybe you just don't feel fulfilled. Maybe you're out working every day. You're making a lot of money. You're serving a lot of people, but you don't feel happy. You don't feel fulfilled. You don't feel like you're walking in your purpose. How do you find that fulfillment? This is what this book is going to teach you how to do, okay? Make Your Moments Matter with Monique Toussaint, okay? I like to say Toussaint. I like saying her name. Monique Toussaint. It's going to tell you how to make your moments matter. All right, with the her chapter. Then we got, I skipped the page. Let me go back. Dr. Sharita Weatherspoon. All right, it's going to tell you how to make your business matter. All right, and then the last chapter is by Dr. Roberta Wilburn, how to make your inclusion matter, talking about all our DEI and how to make that matter, how to really be an advocate for justice. So this book is not just another average book, okay? This book is some of the best coming together to really show you how to really go after what it is that matters to you most in life, okay? It's even a workbook included, so each author has their own notes that you can take and things are here in the workbook. So I'm excited about this project because we've been working on this for a few months. I've been busting at the seams trying to hold it all in and not spill the beans too soon. But today is March 1st and the book is now available for pre-sale. Listen, you can only get the book at www.themakeitmatterproject.com. www.themakeitmatterproject.com. The book releases worldwide in bookstores everywhere on April 13th. But from March 1st to April 13th, we're doing pre-sale. We're in our pre-sale launch right now. You can purchase the book now and get your book at www.themakeitmatterproject.com. Don't wait, we got some bonuses for those who want to go and take advantage of the pre-sale. We really want to go out there. Our goal is to sell 5,000 copies of this book before it even hits the shelves. 5,000 copies. And we count the 5,000 by ones. So you go out there and get your book. You'll be one of that number. We want to hit that 5,000 number. We got 6 weeks. I'm excited about this project. You're going to see a whole lot more about it. We got so much stuff to share with you. But I wanted to kick off our pre-sale season, if you will, right now with this live and sharing this information with you. You're going to see, like I said, I'm going to introduce you to every single one of our authors in just a second. But listen, hit the share button on your page. If you're watching this right now, just hit the share button. Everyone asks, how can we help? How can we help? How can we promote small businesses? How can we promote black businesses? How can we do more? You can do more by simply hitting the share button, okay? Don't look at this video and ignore it. Don't look at this video and just hit the like button. Hit the share button, just as if it was some funny tic-tac video you were watching or something like that, right? Hit the share button and you can help this project grow simply by going out there and telling people in your network about it as well. So I am super excited. Go get your copy, get 5 copies, get 10 copies of the Make It Matter Project. The Make It Matter at www.themakeitmatterproject.com. I am Ryan C. Greene. Thank you for the 16 years of support, or maybe it's only been 16 minutes for you. I don't know how long you've known who I am, but however long you've been with me in Greenhouse Media, I'm excited to work this project. I'm excited to see how this is going to impact your life, and I want to thank you all, and I look forward to seeing your sales come in, but also look forward to helping you out along the way. So thank you so much. Be blessed and make it matter. to the Make It Matter project. I am the executive producer and publisher, Ryan C. Greene. I want to thank you for taking time to even see what this project is all about. I have never been as excited about a project I've done. A little bit about myself. This is my 16th year in the publishing industry, my 10th book that I have released. And I've never done a project like this. And this is kind of the culmination of 16 years in the industry. This is when I started out the project, this was going to be my last book, but I've had so much fun doing this one. Who knows what'll come next? But this was really the book, the kind of the cherry on the top of my journey, kind of the door opening to the next window, the door opening to the next road, I should say, I guess, for my journey in Greenhouse Media. But what this project is really all about, this project, the Make It Matter project, is all about creating a life of unforgettable impact and abundant fulfillment. My story is simple. As anyone who's been an entrepreneur, I've been an entrepreneur for as long as I can remember now. Anyone who's been an entrepreneur knows that it's not always easy. It's hardly ever easy, quite honest with you. And you have ups and downs. You have times where you have great successes and you think, this is it. I'm finally going to get the things that I was trying to go after. Then you have times when you're questioning whether or not you made the right decision and if this is even the road you should take, and you're ready to give it all up, And so I've been through every pit stop on that road. And it was recently, probably about 5 years ago now, that going up and down, getting success, then having it snatched away, reaching certain goals, then falling short. After all of that, I find myself figuring, okay, well, you know what? I will just go and I'll just get a job, forget all this stuff. I've got responsibilities. All my other friends are out there, working gigs, becoming directors and vice presidents and owners and CEOs of this and that. I'm just going to go ahead and do that thing as well. And I'm just going to go ahead and say, forget all this stuff. I'm going to go ahead and just go to work. And I did that. But what happened was, when you try to run from your purpose, when you try to run from what you were called to do, that thing will chase you down, right? It won't let you go away. So I found myself constantly battling with doing what I felt like I had to do at the time versus what I wanted to do, what I was called to do, and what I knew that once it got right would really change not just my life, but and the life around me, but the legacy and the for my entire family and those around me. So I made a decision, probably about 5 years ago, that I was not going to do anything that I wasn't passionate about. That I wasn't going to go to work doing something I wasn't passionate about. I wasn't going to work in businesses and take on clients that I wasn't passionate about. I wanted to make sure that everything that I did made me happy, right? But then there was, so that was my decision. And in that process, during that time, rather, I was working at a job that I hated. And I'll talk about that in the book. And I found myself wanted only one thing. I wanted my work to matter. I was in a position where I felt like, it was like, okay, everyone starts here, you work here, and then within a year you can go up and do this and that. And I was like, okay, great. I'll go ahead and make the sacrifice. I'll humble myself, get in here where I fit in for the first year. And, when the time comes, I'll be able to go. I want to go and really show my talents and thrive in this organization and really move up and try to find my home here. And as you probably can tell from the foreshadowing, it didn't go that way. Didn't go that way at all. It ended up being a terrible experience. Then I realized that, this just wasn't going to work. So I had to leave from there. And I said, what do I do? What do I do? And that's where I was like, I wanted my work to matter. And that's where this whole Make It Matter thing was birthed. That's where it just started. Like I wanted it to matter. I wanted my work to matter. If I was going to spend my time, if I was going to spend 8 hours a day at a place that wasn't mine, if I was going to spend an hour on the highway going to work, an hour on the highway coming home from work, if I was going to spend all that time and the stress and dealing with people every day, then I wanted at least to know that my work was making a difference, that my work mattered to someone. I was having some kind of impact on someone. And I did that. and my work did that. But then I realized there was another key that was missing, is that my while my work was having impact, I wasn't fulfilled, right? I wasn't having joy. I didn't enjoy where I was working. I didn't enjoy who I was working with. I didn't enjoy, who I was helping, quite honestly, sometimes. So I realized there was another piece missing, that I had to have that fulfillment as well. And that's really what kind of got this Make It Matter book together. I started to go through some things. How can what can I work on? What can I make matter to make sure that I'm living a life of abundant, unforgettable impact and abundant fulfillment? So I started putting together a list of things, and I'll share a little bit with you in a minute. But as I putting these things together, I said, well, I was going to put this book together. It's going to be my last book, and I was going to make this the last hurrah, the 10th book, ride out on the I don't know, on a bicycle, whatever, and transition to the next thing in my life. But then I started going through the project, and I said, well, how can we make this project be more than more than just another book for myself? How can I make this project impact more people and help others increase their platforms and find fulfillment in what they do? And that's when the idea for this compilation came to me. Now, I worked on compilation book projects before. I've been in 3 of them actually, but I never actually put one together that I was the person doing it. So I took the idea, and that's where the Make It Matter project came from. And we did the author call, and we were able to gather 16 awesome authors from all different backgrounds to really pour into this book to teach one element each on how to really make something in your life matter, to how to create that impact and fulfillment that you're looking for. We've got authors from all up and down the East Coast, the West Coast. We've got Caribbean. We even have an author in Japan. So this is literally a international project already from jump. We've got 5 people who have PhDs in our book, all different kind of backgrounds. So we have the cream of the crop in this book, and we're just all pouring out, sharing with you how to make something in your life matter, how to find that impact and that fulfillment. So I'm excited about this project, because then it doesn't just stop at the book. That's the biggest thing, is that what makes this so different is that it's more than just a book. Each author is also going to teach a master class. So we have the Make It Matter master class as well, that is available for more in-depth training, where you can go and watch video trainings from the authors. We also have special spotlights that we do. We've got some people. We have Dr. Cheryl Wood, we have Dr. Sean Woodley, we have Matthew C. Horn, Chico Conway, we've got Stanley Tate, we've got Kareem Cook. That's just the starting lineup, for the first release. But every month we'll be adding new spotlights, new trainings into the masterclass to go with this thing. We have the podcast that you might be listening to right now. The podcast is part of this project as well. The live event, man, I can't wait till the live event, because that's going to be huge. And you see, we're just doing things that haven't been done as in one project. And then finally, there's going to be the Make It Matter film. I'm probably most excited about that part, because it's going to be a project where we're going to take I love to take some self-help, some real stuff, some personal development stuff, and put it into an entertaining format. So if you like comedy, if you like film, then you're going to really be excited about what we come up with a Make It Matter film, and that's released in the summertime. So I'm excited about this whole project. I encourage you to go to makeitmatterproject.com, themakeitmatterproject.com. Go ahead and get a copy of the book. You can enroll in the course and just tell somebody else about it. Tell people about what's going on with this project. Support the authors that we have. Help us share the word. When we go and we see stuff on social media, and we go and we'll share a TikTok, we'll share a post, we'll share a meme, people that we have no idea who they are, right? You have an opportunity here, though, where you can actually share something with and help someone go viral, help a project that the people, and help that go viral, help spread the word about that. So the power is in your hands to do that, and I'm excited about seeing how this thing takes off. So I want to do two more things I want to share with you. First thing is that this project is dedicated to my father. I want to make sure that I get that in there. Is that this project is dedicated to my father, Reverend Harry A. Greene, who passed away in September of 2020. So the book is really about well, not the book so much, but I really was thinking about him when I started this project when he was still alive. The fact that he passed away really kind of hit home and made it sink in more that we really, what happened in our lives, and sometimes you take for granted when they're here that impact they have, but when they're gone, you're like, man, it was so much that I didn't even give credit for, or things like that. So this project is dedicated to him when he was alive. Every time I wrote a book, the first thing he would call me about was, did I dedicate a book to him? It wasn't dedicated to him. So this book was going to be dedicated to him. I'm sad that he's not here to see it in person, but I know he's watching down. So this project dedicated to my pops. Definitely love you. Thank you for that, for all that you've done for us. So, and the Make It Matter movement, the Make It Matter project, this is really about just thinking about yourself. When we look at what we've gone through in the last year and a half with the pandemic, with the global shutdown and everything, I think most of us have had to sit back and really ask ourselves, what was it all for? What everything that we've been out there fighting for, going crazy over, running around to get done, all the things we were trying to accomplish, all the things we were trying to buy and purchase, that all the things that we feel were success, that we feel validate our success. Really, when we're stuck home, when we really couldn't do anything else, when you're sitting there at your house looking at just you and your family, and forced to ask yourself the question, like, does this stuff matter? Is this stuff really fulfilling you? Like, is this stuff a true indicator of your success and your impact that you've had on others in the world? And is it really what fulfills you? Or have you fallen into the trap of just trying to do what society has told you should do in order to be successful? So this Make It Matter thing is really about people taking inventory of their lives and deciding what really matters to them. Have I been doing what really fulfills me, or have I been trying to live out someone else's definition of success? So I want to talk to you real briefly. The last thing I'll do is talk to you, because I talk a lot. I have a lot of different things I discuss in my chapter in the book, and I want to just kind of give you something about leadership, how to make your leadership matter. Okay, for those who are leaders, and whether you call yourself a leader, whether you are called a leader, whether you're a leader by title or a leader by influence, there's some things that leaders, and myself being an impact leadership strategist, there's some things that leaders need to know, and some of the things that a lot of places leaders may fail. So I just want to give you one thing real quick, and this is in the book. I don't want to give you all of it, but I'm gonna give you one quick thing about it. I talk about how to make your leadership matter. Okay, and I talk about the top 3 ways that leaders fail. Okay, and I just want to give you the first one, because I don't want spend too much time here. But the first thing I talk about leadership and how leaders fail is leaders are colorblind. Okay, leaders are colorblind, and if you are a leader and if you are colorblind, you could be failing in this way. Now, when I was working for an organization, and I was the director of marketing and development, and I had a development associate who worked for me. And I remember us being in a meeting one day, and we were talking, and we're looking at a spreadsheet of all our donors, and it was color coded and all of this. And I was looking at him, and I said, hey, we'll call him John. I said, John, I want you to make sure that everyone who's in blue, we want to do this with them. Everyone who's in red, we want to go and do this with them. Anyone who's in green, we want to do this and that. All right. And we're looking at the spreadsheet. I'm talking to him, and I'm pointing, and just matter of fact, like boom, boom, boom. So I realized that John was looking at me kind of weird and kind of befuddled. So I asked him, I said, what don't you understand? What's the problem? So John looked at me, he tells me, he says, Ryan, I'm colorblind. Now I was like, wow, I wouldn't have known that, obviously, didn't know that. But what the problem was is that he was colorblind. So I'm telling him to look at the colors on the spreadsheet, and he couldn't see the colors on the spreadsheet the same way. There wasn't a red or a green or a blue the way I saw red, green, and blue. So when I learned that from him, I took the time to really, talk to him and figure out, what's the best way for us to go about this? How do we now shift our strategy and make this a process that you can do based on what we have here that fits you? And a lot of times, and it made me think about leaders, because a lot of time what'll happen is poor leaders, when something like that happens, we go into leadership communicating with people colorblind, because we think that everyone sees the world the same way we see it. We think everyone sees things and understands and processes things the same way we see it. So when we say it, we expect that they got it. and we expect that they understand it the same way we understand it. So when we say it, we expect it's going to get done, never thinking that, hey, maybe they don't see things the same way. Maybe their experiences aren't the same as ours. So maybe they don't, their vocab isn't the same as ours. So when we give instruction, when we talk to them, when we share our visions, it's important that we communicate and talk and find out, make sure that we're all on the same page. And then here's the thing, as a leader, if you find out that, that someone whom you're leading doesn't quite get it the way that you want it to be gotten, I know that's not really a real word, right? But the way that you want it, then you have to decide, is it more important for you to be right, or is it more important to get the job done? And what I mean by that is, are you going to say, well, look, it's either my way or the highway, or do you as a leader say, okay, well, listen, let me approach it from your vantage point and see what you need best to do your job, what you need to do your job best. So that is the one thing about the leadership. And when you have people that you're leading and they see that you care, they see that you're willing to listen, they see that you're willing to admit that you may have made a mistake, or admit that your idea wasn't the best idea, or admit that you may have not have thought of a different kind of perspective, and now you're listening and willing to take in that information and make a better decision from that, that will get the buy-in from your team so much better, so much faster, and so much deeper. So as a leader, you want to make sure that you are doing those things, that you are listening and not just colorblind, thinking that everyone sees the world the same way as you see it. So that was, just one piece. It was just a snippet of all the things that we're going to share in this book. This book is a couple of things. One, this book is a lot of fun. Okay, you're going to read this book and you're going to laugh. You're going to enjoy it. You're going to look, really enjoy the time that you have with this book. Really learn some things about some interesting people with interesting backgrounds. I think that you're going to have some great takeaways. Also, I'm not just going to, I'm not just saying this. I think you will be hard pressed to find a book that is more appealing to the eye than this book. Aesthetically, the layout, this book is just a beautiful book. I can't stress that enough. The book is beautiful, and when you get it, you're gonna be amazed at how good it looks. You're gonna love having the book. It's a full color book. Okay, so it's not that's put that right there. It's not a black and white book, so it's a full color book. So if it's full color, what's that mean? Hey, there's some color in it, right? There's something in it that's going to be appealing to you. So if for nothing else, get the book because it looks good, right? So listen, I am excited about this, and we have so many authors. I didn't put my list out, so I don't want to start calling names. I didn't write my list out, but we've got so many different authors. You can look on the website and see every list of authors. Each one will have a podcast. Each one will have an interview that you can listen to as well. So I'm just looking forward to what this is going to do for you and for everyone else who sees this book. So again, go to www.themakeitmatterproject.com. Go ahead and get your book. You can order 5 books, 10 books, 20 books. Make sure you enroll in the online masterclass, and just that way you keep in touch with what's going on, so that when the movie is released, you get the VIP screening for the movie. This is just going to be so much fun. So I'm excited about it. I want to thank you for your support over the 16 years. I'm looking forward to what's going to happen with this project and what we're going to do moving forward. Again, I'm Ryan C. Greene. I will talk to you later. I look forward to helping you make Welcome to the Make It Matter Spotlight. I am your host again, Ryan C. Greene, and this episode, this spotlight, man, I can't tell you how I'm excited I am about this one. We have none other than the Dr. Cheryl Wood. Welcome to the Make It Matter show. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you so much for having me.
Awesome. Listen, I know who you are. I know a lot of my followers know who you are, but I want you to go ahead and introduce yourself to the three people out there who don't know who Dr. Cheryl Wood is. Go ahead and tell them that Dr. Cheryl Wood, who are you?
So when people ask me that question, I always like to give, like, here's the personal side of who I am, here's the professional side. So personally, I am a wife. My husband and I have been together 21 years, and we
Awesome.
actually still like each other. Praise God. We have three children, three teenagers. I cannot believe I'm a mom to three teens,
Wow.
13, 14, and 17. And we still like each other. We'll see how that
Yes.
goes. And then on the professional side, I am an international empowerment speaker, a TEDx speaker. I am a 13-time best-selling author. I do a lot of book anthology projects to help other women share their stories. And most importantly, I'm just a person who believes in speaking life into the dreams and the hopes and the possibilities of other women, because I find a lot of women feel like they either have to choose their responsibilities or their possibilities. So my premise is you have permission to pursue your possibilities while you're fulfilling your responsibilities. And I'm just on that mission to help more women share their voice, share their story, create their legacy, and make an impact.
That's so awesome. And I love what you do. And, I won't say we, but you and, like you say, you speak to women, and we see a lot of, and there's a need for that, a lot of speakers who are specializing in helping women specifically, but even more so Black women. But I tell my friends, listen, I come and I sneak in. Anytime I see Dr. Cheryl Wood, I'm sneaking in, because even though you may cater to women, look, you got a lot of good stuff out there. Okay. You got a lot of stuff that I think men need to know as well. I think the reason there's so much need for women's only stuff is because the men been messing up a long time and don't know how to allow women into the space as well. So
Right.
I like, when I had you on for Reset 2020, some of my best male friends were like, who is Dr. Cheryl Wood? Man, I couldn't believe all the stuff she was saying. So I say that to say, even though you focus on women, you bring great value to everybody. And for the men who are watching and listening, pay attention. All right.
I love it. Yeah, we say I serve some amazing women and a few good men.
All right, I like that. I like that. I like that. So let's jump into it, because you are the master trainer on teaching people how to use their voice, how to go out there and build a platform. How did you get started in that, and why was this kind of the thing? Excuse me, the thing that became your mission, your purpose? 'Cause there's a lot of speakers out there, a lot of people who teach,
Yeah.
but you decided that this was going to be your thing to help others also build their platforms. How that become your thing?
Yeah, I think all of us have some like divine gift that has been given to us that we are meant to use to touch people's lives in a way where it will never be the same. And it just happens that speaking is the thing for me. Now, that doesn't mean that I've taken the gift for granted. I've taken the gift and I've also really mastered the skill set around the gift so that I can be the best for the people that I serve. But I always say speaking found me because I was in motion. So a lot of times people are waiting on greatness to fall into their lap. And there's a quote that I share quite often: you never get what you deserve, you only get what you demand.
Wow.
And so for me, I was back in 2009 demanding from life that I don't want to exist anymore. I don't want to just run off to a corporate job that I'm not in love with, that, it pays the bill. So I do it because I feel like I got to do it. I didn't want to live that. I didn't want to exist anymore. So because of that, I got in motion. I started moving towards, well, let me try to figure this thing called entrepreneurship out. Maybe it can be the thing that's going to shift the trajectory of my life. I don't know, but that's what a risk is. A risk is doing something that scares you. You're not familiar with it, but you do it anyway with the hopes that something greater is going to come out on the other side. And so that's what I did in 2009. I didn't start off as a speaker. I was still working my full-time job as a legal secretary. And on the side, I started this t-shirt business. It was a mommy t-shirt business, all geared towards celebrating moms and everything that we do in the world, and how we serve our kids and our husbands and our communities and all this good stuff. That is what divinely detoured me into speaking. So I'm working the full-time job. I'm moaning and groaning, complaining about that because I want something different. I get in motion to try to interrupt my norm and
Hmm.
pursue something different. So I start the t-shirt business. I go out on the weekends. I sell t-shirts at events, flea markets, women's events, wherever I can go, conferences. And 18 months into it, I get a phone call from somebody at Morgan State University who heard about the t-shirt business. And they invited me to come to their conference. That was September 18th, 2010, to speak and to teach other moms in the Baltimore community how to start their own businesses. Now, initially, I felt totally unqualified to speak because I wasn't a speaker. I didn't have speaker experience. So I left and I was like, I think you dialed the wrong number. I don't think you're looking for me. Literally, I was laughing like, this is a joke. Am I being punked?
Wow.
But, you know, when you're in motion, I believe that things will divinely be orchestrated in your favor, because it's almost like this, like you giving God something to work with. Like, it's not enough just to pray and pray this prayer. Oh, I want a better life. I want different, something different. I want to live life to its fullest. That's not enough. It's like, then you got to do something. You got to get up off your knees after you pray and you got to execute. So I was in execution mode, which detoured me to speaking. So on September 18th, 2010, that was my first speaking gig. It wasn't paid, but boy, Ryan, when I tell you the way it made me feel inside, when you talk about internal fulfillment, like the fact that I was sharing just my raw, authentic story with the women who were in the audience about how I started my business and why I started it, and to see their eyes light up with the thought of, wow, well, if she can, maybe I can.
Right.
I knew I wanted to feel that way for the rest of my life. So for me in that moment, that's when I discovered speaking is my gifting, and speaking is the thing I'm born to do. And I want to help many other women as possible to be able to maximize the use of communication, verbal communication, to also share their stories and what they know.
Wow. I'm so much there. I want to take a quick detour because when you told your story, I knew you started in t-shirts, but I didn't know Morgan was the first, your first event. So I kind of want to add, I'm going to put you on the spot because one of my first speakers at Morgan as well. So I want to know, a shout out to Baltimore, because when I first saw you speak, I think it was 2015, first thing you resonated with me rather, was you were from Baltimore. So I'm like, I'm from Baltimore, and I'm like, wow, she came from where I'm from. So I can see this. But was it with the EDAC at Morgan? Was it with Omar? Do you remember?
It was with Omar.
Omar, yeah. So yeah,
Omar.
he and I grew up across from each other.
It was
women. The conference was women.
Yes, it was
yep.
women, but that was an acronym, and I don't remember exactly what the women acronym was. But yep, that's exactly.
So, shout out to Omar, because he gave me one of my first radio interviews, my first TV. I write about him in one of my books, so definitely shout out to Omar Muhammad and Morgan.
I actually was one of for a while, for maybe about a year after that, I actually was a co-host with Omar on the radio show that they did out of Morgan State. So good shout out to Omar. Absolutely.
Awesome. So I like what you were saying, how you started just the action first, because I think where a lot of people get messed up is the dreamers, you're sitting home with your dream and you're dreaming about the final destination, a lot of us. But we don't think about the road it may take to get there. Or maybe we only thinking about the beginning, doing t-shirts. I just want to do some t-shirts, not thinking about where that can take us. Mm-hmm. So the road you took, and just like you said, just being active, being in the space, you don't know what doors it'll open up for you. So that's such a powerful thing. So for those, when we talk about make it matter, we're talking making your voice matter. There's some people out here right now who are thinking, listen, I want to be a speaker. I speak, I teach Bible study at Sunday schools, or, maybe they're even just a teacher in a college or something. They want to speak. They know something, but it's a difference in knowing something and then being a professional speaker. What's some of the things they can do to transition as a beginner to really start to build themselves as a professional speaker?
Yeah, I think number one, get as much experience and exposure as you possibly can. A lot of times people only focus on, and look, I'm all about us getting the bag, securing the bag, right? Mm-hmm. But that comes with time, it comes with experience, it comes with credibility. If you want to get to the profitability, there are some things that you've got to do first. And number one, it's master the craft of speaking. Just like any other skill set or craft, you've got to spend the time to master it so that people find the value in writing you a check for it. But hopefully you love sharing what you know so much that you're willing to do it for a season, where even if they didn't pay you for it, you'd be willing to do it anyway. And that was my story. For an entire year, I spoke at no cost. I didn't charge. All I knew was I wanted to speak. I wanted to share what I knew. I wanted to touch people's lives. And it wasn't perfect, but through that year of experience and exposure, it opened doors of opportunity. It opened doors to new relationships that opened doors to new opportunities that ultimately end up paying me. And it gave me the experience of speaking in front of various audiences so that I could find my way. I could find my voice. I could find my rhythm, right? Because every speaker has their own delivery style and rhythm. but you don't always know that when you first start off. You might simply be imitating the rhythm or the
Right,
style of somebody else because you're inspired by them.
right,
But it's
right.
so important that you find your rhythm, your flow as a speaker. So for me, I know as a speaker, I'm very animated. That's just who I am. You're going to get this passion. You're going to get this energy. You're going to get some facial expressions. Like it just is. And I had to really get comfortable in that space that I am enough as that speaker, as the authentic Cheryl. And so give yourself permission to get out into the marketplace and get as much experience and exposure as you can so that you are, it's almost like on the job training. You're
Right.
getting that on the job training. Speakers need to be speaking. So how many places can you share your voice? And remember, podcasts, that's speaking.
Right.
Radio interviews, you're speaking. Webinars, you're speaking. So as many places as you can right now, dig your heels in and share your voice so that you find your own unique rhythm and you're starting to magnetize the people who will ultimately become your tribe.
Yeah, that's so important, and I think so many people, I won't say so many, but there's speakers who see the industry and they see people like yourself on stages and they see all the stuff that's on social media and think, oh wow, here's the any kind of actor, singer, celebrity, like I want that,
Yep.
but they don't see the grind, they don't see the process ahead of time and the practice that goes into it. I mean, that's so important. I think that technology today and social media allows us to build those stages for ourselves and get that speaking experience you talk about without uh having to be on someone else's stage, without having to embarrass. I'll be quite honest, about having to embarrass yourself. Don't The worst thing you can do is go get on a big stage, like go and do an event with Dr. Cheryl Wood or Les Brown or someone, and you get on stage and it's your second time speaking and you embarrass yourself, and it's grand opening, grand closing, right? So we
Yeah,
talk
I think
about
people don't understand and distinguish the difference between talking and speaking.
right,
Talking is completely different than speaking because anybody can get up and talk. And a lot of times talking, it becomes centered on you. A
hmm
lot of times talking can become rambling. There's no crystal clear point that you're trying to make. There's no end game, no finish line that you're trying to cross when you're just talking. And a lot of times talking comes with lack of preparation, lack of planning, lack of practicing. But when you are speaking, you're speaking into people's lives. That comes with responsibility. And
right.
when you are speaking into people's lives, that means, yes, you plan, you prepare, you practice, and you are willing to spend the time to master that as a skill set versus just, I'm going to get up here and let the Lord move me. Girl, give the Lord something to work with. That's
Right,
all I'm
right.
saying.
Don't
Give
go
him something.
embarrassing the Lord like that.
Right.
He said, study to show yourself approved. Don't go out
Yes.
there just going out there women, throwing it. So somebody's home listening right now, they're watching right now, and they're like, you know what? Okay, great. I'm gonna go start a podcast today. I'm gonna go start doing Facebook Lives today. I know when after one of your first events, I'm like, you went out and rented a whole darn stadium. So tell us about that, because some people are going to hear you talking, oh, I'm going to rent out the Showplace Arena and I'm going to go do one too. And the reason I was bringing up the technology now is because we don't have to go out. Now, that was a big risk,
Yeah.
so,
Huge.
take us back to Cheryl Wood, unknown name, decide, what, I'm going to go rent a whole darn stadium. And you talk about you and your husband liking each other now. I'm like, how did that go back then? Like, was he liking you when you said, baby, I rented out the show place? Like, what would you tell us a little bit about that experience? And then what would you suggest a new speaker now do to kind of start building their tribe and their following?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. So, well, that's it's so much packed into that. So, number one, I didn't just jump out and do the stadium event. I had been building a brand for about 3 years before I did that
Okay,
event. I did the event
good,
in like 2013. I started my first speaking gig was 2010. So,
good.
2011, 2012, and all of 2013 until I did that event, I was building a following. I was building my brand reputation. I was building my credibility. I was speaking as many places as I could so that I had something to leverage where people would want to come to an
Right.
event that I was hosting. So in that process of 3 years, I was doing small events. I was doing events with 20 people, 15 people, 10 people, 25, like as many people that would come and spend their time with me. So it is a journey. It's not just, oh, let me jump up and do something that's, massive and it's going to take a lot of money that I really don't have, because I really didn't have it at the time. But here's the other piece of that. So number one, you got to get started and don't be afraid of small beginnings. Don't be afraid of the rooms or the clubhouse session or the webinar that have 5 people, 10 people, 15 people. You just stay consistent and it will grow. If you're consistent in your messaging and you're consistent in how you show up, how often you show up. Then the other piece of that was you got to realize that you are good soil. Oh, you are good soil to sow into. So the reason that I'm always able to take these big risks that scare me is because I know I'm good soil to sow into. What I mean by that is I'm going to show up and do the work.
Right.
Now, if you're the person you're lax and you're lazy and you're like, oh, well, I just want it to happen in the blink of an eye and overnight and I don't want to work for it, then no, don't take the risk. But if you're someone like me and you're like, oh, I'm placing all bets on me because I know when I make that deposit, when I sign up for that investment, when I do that big risk, take that big risk, I'm going to work to make sure I get a return on that investment. So that's what I mean when I say I'm good soil. So ask yourself that question, am I good soil to sow into? And then the other part to that is, if you ain't good soil to sow into and you know you're not, who else do you expect to sow into you? Come on. So for me, it's being the reflection and the model of what I want other people to see about me and how I want them to view me and my brand. So if I believe in me and I'm willing to place all bets on me and take big risks, and some of those are big financial risks, and do things I've never done before that are uncomfortable, unfamiliar, other people are more inclined to say, she might be someone good to bet on. Let's bring her in, right? So that whole experience was scary. My husband thought I was crazy. I thought I was a little crazy when I decided to rent the stadium, but I needed to prove to myself that I was willing to take that big of a risk on me. Like, how bad do you really want it? Do you know who you're really trying to become? I knew who I'm trying to become. And I'm just getting started. But even then, it's like, well, you've got to show people. You can't talk me to death. You can't just tell me you want to be an international, world-renowned speaker, but you ain't speaking nowhere. You ain't doing nothing. You ain't taking no risk. You're not serving the community. You're not opening your mouth. You're not sharing your gift. Come on. You've got to demonstrate it through actions, not just through words. And so, so some of those times were really scary. They were really tough. Some of those times my husband and I debated because there were some things I was doing. He's like, really? But we made it through. We pressed through because, again, I didn't talk him to death. Tony Robbins has a quote, and Tony Robbins says this: a real decision is measured by the fact that you've taken a new action. And if there is no new action, you have not truly decided. So I demonstrated my decision about who I wanted to be in the world through my actions. And ultimately, actions will ultimately manifest what you say you really want, right? You can't keep showing up and planting seeds and making deposits and you don't ultimately get a withdrawal. Come on, that just don't work in life, in anything that you do. So when those things started manifesting, that was the proof in the pudding. I didn't have to talk anymore. I didn't have to tell my husband, oh, this is what I want to do, because he was seeing the fruits of my labor.
Awesome. So powerful. So powerful. Now, I want to take us to this new project that you are working on, and I'm excited about. Listen, I've been doing this thing for 15 years, this publishing thing, this speaking thing, more so publishing than speaking, back and forth. But I've been on this thing for a long time. I don't get involved with other people's anthologies and projects. I'll produce some. I'm producing. This is part of one right now, which I got to give you credit for. This Make It Matter project was birthed in the format it was birthed because of your talk you did at the Black Speakers Network event. I forgot the name of the event, but the last big one they just did. I was sitting there listening to you.
I think it was the Black Speaker Summit, maybe.
Global Speaker Summit, something like that. And I was listening to you, and I was already working on this book, and it was one thing you said about a project, and I was like, wait a minute, that's it. I don't have to write this book myself. Let me go out here and open it up to everyone else, and it'll make a bigger impact. And that's how this project in the form it is came, because of you. So that's why I had to have you part of this.
Isn't that beautiful? Like, you get to inspire each other but it's because you're in motion, so you're inspiring other people. I'm in motion, I'm inspiring people. Like, it's this, it's this full cycle thing that means you've got to constantly be in motion, because you never know who you're inspiring, even when you don't know it.
Exactly. And from my front, you just got to show up too, because you don't know when that inspiration is coming. You got to show up. So I say all that because when I saw this project that you put together, I was like, okay, I got to do it. I got to be a part of that one. So you have the motivator himself, Mr. Les Brown, working with you on this You Are Enough project. I want you to tell us all about this You Are Enough project. I know it's coming out this summer, early summer. So tell us about that and why this is going to be the biggest thing since sliced bread come this summer.
I mean, first of all, like you said, you're talking about the legend, the GOAT himself, the Les Brown, right? The number one motivator in the world. The man is 76 years old and he still got it.
Right.
And he is, I mean, he stays booked. You should, when I'm talking to him on the phone, you should hear the phone be blowing up. And he's like, okay, let me put this person on. I can't talk to this person right now. All right, sure, let's finish our conversation. So for me, I believe in, if I say I want to be the best, and I do want to be the best, I got to learn from the best. So I'm always a student. So for me, I've been under the tutelage of Lisa Nichols, who is the best of the best. I'm now under the tutelage and partnership with Les Brown, and he's the best of the best. And a part of together in our conversation, we realized there was an ability for us to be able to link arms, if you will, to be able to expose more speakers to a bigger platform, to more people globally, because of course, less name alone pulls in its own group and tribe of people, right, and also connect that with a book project. So it's really about taking any level of credibility that you have and really using it to usher other people into their next level. And I think there's so much power in that. People think there's power in succeeding. There's really not a whole lot of power in succeeding because that's just about you. Right. But when you make your life bigger than you and you say, how do I take what God has allowed me to accomplish and how do I reach back and pull more people up and elevate their brand and help give them a little more credibility and whatever it is that they're looking for as a part of that project, that's true success when you're elevating and uplifting other people. So I'm just thankful that we were able to make the connection and that we were both, myself and Les, are on the same page in terms of wanting to bring more people, more new and emerging and inspiring speakers to the front of the room, because sometimes as a speaker, you can feel invisible. Mm-hmm. And I think we all have probably been there, that you feel like you grinding and I'm doing the right stuff and I'm investing and but you're not getting the front row main stage opportunities that you are deserving of because perhaps you're not a celebrity or an influencer or whatever the reasons are. And we just want to break that cycle, and we want to be able to celebrate the everyday speaker, the everyday man, the everyday woman like you and I, who also are making great impact in the world through our stories, through our experiences, through our expertise, and through our knowledge. So June 25th through 27th, we're doing this 3-day virtual conference with myself and Les Brown. And I haven't even shared the other speakers who have said yes to being a part of this project, but y'all gonna see that rolling out. But we have some heavy hitters who have said yes. I'll share Dr. George Fraser has said yes, he will be there. Gloria Mayfield Banks will be there. Nikki Woods, the previous senior producer for the Tom Joyner Morning Show, will be there, and some other just phenomenal people who have said yes. So it's gonna be powerful. You Are Enough as a reminder to every single person who watches and participates that yes, you have the goods. You have what it takes to impact people with your gift. And your gift don't have to look like my gift. And mine don't have to look like yours. And you don't have to compete with me. I don't have to compete with you. There's no reason for it. There is enough for all of us. We say it all the time, but do you really believe it and do you really mean it? So our speakers are going to speak on topics ranging from you are enough to be able to thrive in your personal life. You're enough to thrive in entrepreneurship, in your career, in your finances, in your health and wellness, in your image. So there are going to be all these categories where our speakers are speaking into you to remind you that you do have the goods. You are enough just as you are. You are worthy and you are capable of making great impact, and that it is not diminished and it's not determined by, let me say that, it's not diminished by how many followers or likes you have. It's not determined by how many followers or likes you have. It is more quality than quantity. And so when I tell you you're going to get poured into, just mark the dates on your calendar, June 25th to 27th.
You got me excited again. I'm already signed up. So I'm like, I'm already signed up and I'm excited again about this. And that's what I love about what you do. I'm letting you know right here, I'm telling you publicly, you are stuck with me. Okay.
Oh, and likewise.
Look,
I'm just trying to tell you, when I find good people with good energy and their life is really bigger than themselves, and I ain't going nowhere. I ain't going nowhere, Ryan C. Greene.
Thank you, Ryan C. Greene. See that? Got the green.
Hey.
Appreciate that. Dr. Cheryl, listen, I want you to go ahead and I know you probably have a gift you'd like to give out to our listeners. Somehow they can contact you, maybe work with you, follow you. Go ahead and tell them how they can do that.
Yeah, so on social media, I'm Cheryl Empowers. I hang up out on Clubhouse and Instagram and LinkedIn and Facebook and everywhere, pretty much. Cheryl Empowers, same name, same handle on all those platforms. And then I do have a gift. If you go to CherylEmpowers.com, my website, there's a little pop-up that'll pop up, and if you put your name and your email in, it'll give you my free template, which is my signature story template. Because what I know is that every single one of us, we have lots of stories, but there is a signature story that is going to be connected to your brand identity that people are going to know you for. Just like if I asked you, what is Les Brown's story? And you would probably tell me something about being Miss Mamie Brown, baby boy.
Right,
if I asked you, what's Lisa Nichols' signature story, you would probably tell me about the time she had $11.42 in the bank. And so she didn't have 20 in, she couldn't take 20 out, which meant she couldn't buy Pampers for her son, Jelani, at the time. So she had to wrap him in towels for 2 days. So we only know those stories because they repeat those stories over and over and over, and it becomes connected to their brand DNA. You want to have that same story. So this is a template that at least gets you started on trying to figure out and sort out of all your life experiences and stories, what's the one, and here's what you want to do, that you want to retell, relive, and repeat even 40 years from now. What is that one story that you want to retell, relive, and repeat, and that makes the greatest connection to the audience that you most want to serve? So just go there, CherylEmpowers.com, and grab that. And you'll also become a part of my VIP community list.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping us make it matter. Thank you for joining us with this project. I look forward to everything we're going to be working on the next couple of months, and wish you the best.
Thank you so much, and keep up the great work. I love this platform. I love everything that you're doing, and we need you. We need your voice, just like we need every other voice. So just keep doing the great work. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Welcome to another Spotlight interview, another Make It Matter moment here. We have a special guest. You've probably seen this man on TV. You've seen him on social media. Maybe you've seen him on, his website, wherever. But we have with us none other than Cornell Chico Conaway. Welcome to Make It Matter. Is it all right if I call you Chico? Because that's who I know. We can call you Chico today.
I don't act different now. Don't act different.
I didn't want you to act different. Like I didn't want you. I'm Mr. Cornell now, so we're gonna call you Chico.
Well, man, we grew up together, brother. It's Chico.
That's right. That's right. So, listen, man, I'm excited to have you on here, man. And for those who are watching, I've been trying to, when you know people and you're like, oh man, I want to work with you. I want to do something. I want to do that. But then you forget that, everybody knows some people like Chico, one of the people everybody knows. So, everybody calling them. So I appreciate this, man. I don't take this lightly. I definitely thank you for sitting down with us today so we can talk about your story in this Make It Matter project. So thank you.
Appreciate that, man. Like what you're doing, brother.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Let's get to what we're here for today, man. Let's talk to you. Chico, I want to talk to you about making your brand matter. And we have two things we want to talk about, two different brands we want to talk about. The reason I wanted to talk to you is because you've been doing some phenomenal things. You, as they say in Houston, build it from the mud. You are really a testament of someone who's had a vision, had a purpose, and really gone after some things. And you're doing some phenomenal things. So I want to talk first about the business you have. Gaines, G-A-N-Z, Gaines Sports Gear. So talk to us about what Gaines Sports Gear is and how this fell into you. Like, how did you start this?
G-A-I-N-Z, Gaines Sports Gear. So started in 2017. And it came from just a want of mine to be an entrepreneur. Honestly, I've been in sales pretty much since I came out of grad school, right? Grad school and undergrad for that point. And I've always been selling for other people, right? I started off when I first came out of Bowie State, my undergraduate. Um, I was a sales rep for Philip Morris. So just imagine me being a black guy. And if your listeners are from Baltimore, think about me selling Marlboro cigarettes on Green Mountain Avenue.
Wow.
That's Newport country.
Right.
Black folks don't smoke. It's
Right.
cool in Newport. They don't smoke
That's
no
it. The
Marlboro.
only two.
Right. So I basically did that for 9 years. But while I was working for Philip Morris, they paid for me to go back to school, and I got my graduate degree from Johns Hopkins. Right. So I transitioned from cigarette sales to what I'm in now, which is pharmaceutical sales. Right. So I'm selling this injection now that brings in millions of dollars for a company, right?
Mhm.
So I said, what can I do to basically, pretty much do something for myself, build a brand for myself. Love working out, and I'm the type of guy that love working out with workout grips. But I saw that the grips that were on the market, they were either inefficiently made, they weren't long enough, or they cost too much, right? So that's why I said, you know what, I'm going to try to make my own workout grips. So a lot of people didn't know about workout grips. They still don't, right? So what I did was I got with a manufacturer to let me cut my own design. Once I got that prototype, I took it to one of the Savage gyms here in Baltimore. Let the big guys that actually compete in powerlifting and bodybuilding, I let them work out with them, give me their feedback. Went back to the drawing board. Lo and behold, now we have the low and lock grips, which was birthed by Gain Sports Gear. So that was my first product. So from that, I said, you know what? I'm going to try to be that one-stop shop, not just the workout grips for the people that actually, they want to feel the bar, because the workout grips are made to actually lock into the bar to give you a tighter grip with the secondary benefit of wrist support. But some people still want to feel the essence of the bar, right? So that's when I came out with triple blended wrist wraps, thumbless wrist wraps, right? There's a lot of cheap wrist wraps that's out there that you might get off of Amazon. So we expanded from grips, elbow sleeves, knee sleeves, wrist wraps. Now for the females, we do the resistance bands. During COVID, we had to make a switch because a lot of people really wanted to buy gym equipment. So we came out with the total body workout bands, right?
Okay.
And we also, as a secondary source of income for the company, we also do apparel. So since then, man, since 2017, I'm happy to say that, we're in like 12 different locations throughout Maryland and PA, gyms that carry our product line. One of the proudest moments I would say of the company is we did a custom order for my alumni for Bowie State University. And now I came out with some HBCU wrist wraps. I wanted to do that for the HBCU community. And from these wrist wraps, I'm going to take back proceeds and donate them to the HBCU Foundation.org. So we're the only Black-owned company now, fitness company, in 2021. If you're a powerlifter, for the powerlifting associations, for the guys that compete in the USPA Federation, all of our wrist wraps and knee sleeves are now approved to work out in. So I'm really, really proud of that. Because when I looked at the list that came out, man, it's like it's brands that's on there that's been out for years, bro, like legendary brands. And when I saw Gain Sports Gear amongst those brands, bro, like I was, especially being the only Black-owned brand, I was really pumped.
Right.
So didn't mean to ramble, bro. I didn't want to.
No. You set the foundation, because you got a lot of stuff you put in there. So we're going to touch on some things now. First and foremost, and this is what I try to stress to people, people who aspire to be entrepreneurs, especially through my last book, Becoming a Passionpreneur. You can get that at passionpreneurbook.com. But you stated something, you kind of slid past it. Like you said, you still work, or you still work now, or you still work?
Oh yeah,
So
I still work, bro.
So I want to talk about that first, because, and I try to stress people, I know when I got started, I did it all wrong, right? I got to go quit my job. I got to go out here and be a full-time entrepreneur.
Nah, bro.
I learned the hard way. That ain't the best way, right? So now I try to stress to people how they can go and work themselves out of a job if they choose to. So the fact that you're still working a full-time job, talk to us first about how you were able to manage your time. What were the benefits of still staying at your job while you were going out here building this vision for your company?
Well, I say this. So when I started the company, I probably started with like maybe $5,000, right? That started like my first my inventory. I got my LLC, my website, right? Of course, I've updated the website since then, but I started with like $5,000. And because I had my income, I was like, well, look, whatever money comes in from gains, I'm just going to reinvest back into it. I'm not going to take a salary. Like I would talk to a lot of my friends that there were other entrepreneurs. They would when they would get the money, they go to buy the Ferragamo belts with the business money. I'm like, why are you doing that? Just reinvest it back in, right? Oh, that's my money, right? Even if sometimes if we're out vending, some people might want to just pay in cash, right? They say, oh, that cash is mine. Yeah, it's yours, but still, I would kind of reinvest it back in the business some way, marketing something. A lot of them felt that that's their money to basically go and kind of do their own thing with. So with me, I said, you know what? I'm going to start off with this initial, nest egg of the $5,000, and hopefully I'll never have to go back into my own personal pocket. And that's one thing I'm proud of. I've never had to go back into that. It's just been recirculating back into it, right? So, and just making smart decisions, man. I mean, my thing is that as far as the time is tough because I got to make sure that my job is straight, right? And then I'm the rooter to the tutor with Gain Sports Gear, right? I mean, my manufacturer's overseas, but I have to stay on him with manufacturing. We could have a whole nother conversation about that, bro. Like dealing with overseas manufacturing is so tough because you're kind of mercy to their work. If stitching is off, if something is off, they don't have to hear it. I have to hear it.
Right, exactly.
Right? So I have to make sure that the quality control is good, right? I'm the one that's shipping. I'm the one that's doing the posting on Instagram, right? And now with this whole Brooke thing, with my daughter, that's a whole nother like separate brand that takes a lot of time with her auditioning and her mom. I mean, her mom's a really, really big help. She's the one that's doing the cameras and I think you're probably gonna talk about this, but
we're gonna get into Brooke in a little bit, and you being her sidekick. But I want to, so we're gonna definitely get into that. I'm not letting you go without talking about Brooke. But we want to continue the gains conversation because everybody doesn't have a superstar daughter who make them look good. So that's what it is. So, but
okay.
But for the company, because when you started with the grips, like why grips? What made you think about that?
So, like I said, because I was already working out with
you were doing the workout. Okay.
Yeah, I was working out. I just love grips because I'm doing any like push and pulls. I should have had some here to show you, but I didn't know we were going to talk about gains, so that's fine. So, so basically the grips, if you're doing any push and pull exercise, they just help you increase your grip strength by taking your fingertips out the equation. A lot of times when you're pulling, right, the more weight you do, the more reps you do, the more susceptible your grip is to slipping.
Gotcha.
But the grips actually lock into the bar, which basically take your fingertips out the equation. So it's all grip. Mm-hmm. So whatever your PR, which is your personal record was, as far as like if you're deadlifting or when you're lifting, it actually helps you increase that because your grip is stronger. So that's why I like grips. But like I was saying, a lot of grips that I had, they were either too short, right? They were expensive, right? They were like $60 a pair. Wow. So I said, I want to make a product that's durable, that's that the customer can depend on, but also that's affordable as well. Mm-hmm. So our grips are $30, right? So but like I said, everybody don't like grips. So I had to make sure that I catered to all different type of preferences. So that's when I came out with the wrist wraps and other things that's on for fitness.
Awesome. So, and you're a very humble guy, so you probably won't share this, but I mean, you mentioned you got the deal with your alma mater, Bowie State. Shout out to the HBCUs. Yeah. And I think ever since they've been using gains, I mean, they've been CIAA football champs ever since. So I mean, it's all because of you and your company, I'm sure.
Right. No, they were champions. They were champions like maybe I want to say the year, 2 years before I got the deal.
Okay.
But you know what? That's where networking comes into play because you know what? Let's talk about that, though, Ryan. Let's talk about that. So, because you're HBCU alumni as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So I was lucky enough to the strength coach that was down at Bowie State, right? He was actually there when I was there. We went to school together. So we were there around the same time. So he saw what Gaines was doing, and he reached out to me. He's like, "Hey, man, we should do something together." I said, "Man, listen, I would love to do that. Like, that would be dope, right?" So I went down there, showed him, our belts. I also do the weightlifting belts. So long story short, he had me talk to the athletic director, and he was like, "You're alumni?" I was like, "Yes." He's like, "Okay, well, let's go ahead and do that." So we put an order in for custom Bowie State belts, custom wrist wraps, custom resistor bands for the basic more so for the football team, right? As well as grips, right? But you know what I find funny? I would love to do more of that. I would love to do more of custom orders for some of the HBCU schools. But I've been to a lot of the HBCU schools, right? And we'll say this, some of the folks that are in the decision-making process, they don't look like you and I.
Yeah,
they didn't go to a HBCU school, so they don't have that same affinity to actually kind of reach back and say, it's not as important to them that you have an HBCU alum that's actually making fitness equipment that you could actually do a custom order with. It's not as important to them. Right. I would say.
I see. I'm not in the athletic side, but I mean, I hear stuff like that all the time with different HBCUs.
I reached out to Hampton. I haven't heard anything back. Maybe you can do something about that, brother.
You're asking the wrong person. You're asking the wrong person. I wish. Hey,
it's all good. It's all good. The grind will continue. It's cool.
Yeah, but and you're doing some great things, and kind of segue into the HBCU thing, because you did have your most recent apparel launch. And I was trying to get one of them hoodies, but apparently everybody in the world wears 2Xs. So you were sold out of my size when I finally got to the site. But part of that because I procrastinated. But the apparel side. So you talk about you have that as well. I love the site. I love the stuff that you produce. Great models. So but
marketing, brother. I went to school.
Hey, I feel it. Me too. I didn't know that, but yeah, I'm marketing degree as well. So so get into the apparel side, because I want to do it like this. All right, so you started with the grips, then you kind of started adding pieces as you went. You didn't just jump out and say, "Hey, here's a whole big old company with all this stuff." So was the apparel a natural progression? Like that's what you were planning to do? Kind of like the people started asking for stuff. So how did you kind of add that to the product?
Why do you say that, man? Because I noticed that one thing I try to do is when I meet like young entrepreneurs, guys that's maybe starting a t-shirt business or whatever, right? I really didn't have anyone to kind of sit down and really talk to me and say, "Do it this way, do it that way," right? And you'll notice, especially in our community, everybody tries to hold what they say is quote unquote the plug. They don't want to give up the plug, or they don't want to. Or if they have some information that will just be helpful, they might want to charge you for it, or they just might not want to give it to you at all.
We definitely got a scarcity mindset with that, man.
Exactly. Yeah. So with me, I tried to basically slow pace my way into each section, right? Because the last thing you want to do is order a whole bunch of product because you think it's a demand for it and it's sitting in your garage, right? So now you have a whole bunch of money just sitting there that's not moving, right? So I wanted to kind of especially when I got into the apparel side, like I just wanted to create, and this is what I'm still trying to create, an athleisure brand. Whereas though, if you put on like the HBCU hoodie, I want to make it so nice that you don't want to work out in. You rather maybe just go out to a chapter meeting, or you go out with your wife in it. It's too nice to work out in, but it looks like workout attire. So that athleisure segment of apparel. Right. So that's when I kind of had to pull my wife in and say, "All right, well, look, I really don't know a lot about women gear, so I need you to kind of help me as I get into material. Tell me what you like, tell me what you don't like." And that was a process, man. Like sometimes we'd be here beefing because I would have something in my mind where I was like, "All right, I know this is going to rock with the ladies." And then I would get in a sample of it. She's like, "No, that's not stretchy enough. I'm telling you right now, that's not." Whereas though we wouldn't be talking to each other for a little while because I would be mad because she didn't like what I
man. About with, bro. I'm telling you, man, as a creative person myself, when I do books and design stuff, and first thing I do is show my wife. I'm like, "What do you think?" I'm like, "Look at this," and she'd be like, "Why is this white little dot right here?" I'm like, "That's what you see?" Like, yeah,
that's the word.
But it matters though, man. It
Especially matters. You're a creative guy because you already create how it's going to look in your head and everything, right? So I'm already thinking like how I'm going to like market it, how I'm going to have the model, the music and everything. You know what I'm saying? Like all that's flowing in my head. That's actually probably the most rewarding part of this business is the marketing side. That's what I love. I love creating the videos and creating brand awareness. But getting back to the Pearl side, I had to kind of like, I kind of had to go with what she thought because she's the one that's out here wearing like leggings and the tight stuff, and the fitted stuff, right? So it's starting to come together, bro. I'm starting to put them together.
You're doing a great job with it, man. I think that I was, like I said, I really was looking for some stuff to order for Christmas, but this ran out. But I
sold out in
looking
48 hours, bro. The HBCU hoodie sold out in nearly 48 hours.
Yeah,
all your frat brothers bought them up.
That's good. But I was looking at, I was looking at you, and it just hit me like, this is how Under Armour started. I'm like, they found one little thing they did, and within 10, 12, however long it took, you're talking about $1 billion company. So when I look at you and I look at the brand that you're building and your placement in the market, the quality of the stuff that you're doing, I think that you're going about it the right way. I mean, there's no reason why you can't be an Under Armour brand or something like that and really be that next one, especially Black owned. We can't stress that enough, especially after, the last year we've seen so many things happen. That people are understanding that, look, we got a voice, we got something to say, we got a value that we bring in, and we try to take in, the crumbs we want a seat at the table. So I'm excited about what's going on with you in Gaines, man. I'm looking forward to seeing this thing take it to another level. What I want to do before we segue into the next thing is go ahead and tell people how they can get a piece of Gaines, how they can follow you, how they can order some stuff. Go ahead.
So on Instagram, you can follow us at GAINZ_sports gear, Gaines Sports Gear on Facebook, and the site GainSportsGear.com. So GAINZ, not with an S, GAINZ sportsgear.com. And if you guys decide to go in there, use your code SALE10 to get 10% off your whatever you see that's on there that you would like. So we have a lot of things that's on there right now. A lot of good fitness items that you can use in the home or at the gym. So check us out.
Absolutely. So Chico, we want to jump now into your second act. I mean, I won't say second act, probably not the best way to describe it, but your second claim to fame. Let's put it that way.
Second claim to fame, huh?
Some people might be watching this right now and they're like, you know what? I've seen that face before. He looks familiar. But I can't put my finger on it.
Yeah.
So let's talk about this new job you have as Brooke's sidekick.
I don't know. Do you think I'm the sidekick or I'm the actual star? What do you think?
You called yourself. Let's put it this way: who getting called for the movies and the shows? Is it you or is it Brooke?
Right, bro.
Yeah. And who had Shaka Khan's number in their phone? You or is it Brooke?
Might be Brooke.
I think you the sidekick, bro. I think you the sidekick.
She shouted me out too on the road. Okay. She shouted me out too. Don't take that from me. Take my shine.
Hey, Robin got shout outs every now and then from Batman's people too.
I'll take what I can get.
Hey, you were doing a phenomenal job with this thing. And I remember when you used to shoot videos with you and your pops, you and your dad.
Oh, yeah.
So you've been doing videos for a long time, but and you've been hazing your daughter since she was out the womb. And I use hazing and just artistically.
Right.
Since out the womb.
Right.
Now, did you ever see, like, how did that start and how did it get to where it is right now?
So I've been filming her since the day we brought her home. Ryan, honestly, right? Like I can show you the video. I'll never post this because I look terrible. I had on bell-bottom jeans. I look out of shape. I look terrible when I brought her home, right? No beard, this bald face, terrible. So anyway, I mean, she was still in the bassinet, man. So what I noticed was when she was little, she's a carbon copy of me. She's a ham. She's a ham. So it kind of started off with me playing around with her. Like I would like fake pleasure, like have her and her dolls on the wall, and she's doing Invictus or whatever, right? And those started going viral, right? So after that, we kind of did I would teach her about money. And it seemed like everybody would kind of like just gravitate to our videos because we weren't trying to go viral. We were just basically, that was just our way of just bonding, right?
Right.
Just having fun with each other. So then, she goes to my mom's house every Friday, right? And I listen, you know, I'm an old school guy. You know, we from back in the day, man.
Right.
You know, Fat Boys, LO, BDP. So I would play like old school music, old school hip hop, old school R&B, right? I get that from my parents. So I had on Proud to Be Black by Run DMC, right? And I said, man, you don't know nothing about this. I said, she might have been maybe 6 or something, right? Maybe 5 or 6. I said, you need to learn the lyrics to this, right? So I think we had got her first iPhone. She might have been 6 then. So she went over her grandmother's house and she FaceTimed me and she's like, Daddy, I got it. So you got what? She said, I got the lyrics to Proud to Be Black. I said, no, you don't. She starts spitting. I said, hold on. When I come pick you up tomorrow, I'm playing my music. We're gonna see if you do it again, right? So, bro, so I put the music on and she did it, but she added her little Brooke thing to it, which was facial expressions, her passion, like that stuff. I really only had to teach her. That's just in her, right? So that went viral. So after that, man, we just kept doing like, you know, just different I guess we would pay homage to all the different stars out there, right? Old school R&B stars, old school rap. I'm not gonna say old school rap, you know, hip hop rap legends that
legends,
you know,
right.
So from that, once we did the Shaka Khan I'm Every Woman, that's when like a lot of people start catching on to
that's
it.
When it really took off.
Yeah, that's when it really took off because like everybody was like reposting. Viola Davis, I can't even name half the people that was the Chelsea Handler, like a lot of different people was doing it, right? So her first big break was, you know, we were on NBC Little Big Shots. And she did a great job on there, man. I mean, you know, like I thought she was gonna be nervous, bro. I was nervous. I'm not gonna lie to you. When out there, I was nervous because it was like a real audience out there, right? So and when you know the host asked her the question, Melissa McCarthy asked her the questions, like she was like a natural with it. So from that, man, she ended up signing with an agency out of New York, and lo and behold, man, she just got her first movie and she got the lead role, man. I can't.
What?
Man, she's the lead, bro.
Awesome, man.
She's the lead, bro. Like
what?
Like I wish I could tell you more about it.
I know you can't say nothing about it yet.
Just know, man. She's all up and down in that movie.
What? Oh man, that's amazing. That's awesome. That's so cool, man.
You know, so we found out 2 days before Thanksgiving. The agent called. She was like, "Look," and it was funny, man, because she had like this real somber voice when she called me. She's like, "Look, I know you wondering if Brooke got the part, and you know, I know y'all don't want to be worried about this before Thanksgiving. I just want to let you know she got the part." She started screaming. I'm driving on 695, almost crashed.
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
So I called my wife. My wife started crying, man, because we knew how big it was for her, right? And so, but then my wife would call me and she was like, she took her out there. She had to leave. Like when we found out, she had to be on the road that Monday after Thanksgiving. And she was gone pretty much all of December. She literally just came back right before Christmas. So she was calling me. She's like, man, I'm really impressed on how she's doing out here, man. She's really doing well. So I can't wait to see the finished product, man.
That's so dope. How old is she, Brooke?
9. She's 9.
Yeah, that's so cool. You know, I think part of the reason the videos took off, other than just because you two chemistry and just I think it's good. We don't see enough. Let me put it this way, because we see it, but media in the world is not shown enough positive Black fatherhood images and roles. We know it's out there, but it's not shown enough. So I think that to see a dad like yourself doing the things with your daughter, and it's not something like, look, I've seen videos, and you know, I think you can tell when someone is doing something trying to go viral versus someone who's doing something authentic and it just happens to go viral. You two are the latter. You two just are you know. You remind me a lot of me and my daughter, except for she wouldn't learn the lyrics when I played that song for her. Like I played the same song for them as kids. She ain't called me talking about she learned the lyrics. So you know.
How old is your daughter?
She 16.
Oh, so, okay. All right. Yeah.
Okay, so cool. Like, but you talk about your daughter being a spitting image of you personality wise. Like my daughter is the girl version of me.
Word. Okay.
But she wasn't. She's not a Brooke. She wasn't doing. She was a dancer. Your daughter's got that Chico in her. You know.
Good. It's all good, man. I appreciate that.
And that's the thing. It's just like that joy that I see. Like she doesn't look like she's forced. It's not like daddy's making me do this. Like she's like, look, I'm loving every minute of this. So I'm
Right.
excited about that, man. For what y'all are doing. This probably won't air till March, but so maybe by then some word will come out. We can add a graphic to it and let everybody know what the movie is. But we'll see what happens. But
we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna keep you updated on it, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. And I ain't trying to mess up nothing. So I ain't even gonna ask you. So don't mess up nobody's money.
Please don't mess nobody on you. Please.
Right.
Please.
Absolutely.
Wait till you see Rennie.
Oh, you said, oh, okay. Man, you got me excited, man. I can't wait. So good stuff. Man. So,
bro,
let me ask you this last question. We'll get you out of here. Make sure I thought I was getting some feedback. Let me ask you this last question. Get you out of here. Because this journey. So you got some parents right now who maybe also like, look, my baby can do this. I want my baby to be a star and be this and that. What one piece of advice, and I know you're still kind of jumping into this thing yourself, but if someone is saying, hey, my daughter, my son's got something in them, what role, we talked this earlier about the plug and not, so you don't have to give up your age and all that stuff, but what was the one thing that really helped you the most kind of navigate this process?
Man, you know what, man, it's funny, bro, because, you have some of these kids that, they go to school for the arts, they go to these different, theater, acting, whatever. So what we did was to see if she was serious, we got her acting coach, right? Our acting coach. That was the first thing that and my daughter, she said, I don't care. My daughter signed with Stewart Talent out of New York. So, and they suggested, they were like, look, we know, this is exactly what she said to me. She was like, the agent said this. She said, look, we found your daughter off of Instagram. We can tell something is special about her, but we need to know that she's special without you. Because if Disney calls, right? Exactly what she said. She said, if Disney calls, like like her agent is a straight New York, you know what I mean?
You're definitely the sidekick then, bro. That solidified your role as sidekick.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. You're right. But she was like, but it was real. I mean,
absolutely.
Because in this industry, we see there's no cut cards hold. Man, it's you're on their time. Mm-hmm. Like we would literally get auditions due the next day, right? And where she has to learn like lines, and we have to get up and put the background up. Like and she has school the next day. Mm-hmm. So that's another thing. Like you really have to be willing to go on the journey with them, right? Because now with COVID, before COVID, man, we would have to. My wife and I, we would have to be going up to New York. Like if it's an in-person audition, it's nothing here in Baltimore. Right. It's nothing here in Baltimore, right? Like you would have to go to either LA or luckily all the auditions that we were in person were up in New York. But still, it's not like New York is like going to like Glen Burnie. Right. You feel me? So so it's still a nice little 4-hour drive away, right? Where we might have to take off of work and do something.
Right.
So you have to be willing to do that. And also, man, like her teacher, her acting coach is really, really good. Like she was on Scandal, and now she does these, she's been in a few movies too, but she's really, really good. And we've noticed a change in Brooke, because then we're able to see if you're really willing to put the grind in. Mm-hmm. Because she Skypes with her every Tuesday, right? But then she has homework that she has to do. And it's funny, man, because once we sit through the lessons and then we watch a movie, we see like all these different transitions, these different emotions. It's like, it's a lot that goes into it, bro. It's a lot that goes into it. So with Brooke, like once we noticed that she was really, really, I guess built for it, I would say, is that they gave her an audition where she had to show emotion and she had to cry, right? And bro, like it came down to her and another little girl for Chicago PD. And is that your
Yeah, we're good. My camera just got hot. But go ahead. We're still on.
All right. So I can't
my back up real quick. You said you can't hear me?
I can't see you.
Yeah, I'm coming. Let me change my camera real quick.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Camera got too hot.
So, so she came down to her and another little girl for Chicago PD, and I remember, we go over the lines with her, and this called for her to like be emotional. I think she had just seen an accident or something in the role, and like I remember her running out of the audition because I took up to New York saying, "Daddy, I did. I had crocodile tears coming and everything." I said, "No, you didn't." She said, "I promise you, I was crying and everything." Right, and that's when it clicked. I was like, all right, Shorty probably built for this.
Wow.
She probably built for this. So I guess, however you get there, whether it's social media or whatever, man, you just gotta be willing to kind of go through that grind because there's so many other kids that's just like yours. That's going
That's
the same
you,
thing.
you said a word right there. No matter how talented and gifted you think yours is, there's a
Yeah.
hundred of other out there think they're the same thing. So
Right, just as good or better.
yes, sir. You're right. Well, Chico, man, I appreciate this, brother. I'm excited about everything about to happen for you and Gaines, you and Brooke, and shout out to your wife, man, because them wives, they be in the background, not all in this situation, she not out there in the front, but clearly she is helping both of these brands and is a pivotal part. And I know you honor her all the time as well. So we'll make sure we give her a shout out too.
Oh yeah. Well, she has her own. If I could plug her,
Go ahead. Yep.
She's actually one of the main reasons kind of made me start Gaines because she had that entrepreneur bug as well. So she started her own hair care line. Actually, I want to say she started that before Gaines, which is called Kitchen Chronicles Hair Care Supply. Kitchen Chronicles, both with a K, hair care supply, where she makes hair oil and she makes it from scratch. So everything's organic. And that's why my daughter's hair is so long because my daughter uses the product. So check it out if you guys hair care stuff. So yep.
Looking at that as well.
It's definitely a pivotal part of the situation though, brother.
Cool. All right, man. So, hey, how can people follow you and Brooke? Do y'all have a separate page or Brooke have a separate?
Yeah, there's a separate page. If you want to follow the true thespian, the true star to me, it's Chico D Solo, CHICO D Solo.
Absolutely.
If you want to follow the sidekick Brooke, it's jokes. I am Brooke Monroe at Instagram, and normally when we post stuff, it's on both our pages, but she kind of does her own thing on her page too. Her and her mother run that page. So we about now that she's back, we about ready to start I just told her this morning, like, bro, we gotta get some more content up. So I was like, some fathers out there beating us. We gotta get some content up. I just try to do that to motivate her, but you'll see more stuff from us, brother. I appreciate the opportunity to be on your platform, man.
Appreciate you coming, man. Definitely wish y'all the best. We'll talk to you real soon, man.
All right, bro. 06.
Thank you. 06. All right, welcome to another Make It Matter moment. We have a special guest with us today, Mr. Greene Cook. Welcome, Greene.
Thank you for having me.
Great. Before we jump in, let me tell everyone about Greene. Greene is someone who I met, and that's funny because we want to talk about making relationships matter today with Greene. Greene is someone I met through a mutual relationship that we have, and he is someone that I felt like I couldn't do this project without having him talk about this subject. So before we get into the subject, Greene is the Chief Marketing Officer and owner of Nature Aid. I'm sorry, Nature Aid, I said it right. He's Nature Aid.
Yep.
And you see the product, Nature Aid. Greene, I want you to go ahead and tell us about Nature Aid, and then we're going to jump into a little bit more about your journey.
Okay. Nature Aid is a Black-owned, plant-based meal replacement and weight loss shake company primarily, although we do sell some gut health products. And our whole mission is really to reverse pre-diabetes and diet-related illnesses in this country. Our community suffers from these diseases at a disproportionate rate, and it's in large part preventable. It's based on our diet and a lot of the culture, and it's not just it's not only Black folks that have it. It's more cultural. We emanate from the South, and so in the South, white folks die of the same diseases at the same rate, but just in general throughout the country, Black folks tend to succumb to diseases like diabetes type 2, heart disease, hypertension, these kind of things that are based on our diets and our lifestyles. And so, we find it is harder to change people's lifestyles But what we could do is substitute some of the food you're eating within that lifestyle,
Hmm.
and ours happen to make you lose weight and suppress your appetite and replace whatever you'd be eating with something that's delicious as well as healthy.
Awesome, man. So we're talking about make your relationships matter today, and you are the master networker, the master relationship builder. You know, outside of this, when we talk, it's always about you. If anyone wants to know someone, Kareem probably knows that person. It's kind of a joke, but it's kind of serious at the same time, right? So we want to talk about building relationships. Your background is your graduate of Duke University. You didn't start out owning Nature Aid. Like you started out, and I love your story because you started out in vending machines, right?
Yes.
So take us through that journey and how you went from vending machines to owning this nationwide company that's been featured in was it Men's Health magazine. Got Magic Johnson on your product. You got what was the last? Oh, and you're in Costco and Target and all that kind of stuff. Take us from the vending machine, Kareem, all the way up to the day.
Well, I'm from the East Coast. I'm from New York. My business partner's from DC, and we moved out to LA in 2002. And originally, I'm like any other person on the East Coast. What you see on TV, you think everybody's in great shape. You think it's like Baywatch out here or whatever you see, right?
Right.
And you get out here and you realize, you know, at least in the black and brown communities, it's just like anywhere else, right? It's not what you see glamorized. And immediately we saw like all these overweight kids. And we were like, man, and we had both just graduated from business school. I went back to Duke, got my MBA. He went to Wharton, got his MBA. And we were like, yo, what if we created a business where we attacked this child obesity crisis? And so we wrote a business plan, went to a local bank, got a small business loan. First thing we did was we cold called the president of the YMCA. And that term cold call is really key in terms of the discussion because that's how a lot of my relationships and networks began with a cold call. But anyway, we cold called the president, went up in his office and was basically like, look, man, you got soda machines in your lobby, man. You're trying to kill these kids. What's up with that? And literally just walked out there with the contract with all 26 YMCAs. And that was
Wow.
2 weeks after getting to LA. So,
Wow.
we had a little office. I was actually living in the office. The office was at a dance academy, the Debbie Allen Dance Academy. So I was living there, waking up, taking showers in the at the academy, then taking classes and stuff. It was, whatever. But we raised enough money to buy a 14-foot renovated U-Haul truck that we just painted all white, and that was our vending machine truck. So we had these 26 YMCA's. We had a business contract before we had a business really. So we had to scramble to figure out how to do this. And then we did figure that out. And then what we decided was, look, man, we need to get these schools, man, because 26 YMCA's is cool, but these schools have like 2,000, 3,000 kids in LA. So ran the same gameplay at the closest high school, Venice High School. Just met up with the principal, and we had met the health teacher who was really, she was a big advocate of health and wellness. So went up there with her, told her the same thing, really walked out of there with that contract too. And she, in order to give us a contract, she had to break a contract with Coke. We ended up getting 6 more schools within the first year being out in LA. So at the end of 1 year, we had 6 schools, 26 YMCA's. And we then started getting threatened by the soft drink companies because, for them, it's a lifelong, you messing with their money, right? So
Right, exactly.
you have to realize that for the Coke and Pepsis of the world, they want to get you during your formative years. They want to get you as a teenager onto their products because you start drinking Coke, then you're a Sprite, then you're gonna go to whatever products they have, then you're gonna go to Gatorade, then you're gonna go to all the different things that they'll have, no matter what it is you want to do, right? So you want water, you're gonna start buying Dasani. So they get you young. But to take a person out of that journey, that's detrimental to somebody's business, right? And so they started threatening us. We then got nervous, so we went up and cold called again Phil Angelides, who was at the time the state treasurer of California, and we knew that he would be partial to our mission because he was lording over $360 billion as state treasurer, he lorded over the CalPERS and CalSTRS, which are the biggest pension funds really in the country. But he had this double bottom line mandate where if you want some of his money, then you have to be doing something good for the community. So we knew he cared. Went up and saw him. He introduced us to some state assemblymen, who we then introduced to this consortium of health teachers that we were working with. Lobbied the school board to get junk food kicked out of the schools. And in 2003, a year after being here, they ended up banning junk food in all the public high schools, middle schools in LA. That eventually extended to the whole state of California, whereas right now you can't go into a public high school or middle school between the hours of 8 and 4 and buy a soda or junk food. And that was based on what we did in 2002, 2003. And then,
let me jump in real quick because
yeah,
I'm gonna let you continue. But man, that was, I mean, you know, in 1 year, and that's some major moves you made. You talking about changing legislation. You can't even buy a honey bun in the schools now once you guys got in there because you all made a call, because you all built those relationships. And just listen, we got that East Coast swag, that, you know, that arrogance, that ego, that confidence, whatever people want to call it, to say, look, we're going to call these top people and just say, hey, we want to do this and that. And your doors got open. I don't want people to gloss over that, but continue, man. That's major stuff.
That's my life, man. And I'll end it with this. You know, the next year, 2004, they decided to put all of the contracts under one bid, under, you know, give all of the schools under one contract, I should say. And we ended up bidding on it, and we ended up winning. So within 2 years of being in LA, we got the law changed. We got all of the schools, right? Every single public high school in LA. That ended up putting us on a radar, a national radar. We got invited by President Clinton, Governor Huckabee, to come to Arkansas, talk about what we had done there. But also earned us an invitation to meet the trustee board at Duke University. And my business partner and I decided, man, you know, never waste an opportunity, never waste a minute. And so you were like, well, look, you know, if they think we coming out there just to talk about what we've been doing, they got it all wrong, because we're going to be in a room full of millionaires and billionaires, and we're going to ask the question. And we actually just pitched a bunch of them and raised the money. And that's how we ended up raising the money to buy Nature Aid, which is the company I own now, in 2012.
Well, then I don't know if this is too much information. Let me know if it is. But you talk about we went and just raised the money. I mean, give us a ballpark. You don't have to tell us your financials. But when you go into a room of Duke millionaires, I mean, what kind of money were you all talking about to go out and buy this company? Because this is what you did. Your company that you have, you build. You buy these kind of companies and kind of rebrand and rebuild them. What kind of money were you talking about?
Yeah, so I mean, it was in private equity terms, it was small, but let's just say around 5 million.
Okay.
Right. And then we also raised money some other ways too, but we raised that for some individuals, and then we went and bought the company, right? And so, and that was it, man. And to be honest with you, man, you know, like I say, that cold call term is key. And so a lot of my relationships are from Duke University, right? And so, you know, it was crazy because Grant Hill's mom, Janet Hill, who's a trustee member, who's my personal mentor, and Grant Hill's an investor in my company. She once told me, you know, Kareem, I'm on the board. I'm on the trustee board at Duke. I'm on the trustee board at the business school, and I didn't get a degree. And I am receiving a lot from by doing this. They're getting a lot from me, but I'm receiving a lot. You went to Duke. You paid money, and you should feel as though Duke owes you until you decide they don't. And that was like a wake up call for me. And I was like, you know what, man, she's right. And I just started getting involved. I started networking. You know, I was unafraid to call. Like we raised one time, we raised you know, a lot of that money, like $1 million of that money, from a cold call, a guy we never even met. We just called him up and said, look, we're Duke University grads, and you know, we're doing this. We want to raise some money. And that cat was all in. And so, you know, I think that people don't, and really, I say that happened to me, and I use my Duke network because that's the network I'm in. But all of us have networks, right? So if you went through college or university, you know, to just get the education and degree and then bounce and never come back, you are, as Janet Hill said, wasting that degree, right? You might as well just learned online or went to Bronx College of Knowledge. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Just
like one of the intangible benefits of going to college is that network that you build,
yeah.
that
And
circuit,
if you tap into it, right? Most
if you
people
tap
don't,
into it.
right? And
Right.
so there are wealthy people who have graduated from just about any university,
Hmm.
who are usually still involved with the university, who wouldn't mind taking a 15-minute call from you. You
Right.
call them, say, hey, can I get 15 minutes of your time? Now, they might put you a month out, but when you get that moment, right, as they say in sales, the goal is, um, you want to be inside that door when
Hmm.
the door closes, right? So it's probably started from some vacuum cleaner salesman in the 1950s, right? Imagine knocking on a
Right.
door, they open up the door. Your goals will be inside the house when the door
Uh,
closed, right?
that's
Not to be
funny.
door.
Right.
And so you want to take advantage of every 15 minutes you can get with somebody who's in a position to change the trajectory of your life.
Right. And that's why I love you, because your story, because one one thing I love is that you're not ashamed of your story. Some people try to be, I don't want to tell people this and that, but I think that telling the story empowers other people. To hear you say, hey, we went and raised $5 million on the strength of just the school name, where other people out here just afraid to charge $500 for a product, something like that. But when you talk about the relationships and tapping into that thing and really having that confidence in what you do, knowing that you have a product that works, and going out there and make those cold calls. But most importantly, because you got the appointments, but you also got the deal, so you all were on top of your game and knew you came in there with your ducks in a row and knowing what you want to do. So two final things I want to touch about. Let's talk about Nature Aid. Why you chose this company, what you all have been able to do with this company, and then how you all tied in Magic Johnson. I mean, the Hall of Fame legend. You all, how he ended up with you all and where you are right now. I know that was more than two questions, but
Yeah, man. And look, you could ask 20 more questions, man. I got time. But I will say that, look, our goal was to reverse diabetes. We looked at and found this company, and like I said, we raised that from the individuals. We actually, I mean, we paid more for the company, but I
mhm,
was just telling you what resulted from just going and pitching those individuals.
right.
But I will say that, you know, we were looking for a company that that had been established. And Nature Aid actually was founded in 1926, and we wanted a company that we could just direct in the direction we wanted to go, right? So we wanted to attack diabetes. So and Nature Aid had founded one of the pioneers of soy protein in this country, right? Which was, I guess, the first plant-based shake. But we decided we wanted to incorporate pea and other things. We do have a soy product, but really all the basis of most of all of our products that you see in Target and Costco, that's all other plant-based products. A lot of this pea protein. But anyway, so we looked at blood glucose control pills. We looked at all types of things that could help you lose weight or lower blood sugar levels. And what we found out was, we realized we had two friends who had totally reversed diabetes by going vegan,
Right.
right? Like totally went from type 2 diabetes to totally healthy. And I didn't even know that was possible. A lot of doctors will tell you it's not possible, but
Right.
I know two people. At this point, I know a lot of people, but at that point, we knew two. Um, and so we also realized at the same time that our community, they not going vegan, right? I mean, and I'm not even vegan, right? Most people can't do it. You know what I mean? Only 4% of the population is that, right? And so our goal is not even for that. Our goal is actually to have you replace one meal a day with like a plant-based weight loss shake, right? Instead
Right.
of breakfast, for instance, when we find out 80% of our consumers do it then, right? So just replace that bacon egg biscuit with a healthy shake, and it'll help you balance your life, meet sort of in the middle, right?
Mhm.
Lose some weight, your skin feel better, get some more energy, and then as you decide, you can increase, you know, you can start taking more things out of your life. You can stay where you are, which is balanced. You can do whatever you want, but you will decrease the chances of you succumbing to these diseases if you just add more balance to your diet. And we're offering you a way to do that.
Yeah. And that's what I love about it. When I first saw the product, was like, I'm not vegan either. But I was like, hey, if I could eat one, like I would eat more vegetarian type meals, maybe not necessarily all the way vegan, if it were easier. So I saw this as an easy way, like you said, to substitute that meal in the morning, go ahead and get the shake in, and now, okay, hey, I was vegan for breakfast, so it was a way to kind of improve and just that little steps in those lifestyles. So I definitely appreciate that. Now let's go because the big news now is you all are in, and I know this journey has been crazy for you all, but you're in Costco, you're getting on the Target, things are starting to take off for you. You've got, I keep mentioning them. So talk about this last relationship, the partnership, I'll call it, with Magic, and where you guys are now, and then how can people go out there and support you, get Nature A, make sure we help take this thing off even more.
Yep. So I would say so Grant Hill's an investor, and as a result, being an ambassador. It's funny, I met Magic Johnson for the first time at a fundraiser for Phil Angelides, who was the state treasurer of California, that we went and saw, who helped us out. He was so impressed with us actually that he actually ran for governor of California against Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he lost, right? But he invited us to be on his finance committee, which we were, and we were invited to a fundraiser where Magic was, and we brought Grant. And so I have a picture actually of Grant, myself, Magic, and Claude the first day we met him. And since then, we would bump into him, and he would say, "How you guys doing?" And he kept up with our progress. And 2 years ago, we were at the Elite Eight for March Madness, and I was with Grant, and we walked out on the court after Duke lost to Michigan State. That was the year we had Zion. We had a great year. We should have won that. We had a great team. Should have won that year.
Oh, yeah, that was that.
But anyway, Mag Johnson was sitting over with the Michigan State team, and so we walked over to him, and we were just talking. And I said, "Hey, man." He said, "Hey, man, yeah, I remember you, bro. How you doing?" I told him what we were doing. It's like, "Look, man, we really are on the verge of killing it. We think there's an opportunity to get into all these major retailers and take the company to the next level. There are companies that we compete with now that we beat up and down, in these stores we're in, and whenever we're on a shelf with them, we just beat them, right?" And so he said, "Man, look, I'm really interested in getting involved." So I just stayed, and it took a year and a half, I would say, after that, right? Because that was March of 2019. And he ended up coming into the company about 8 months ago. And so he was like, "Look, I want to be involved." So he kept following us, we kept in contact, and then he eventually invested, man. So he became an equity partner. And he's been on calls with us when we go see CEOs of these retailers, man. We've had to, it hasn't been easy for a Black-owned company to get into these spaces, man. But but we had to really prove that we were worth it, that the product was great. And a crazy thing happened, right? So 2020 was disastrous for all of us, right? So for me, I lost an aunt and a cousin to COVID. But what it did was it exposed to the greater American population what we had always been talking about, right? The underbelly of this country, that there's so many health disparity of people of color, right? That we were dying at a disproportionate rate. And it's based on the underlying pre-existing conditions, right? So if you have diabetes or heart disease, these things, those are the people who are passing away, as well as people that are vitamin D deficient. And so we have a product that is helping people to lose weight. And so all of a sudden, people are like, look, what's this Black-owned company here? They've been talking about weight loss and diet-related illnesses and disproportionate stats for years. And people start reaching out to us, and Target reached out to us. So we ended up getting into Target. We had to, the buyer at Costco saw us in a magazine. We were on the cover of Whole Foods magazine with Magic Johnson. Actually, we were on the cover with Magic Johnson. Good stuff. She saw that and called us in. So we, it took us a while, but we took Magic and Grant to a meeting up there, and we ended up getting in there. And Costco's huge because it's a game changer. Like a lot of companies, change. Like I'll give you an example. Two of the companies we compete with, each product they sell in there does 50 million per product in Costco. Right. And so that changes the game for you. Right. And so but the challenge has been I don't know any other Black-owned companies that have actually gotten in there. And it's because they had they had this mandate that they don't want you to be more, they don't want to be more than 20% of your total sales, right? Because if they kick you out, they don't really want to be responsible for bankrupting.
Shutting down your business, right?
And so if you have if the average SKU is doing 50 million, right? I had to basically square them up, be like, yo, how many black-owned companies you know are doing 250 million in sales? And we had a meeting, and Magic was there, and they were like, turn red, everybody. And I was like, yo, that's why you don't have any black-owned companies in here, right? And so it was eye-opening. They were like, all right, well, we're gonna give y'all a shot. They gave us 40 stores. We just went in there last week. Actually, man, let me show the product. Hold on. While we're here, so
absolutely, let's get it.
That's in Costco, and you could go to naturaid.com/Costco to find out the 40 locations. Man, we can use your support. And this is the product that we put into Target. So it's a Naturaid plant-based just protein shake. This is just protein, and that one's a weight loss shake. And look, man, and we're unapologetically, black owned. Right. And so, when we first bought the company, we were nervous about, man, do we let people know we black owned? Do we not? And we eventually decided to do it. As soon as we did it, we got kicked out of our biggest retailer by like the buyer ended up being this cat that was like, I ain't down with affirmative action. We were like, we're not affirmative action. And so he just did some shady stuff and got us, and he just kicked us out. And we had been there 8 years before we even bought the company. So it was crazy. But getting into Costco, that's like getting kicked out of junior college though, and then getting into Harvard, which is Costco. So we ain't mad about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Part of the journey, and that's the thing. I think that you talk about 2020. I think that there's so much negative that happened, and you don't want to downplay that, but there are some positives that I think that are on the horizon. That 2020 opened up a lot of doors for eyes rather for people. You talk about the disparities. You talk about people now paying attention, looking for a black-owned stuff. I feel like a lot of them are too little, too late. But it's like, okay, you're here now. We'll take it. We'll go ahead, and now that you're finally listening, opening up doors. Let's go ahead and knock it out the park. So I'm definitely excited about what's going to happen for you all. The Costco move, and I say, behind the scenes, I've kind of seen your journey along the way. So I know that's why I wanted to share some of it with our viewers. Part of this book, this whole book is about just making things matter, how to create that impact and fulfillment, how to go after what it is you are designed to do and desire to be rather. So I'm excited about it, man. Kareem, my hat's off to you, your team, your squad. Thank you for sharing with us today. I'll give you any last words you want to share with us, and I'll let you go, man.
Thank you, man. I appreciate the platform. I appreciate you being interested in hearing me share my story, man. I've been inspired by others, so I hope to be an inspiration to some people, man. I guess my parting words would be, one, absolutely take advantage of your networks, man. But you have to pour into your network. You have to pour into the relationship in order to take things out. One of the things I found out I was doing was when I would meet these incredibly successful business people, the key to getting to them is to get to know their executive assistants, right? So when you send out those Christmas cards, you send out those little gifts, make sure you send it to executive assistants, right? Because she got 20 people that she could put on a list of that person to talk to, and you become top of the list when you do that, right? And they advocate for you because they have these conversations. And it's like, oh, don't forget to call back Greene and Claude. They call, blah, blah, blah. Trust me, that's invaluable. Two, be intentional and be bold. I think that I had a friend. So we were on Chicago News, Fox 32 in Chicago the other morning. Grant Hill and I were on it, and then we were back on. The Claude was on it, a business partner, and I had a friend who he's a button down suit tie wearing cat, and whatever, I throw on a suit and tie was appropriate, but he was like, yo man, you guys probably need a little bit of think about how you talk, you want to be a little bit more professional, polished or whatever. And I said, listen, man, how many billionaires have you raised money from? How many Fortune 500 stores have you gotten into? Let me tell you something. That's great, right? That you have that thesis about what it takes to be successful. But let me just tell you some secret sauce. People respect you because you're authentic, right?
Absolutely.
They don't want the person pretending to be buttoned up. They don't want the black guy pretending to be his interpretation of what a white guy is. They
Mm.
want you to be your authentic self. Be your authentic self, because people
Absolutely.
respect it and people trust you when they see that, you are unafraid to be who you are and you are unafraid to say what's on your mind. They might not agree with it, but they respect you. And that's what you want. And so that's part of Roger successful, and so that's what I would say, man. Just be intentional, be bold, use your networks. Don't be afraid to ask, man. A closed mouth don't get fed. So don't be afraid to ask, but to ask to make the ask, because if you're in front of these people and you don't make the ask, all you doing is having a conversation.
Having a conversation, right? Yeah, man. Awesome, man. I thank you so much. You just dropped some gems on us, man. Kareem, obviously I'm gonna talk to you later, but for the rest of those who are watching, definitely make sure you go out there and support. We have the power to blow up in a positive way anybody that we choose to. We spend time sharing TikToks, we spend time sharing stuff and talking about people that we don't even know. Here's an opportunity to go out there and support a brand that you're familiar with now. You can see the owner of it and know that you can go to Costco. Let's go out there, buy up all the product, help these guys take it to the next level so they can be. Listen, we have, I think the last count I saw was 7 Black billionaires in the world. It might even be like 6 now, who knows, but like 7. Of all the billionaires in the world, 7. This was like a couple years ago. Why aren't we out there? And they were all in entertainment. One of them wasn't in entertainment. So let's go out there and help build our Black-owned companies, our Black-owned businesses, and help them grow to the same levels. Because if we don't do it, who else is going to do it, right? So thank you all for watching. Thank you, Kareem. Again, I'm going to talk to you later. Wish y'all all the best. Peace.
Appreciate it. Thank you, brother.
Welcome to another Make It Matter VIP session. I am excited about today's guest. I'm excited for myself, but also excited for you because I know this brother and information he's going to bring. It's going to be both valuable and inspirational for you. This young man, Matthew C. Horn, he and I was looking at some old stuff. I think it was like 2007 when we met, man. Doing book signings at Caribou Bookstore. I missed that place, still miss that place, but ever since then, this guy has been kind of like, if we were in the NBA, which he almost was, I was not even close, but using that as an example, if we were in the NBA, we were kind of like, we've been cohorts, colleagues the whole time in our career. Like what 2 players were together the whole time? I don't know, but they weren't enemies, but they were cool, like LeBron and D Wade, right? So people who were both out there hustling, out there doing their thing, but also good friends along the way, always watching each other like, oh, what are you doing over there? What are you doing over there? Because of the inspiration. So Matthew Horn, thank you, man, for joining us for this Make It Matter moment.
Ryan, I really appreciate you having me on, and it's good to be on with you. We go way, way back, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Awesome, man. Awesome. So the reason I want to bring you on because, as we talk about how to teach people how to create lives of unforgettable impact and abundant fulfillment, you have done something over the last, like I just said, it's been, I guess now 14 years going on, 14, maybe longer than that. I know when I met you, it was 2007 since I met you, but you have consistently written books. And like I said, when I think about people I've met in this industry, think about people I've met along this journey, you're the only one who's in self-help in the same space I am, who's kept up with me. And when I say kept up with me, I don't mean like I was leading the pack. I mean, but when I look back over the resumes, you're the only one who's been consistent, man, over these years with books, man. How many books do you have out total?
7.
So that's what 7 books, man. So you've been doing some phenomenal things, 7 books. And we talk about the self-help space, man. 7 books is a lot. Okay. 7 books is a lot to share. You constantly pour it out and share it into people about how to really live better lives, how to walk in their purpose. So I definitely admire that about you. So real quick, a little bit of background on Matthew Horn for those who are watching. Like, how did this become your space? How did this become the purpose you started fulfilling in writing these self-help books?
This became my purpose. It began in the speech class my sophomore year in college when I was playing basketball at a university. And of course, like you mentioned before, I had the NBA hoop dreams, and figured I was on a stage where it could very well happen. And I end up in the speech class. I get in there in the middle of the semester, and my first day in there, my professor's like, "Okay, you have to give a persuasive speech. What's your topic?" And it wasn't my turn to go that day, but he was just more or less saying, "This is what we're doing." And he didn't let me pick my topic. He was just so excited to have a basketball player in the class. And so the day came for me to give my presentation. It was called Continued Success in the Game of Basketball. And I paralleled my continual on the court successes to how my classmates could continually succeed in their endeavors by having a vision for themselves that's beyond them and never looking back. And I just wanted an A or a B, and I had no idea of the magnitude of the impact of the message that day. And at 19 years old, 5 of my classmates got around me in a circle after I was done giving my speech, and they said, "Matthew, you should be a motivational speaker." And I thought they were crazy. I said, "Motivational speaker? I'm 6'5" with a jump shot. Motivational speaker, Right. But the look in their eyes didn't change, and I saw something genuine that I'd never seen before in their eyes. And I told my mother what happened later that day. She says, "You're not going to believe this, but my doctor asked me what you were going to be when you graduated today." And I told him, "You were going to be a motivational speaker." She said, "I don't know where that came from."
Wow.
And then 2 weeks later, we lost in the conference tournament. It was no March Madness. And I was home at church, and my pastor stopped the message and called me to the front and told me that people were out there waiting for me to speak success to them, that my success was in obeying God. So at 19, it was just revealed to me, and I knew better than to run. And I just learned a valuable lesson that your purpose can be revealed to you, but your commitment to fulfilling your purpose, that's where your power and your most impactful existence is going to lie, right there.
Man, to have that, to receive that in so many different ways at 19, when you had so many other dreams and you had one vision for your life before that day, before that 2 weeks to a month happened. But to be able to hear that, see the signs, and actually, like you said, obey it and walk in it, that says a whole lot about you, man. So let's talk about it. We want to talk about I want to talk about two most recent books, okay? Because let's start with the next to most recent. Let me pull it out. I want to get the exact title right, because this one is people are going to probably, what?
Oh yeah, this one is the most recent right here.
Oh, this one came out after? I'm talking about the Black Men book. That one came out after?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That was the one that came out in April, and the Successful Dreamer came out in January.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So you did like DMX put out 2 books in 1 year. All right. Well, let's start then with the Successful Dreamer. Then we'll start with that one. The Successful Dreamer book. This one is how to unapologetically live in your truth. So let's talk about that book. What can people expect to get from that book? What motivated that book? What is that book going to tell people when they go through it?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I want to show the people real quick.
Do it, brother. Do it.
This is the cover of The Successful Dreamer, How to Unapologetically Live Your Truth. And it came out on early January of 2020. And the motivation and purpose behind the book is I've never seen anyone quantify a dream pursuit that's going to tell you what's going to happen at every stage of the dream pursuit. And just more or less, I've been blessed to have some highs, some lows, and have prosperity, have struggles, and everything that you can possibly fit within the spectrum of a dream pursuit is what I've experienced over the years. And through the course of that, God was able to really show me that there are phases, and that people do not have to be intimidated by pursuing your dreams. A dream pursuit is intimidating to a lot of people because there's so many unknown variables. And some people would just surrender. Some people need to put their toe in the water and feel the temperature, so to speak. And God loves all of them. So here's the Successful Dreamer right here, where I break down the different phases of the dream pursuit. I show you how to, you start off in the beginning with just faith and humility. Faith because you're undertaking something that you've never undertaken before, and humility because you're going to see some people accumulate natural possessions at a greater and higher rate than you. Okay, so you have to be secure within yourself and be humble enough to know that you're exactly where you're supposed to be if you're being obedient to whatever you're compelled to do. And then the middle phase is just coming into the awareness and understanding. It's the reprogramming of your mind so that you can understand what you've gotten yourself into, because pursuing your dreams is the opposite of what society is going to encourage you to do. It's the opposite of what you can reach out and touch many people and see them doing. So I broke down that middle phase, and the final phase is when you reach your breakthroughs. And that's one thing I say in the book. I say it's your time when an overwhelming amount of breakthroughs take place on your behalf that logic cannot explain. So, as you get your feet wet, as you're obedient and you stay your course, you're going to get some breakthroughs. But then if you stay that course and you're diligent over that, then you get to the place of it being your time. And that's when you experience the overwhelming amount of breakthroughs on a consistent basis that logic cannot explain. So I take the dreamer from, the thought of the dream to the actual place of breakthrough where there's no looking back. And, you're solidified in who you are for the rest of your life.
Man, so much wisdom in that. That was, just so much there, because one thing you said is that society doesn't condition us to pursue dreams. Like, those people who go after it, those people who have a dream and really pursue that thing, I mean, you're going to run up against so many obstacles just in the people that you interact with. So I think that, teaching people how to do that, how to really go after that dream is something that's important. And if nothing else, if 2020 hadn't shown us anything, is that, people have been forced, and it's really part of what this whole project has been about, is really forcing people to really look at the question of, have I lived my life fully? Have I done everything I wanted to do? If it all ended today, did my presence here matter? Like, did I make an impact on the lives of other people? So when you talk about being that dreamer and understanding those things, I think that's so important to give people that foundation, understand. It ain't going to be easy. People are going to come against you, but you still can go out there and pursue it and own that thing and do that. And what you always put that caveat in, as long as you are pursuing it and obeying it. I like how you do that, because, I'll ask you about that, because your teachings constantly go back to the person doing the work, the person being obedient. Because there's a lot of people out here who will go out there and tell everyone, hey, you can all do it. And it's just not true, right? It's just not true. So talk to us about how you're able to balance that truth side with also being a motivator, where people, but you're not giving, you're going to give people some, what they say, you're going to give some steak and some cake. I like that. Some steak and some cake, some meat and some dessert. I'm gonna put that in my book, Matt. Don't put that in your book. So how do you balance the steak and the cake, man?
Well, I'm just at a point in my career and in my understanding. I just tell it like it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's really not much cake. Cake isn't going to take you to the promised land. It's
Right.
It's the truth. You should know the truth, and the truth will set you free.
Mm-hmm.
The antithesis to that is you shall know the lie, and the lie will keep you in bondage. Bondage is the opposite of freedom. So I showed up here to show people how to get to where they want to be. And, that's where the removal of the cake is. It's just the acceptance of what I showed up here to do. And I'm just more interested in just telling people the truth.
Right.
And, but of course, you have compassion, you understand human nature and things like that. But my focal point is being as straight as I possibly can with you and just telling you the truth, because that's the only way you're going to not just acknowledge what you need to do. That's the only way to get you to a point where you accept what you need to do. And, that cake will have you it'll just have life passing you by. The cake will give you the excuses and will facilitate your lies, your delusions about yourselves and things like that. But it's that state that's really going to propel you into your destiny. The way that I see it is that, life can happen to you, or you can show up to life every day.
Wow.
So more or less, if you show up to life every day, you impose your will, you know what you need to do in order to fulfill your vision, and you're not just dreaming. You've taken on the mindset of the successful dreamer, meaning that, many people will never even undertake a dream pursuit. Some people will give it a halfway effort, but that successful dreamer is going to show up to life every day and maximize their ability to fulfill that vision. So it's just my concern of having people to show up to life every day in the correct manner so that they're a match for everything that they really believe is for them.
Man, awesome, awesome. I want to get to the next book, because now I realized why I was getting confused, because you had the How to Get Beautiful Women book, and everything else you want from life, and that's what came out before The Successful Dreamer. But the new book, man, we just lost a whole year. So I'm like, that just came out in 2020. I didn't know this book came out in 2020, but they did, because we were at the event at the school not too long ago. That was 2020.
Yeah.
So let's talk about how to be appealing to successful Black men for Black women.
Okay, let me hold it up real quick. My new book, How to Be Appealing to Successful Black Men for Black Women. And of course, let me plug the website, www.matthewchorn.com. You can definitely get your copies.
Matthew C. Horn. That's Horn with the E at the end, y'all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How did this book come along? Now, let me preface this, because I want to know how you came about this idea, and then tell us what the book is really about, what you're teaching it. But I'm looking at, you say you were 6'5", you are 6'5", svelte looking dude, you got you the model GQ guy. So you want to tell the ladies how to get success, how to appeal to successful Black women. Talk to me, Matt. The floor is yours, man.
Okay. Well, this book was needed. It was definitely needed. And it came about because I was actually at a book signing at a military base, and a Caucasian lady actually backpedaled after she walked past my table. And she saw my book, How to Get Beautiful Women and Everything Else You Want from Life. And she was just like, listen, I'm a Christian missionary. I just got back off of a mission. I'm not going to buy any of your books. I don't have any money. But she was like, I was working with young Black women who need to hear from a man like you on how to prepare for you. And I mean, to me, she could have been an angel or anything, because that was it was out of the norm, but it coincided with some dates I had been going on with some younger women that year. And I was just more concerned with giving them game, making sure that the right men would not leave their presence, and just really breaking down to these young women, like how they're going to advance faster and further than Black men because of the structure. They don't want Black women to be able to look to Black men for strength. And then there's one less Black family, and there's one, less probable situation that Martin or that Malcolm could come out of. So the bottom line was that I saw the statistic that 72% of Black women are projected to never get married. And that's an epidemic. And you can just look around on a Friday night when you go out and see, these gorgeous women having dinner with each other. And it's all around us. And many women desire the optimal man. The man that's self-sufficient, the man that has a vision, that is showing up to life every day, meaning he has a tangible trail of results that validates everything that he says about himself. This is the optimal man. He's not like in, say, large supply in the Black community, but he's definitely prevalent. He's out there. And I wanted to show the Black woman how to prepare herself for this man, what his thought processes are, what he had to go through to get to where he is, and ultimately what's going to make him look at you and say, hey, I can maintain the quality of life that I created for myself if I pair myself with this woman. So it's just written to eradicate a lot of the social norms, get rid of the entitlement, sort of the privilege and seeing themselves above men, the very things that really hurt Black women in terms of them not being married. I came to reframe their thinking and just more or less show them a different, a more elevated way to just work on themselves and to become that person so that they're recognizable to the type of man that they really want. When you're recognizable to men on two levels, okay? The first level, that's the cerebral level. That's just the mental, the cognitive level, okay? That's when he looks at you, he's attracted to you. You all may have, a conversation, begin to see that you all have some things in common. So that's when you're attractive and recognizable on just that cognitive level right there. Beyond that is the more important level, is spiritual, okay? When you're recognizable to a man on a cognitive and a spiritual level, meaning that you all really connect because the world looks similar to you both. There's a deeper spiritual connection, meaning you all have been through similar things, but you all have worked on yourselves in the same capacity and have arrived at the same place internally. That's when that spiritual recognition takes place. And when a man looks at you and you're recognizable to him, meaning you're what he desires on a cognitive level and a spiritual level, that is when that man will easily say, this is the woman I want to be with for the rest of my life. So I'm just showing Black women how to do away with the toxic indoctrination that has pervaded their minds and the airwaves, and really get them to a solidified place that they're recognizable to that top tier Black man.
Wow. Now let me ask you this. What kind of reception have you received? Because, I can imagine two type of responses, especially from Black women. You're going to have those who want to hear it and are like, this is what I've been looking for. You're going to have someone that's going to be like, who, I don't need to change nothing. The man need to find me. So talk to us about what's been that response for you with women and this book.
This definitely was a little controversial. It didn't necessarily come directly at me. It was just more or less like people who might have shared it in their stories or, this and that. It was just like, at that point, it was just like, it was disassociated from me at that point.
Okay.
So,
gotcha.
I mean, some women just went in like, what is this? And, there were other women who purchased it and read it and called it a game changer and said that they're much more equipped to get the kind of man that they really want. And so it's been a mix, but I can just say in the beginning, I was meeting some women, maybe in their 30s and this and that. And they were like, I was a little taken aback by it. They didn't come out and just say, I have disdain for your book. They just say, hey, I was a little taken aback by it. But this is the funny part right here, Ryan. This is the funny part. I said, if the book was titled, How to Be Appealing to Successful Black Women for Black Men, would you have a problem with it?
Right.
And they would dance around the question. And I would say, hey, I just asked you a direct question. Would you have a problem with that title? And they said no. And that's the very reason why I see Black women contribute to this dismal, epidemic proportion marriage rate, because they actually think they're on higher ground than the men that they're dealing with. And, and that's proven, that a woman can have 50 different prerequisites for a man, but, it's sort of shunned. It's a shunned concept that a top tier man can actually
have a list of
have prerequisites and things like that. So it basically, the bottom line, it just exposed a lot. And the women who actually become a version of themselves that is celebrated and revered and recognized by the top tier man, the woman has the opportunity to become that by reading the book. And those are going to be the women that get the results. The women that continuously are getting older and thinking that they can treat men any kind of way, they can treat every man the same. Those are the women that will just go deeper into their delusion. So pretty much it's just a choice. I'm here to deliver a little bit of steak, with a side of chocolate cake.
Absolutely. So, and that book is available as well on MatthewCHorn.com. Now, the last thing I want to talk about before we run out of time is you're not just a motivational speaker. You're not just a best-selling author, but you are a successful entrepreneur and publisher. Now, and that's kind of really also like when we started working together, we were writing and starting publishing companies and doing that thing. And I got out of publishing. I was like, you know what? I don't want to deal with the publishing side. I want to just deal with the marketing side. You kind of reinvented the game, man. You talked about your book being a game changer. You kind of changed the game of book publishing. And I've always looked at that like, man, Matt's doing this thing. Maybe I need to look at this thing again. And you know what I learned real quick? What's for me is for me, was for you, anybody else for anybody else. You can't just go see someone else and think you're gonna go do what they do. So you are the CEO of Lightning Fast Book Publishing, right? That's the name of it. I won't mess it up.
Yes.
Lightning, and the key to Lightning Fast Book Publishing is you publish books in 3 weeks. Talk to us about how, you don't have to give us your proprietary information, but how can people get books done in 3 weeks? Because the reason I want you to talk about this is because my marketing side, my author coaching side, and I've learned along over the years as well that the processes we used to use are old and done away with. A lot of us are moving too slowly. There's a lot of ways we can accelerate the process of things. I tell people how to write a book in 30 days, but you're talking about publishing an actual book. Talk to us about lightning fast, your 3 weeks to publishing a book, and how people can, and some of the successes that you've had, because I mean you publish a lot of books, Matt.
Yeah, and I'm very thankful just to God for giving me that insight to go deeper into that industry. And yeah, the success stories are that I give every author the look and feel of a Random House or a Simon and Schuster, a major New York publishing house, but I give them ownership of everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I essentially I replicate myself through my authors. I'm an independently successful author, not tied to anyone. So I give the author an immaculate product, something that can proudly be put beside any book from any publishing company on any shelf. And within that, I give them the distribution as the major authors have. I build the platforms, the websites. Basically, I don't just create authors, I create public figures that are competitive in this market. And that's been what I've been over the years. And it's just been a pleasure to replicate myself through them. But we publish all genres. There's not a genre that I have not published. We do self-development, biographies, coffee table books, children's books, art books, photography books, and just finance books, like any type of books, novels, fiction, nonfiction, like any type of book that you can possibly, write or come up with, we'll help you to publish it. But the cornerstone of my company, how everything is done very quickly, I show every author how to write their book. And I give them a system. And in addition to publishing in 3 weeks, the good part about it is that many of the authors actually write their books in 3 weeks. Wow. With my guidance. And they struggled for years, been going back and forth with concepts, got to that computer, couldn't really get it together. And me being an author of 7 books, I understand them as an author, not just as a publisher. So I give them a proven outline system that just makes the book write itself. And then from there, we start the work as soon as we sign the contract, and that's how we are able to get everything out so quickly.
Awesome, man. And I know you've how long you been doing that? Because I know you had, like I said, tons of books you published, a lot of authors.
Yeah, it started off with book publishing consulting. I started doing that in 2007, and probably around 2012, I just went full-fledged book publisher because that's what was needed.
Right.
And so we're talking a total of about 14 years. I've been in the game, just
Awesome.
just steady. So.
People are watching right now. They want to write their books. They want to get them published. Don't call me. I'm not publishing your book. I don't do that. But I do. I bring people like Matt on because they can go there and put your physical book together. So tell them how they can get in touch with you as far as it comes with book publishing and possibly working with you.
Okay. Yeah. You can go to my website, www.lfbookpublishing.com. The LF stands for lightning fast, lfbookpublishing.com. I have some different publishing packages right there, and I'll customize something for you. Contact me directly. My phone number is on the website, and I would love to work with everyone in the sound of my voice right now. If you have a message that you're compelled to get out, I can be your vehicle and avenue.
Awesome. Matthew C. Horn, CEO of Optimal Success International, best-selling author, founder of Lightning Fast Book Publishing, motivational speaker. My friend, I want to give it to you to close us out. Any final words, any last thing you want to share with our audience, man?
I really appreciate this opportunity. And my final words are, in 2021, be recognizable. Don't dwell in fantasy and delusion. Dwell in reality and truth. Whatever you aspire to do, understand that you have to have a certain makeup. You have to have certain attributes. You have to have a certain drive. You have to have a certain movement that is reflective of the things that you want from life. That's when you're recognizable. Fantasy and delusion is when you want a certain thing, but you haven't become the type of person who is a match for the things that you want. So in 2021, let's leave the fantasy and delusion behind. Let's operate in reality and truth, okay? Be recognizable. Show up to life every day. Impose your will on life, and you will get every result, every inner picture of destiny that you see will be your tangible reality.
Awesome, man. Awesome, man. Appreciate it, man. I'll be in touch with you real soon. Everybody reach out. Thank you, Matt, for joining us today.
Appreciate you, Ryan.
All right now. Welcome to another Make It Matter moment. I am your host again, Ryan C. Greene. I'm excited about this episode because this gentleman right here, I try to keep it in the family. If you haven't noticed, when I can, I keep it in the family. So we've had Hamptonians on here. We've had Alpha brothers on here. So we're going to do it again. We got another Hampton Alpha here with us. So I want to introduce Sean Woodley. His official name is Sean Dow. We're going to call him Sean, Dr. Sean Woodley today. So I want to welcome you to Make It Matter, Dr. Sean.
Thank you very much, Big Broad. Thank you for having me and inviting me to have a little space on your platform. I don't take that lightly, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, the reason I wanted to bring you here today, and we're talking about with the Make It Matter project, different things, different ways people can have unforgettable impact. And you are having an impact in people's lives with your passion. And we want to talk to you today about making your passion matter. And you are, so before we get into your passion and, well, how you made it matter, let's start with the passion. And I know you being a teacher, you went to school. When you went to school, did you always know you wanted to be a teacher? Like, I know a lot of teachers, and that's something you have to love doing, quite honestly. I've done long-term subbing for a while, so I don't envy any of those teachers who do that. So talk to us about how you even got into teaching to begin with.
Yeah. No, I did not go to school originally. I did not intend to go to college for teaching when I was making those life decisions, because they are life decisions. As a high school student, I've always been into music and all things creative. So art, music, things of that nature. And I swore up and down, I played drums and I was going to go on tour. And I was just going to college to fine tune my skills. And next thing I know, my plan was to be picked up to go on tour with Usher and Bad Boy or something like that. Got to Hampton and realized that my skills weren't quite where they needed to be, because where I grew up, I was the man, kind of, sort of. But then when you go to college, you know how everybody is kind of the man.
That to you.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But where I was and where some of those cats that I was playing with, so I was like, all right. But I got some good advice when I was in high school deciding to go to college. And I thought that I wanted to major in music performance. And one of my teachers gave me some instruction. He said, you know what, make yourself a little more well-rounded and have something to fall back on. So he said, you can study your music, but study education too. So that way, just in case you don't get picked up to go on a world tour, you have a backup plan. Some of the best advice that I got. Awesome. When I got to Hampton, started taking those education courses, just the social psychology behind it and the interactions that I had with my student teaching experiences and my observations, I was hooked. It was something that I really, really gravitated to rather quickly.
It's awesome. We have something else in common, because my dream when I left Hampton, when I got there, I was going to go and be a songwriter. I was going to write songs for Usher. Clearly that didn't work either. So, but so just something else we have in common. So I want to talk to you then. So you decided to go down that path and started teaching. And the reason we want to talk to you today is not just because you're a teacher, which we honor our teachers and love and respect our teachers, but you have, and you're repping the brand now, have turned your teaching into a whole brand, a teach, hustle, inspire brand. I want to give this caveat here. You are the founder, the originator, the creator, the only one authorized to market, produce, and in any way otherwise manufacture Teach, Hustle, Inspire. So you know why I had to do that for you. Yeah. But, so talk to us about how you parlayed your teaching into this new brand, and then we'll kind of go down that road.
Sure. It's something, what is seen today now as Teach, Hustle, Inspire has only been here about 2 years or so, but it's been in the making for over 15 years. Because my experience in the classroom and working with the population of students that I serve to this day, I focus on urban and culturally diverse communities where there is the need. It's a connection that I have. And so not only did I teach in those schools, in those environments, I grew up in that environment. And so now, having been in that role in the classroom, I taught for 10 years in the K-12 setting, and now at the college level, I teach teachers, and I work with educators across the country to help build their capacity and practice to connect with their students so that they can essentially get them from where they are to where they need to be. The brand really is just a beacon. It's an icon. It serves to connect educators who are on this mission to teach and to hustle and inspire. And those words, like the teach is about unlocking intellectual treasure. The hustle is about how we can't stop learning. We won't stop learning. It has that 90s bad boy vibe to it.
Right. Take that. Take
that. And the inspire is about spreading love and light. You know, we can't do this alone. We need one another. We're here to learn from, grow with, and inspire one another to promote change.
Awesome. And, you know, you kind of threw out that bad boy reference, and, you know, we are the hip hop generation. You're a little younger than me, but, you know, you still came up in it as well.
Yeah.
But that hit, you kind of made me think about something, because you have a book as well. And I think the book came out before. It might have been all part of it, but I know I knew the book before I knew the whole brand. MC means move to class. And
Yes,
I know
sir.
when I saw that, I think I hit you up at that time. I was like, man, this is really good stuff. That's what I do. I publish books, I produce books. When I see good stuff, I'm like, oh, this is dope. You did this. So talk to us about the book.
Yeah.
The title, for those who may be unfamiliar, is a play on a classic Rakim song. I think it's Rakim. Let me play myself now.
Yep.
Rakim.
It is.
MC who moves the crowd, right?
Yep.
So
yep.
so being hip hop, all right. I didn't plan to go this way, but I think I want to go this way.
All right.
Because you're talking about urban settings. We know that you are an urban teacher. Well, you're consultant for urban instructors. Hip hop is who we are as a part of our lives. Your book was kind of that hip hop feel. What is the big difference? What is the biggest thing that you must dealing with today's generation, today's youth? I mean, you know, school was different when we were coming up. So how does that, you know, you the cool teacher, you know, they have so many other influences that are out there. What is it? Does hip hop even matter, or just that I don't know, your ear to the ground type deal? How's all that? I know it's a lot of words I just threw out there, but how's that all that come together in forming what it is that you do?
Sure. It's basically, the hip hop serves as a vehicle. It really is, at the end of the day, it's a vehicle to get a certain message through. And what can be confusing, however, is that sometimes people will try to infuse hip hop into a lesson with good intentions. But when it's not coming from a place of understanding that is genuine, it can be off-putting to students. It can feel disingenuous. So you have to be careful with that. Leverage it, use it, but be sure that you're coming from a place that is genuine. At the end of the day, when you peel back the layers of hip hop, when you peel back the layers of rhyme and beats and all of those things that are surface level, when you go one step below that, it's about the connection that it creates. That's what it's a vehicle for. It's a vehicle for connection. Because those students, 9.5 times out of 10, are coming in there with some sort of connection to music and or specifically hip hop, you can use it as a vehicle. That's what I use it for in the book. It's an analogy. It's a vehicle to talk about ways that we can basically take the standards and objectives that most teachers have and transform them into learning experiences in the classroom that students can connect to. That's essentially what it's used for.
Awesome. So you warning teachers, don't come in there like the old pastors do on Youth Sunday, trying to wear their jean jacket and outfit, trying to look young. You know, you don't want to do that. That's not the key. That's going to turn them off. But you want to make sure that, like you say, you're making that connection and making it authentic. So I want to talk about the Teach Hustle Inspire, like building this brand now, because as a consultant now, like, this has opened up doors for you and allowed you to be more impactful and help other people. So talk to us about how you decided to take what you do and kind of really build that brand to what you've done, because you've been all across the country. I mean, I want to say, have you been international yet? I mean, you are getting calls
on the way.
Yes, I mean,
on the way.
You're doing it, man. You're doing it. So talk to us about
appreciate that.
That journey for you.
Sure. It's been something that I've been working on right now, honestly, for a good 10, 11 years. And the reason for that is because I saw in 2009, I kind of had an inkling when I was still teaching in the K-12 setting that I wanted to do more, but I couldn't really put my finger on what that was. And I saw in August that year, we went back to kind of the all hands on deck, all teachers, you go back for the opening convocation, and there was a speaker there. We were in the Norfolk scope, and I didn't know it at the time, but he was actually a former Hampton professor, and his name was Dr. Adolph Brown. And he did the opening convocation for us, and that lit a fire in me. Like I left out of there and had probably one of the best years teaching. And I left out of there like, let's go, let's get back into this classroom, let's do it. And that for me was like, boom, that's where I need to be, because I was at a turning point in my life, personally and professionally, where I felt like I needed to do more. And that was the spark that I needed. That's where it began for me in 2009. Literally, that was August. In October, I enrolled in a PhD program. And it took me about 5 years, but I got it done. And then I set on my journey to start to teach college, to write my book, and to try and build a brand. I didn't know at that time what it was going to be, but I just knew I wanted to build something. So that's why I said, like, what is seen now is the result of many, many years of research, immersion, dedication, creativity, taking risks. I went into credit card debt, and just because I believed in myself that much, like, I was willing to do it. And now I'm in a position right now where I've been able to take care of that and more, put my family in a better position. Like, it's been a blessing. It really, really has. And all because I was passionate about what I was doing and align that passion with a need that the world saw value for.
You touched on so much there, because I hate the idea of overnight successes. People just pop up out of nowhere. Oh, look, they're making it. And, it looks like, oh, they're on top of the world. But people forget about that journey. They forget about that process. You're talking about, the years you put in before you could actually see it, the sacrifice you had to make. And that's, one of the biggest things I try to stress to people is that, when you see anybody really who's just, I won't say now anybody, but things are a little different now. But for the most part, most traditional success stories, there's a lot of work that's gone into it. First, there's a lot of something that's gone into the passion and things like that. So if you are talking to some teachers right now, because there's teachers who love what they do, but maybe they're like you, and they're like, hey, I want something more. Just the everyday in the classroom thing is not, I'm not having as big an impact as I would like to have, or they're not being as fulfilled. Maybe they have an impact, but they're not fulfilled as much. Without, what one thing, maybe if they and that they're not going to go out there and start Teach, Hustle, Inspire, but something that you can give them to motivate them to go after something else, find that next thing that's going to really trigger them to find that fire again.
One of the biggest things that I've come to understand about getting to that next level is about proper mentorship. Too often, what I've found is that we are very good, just human nature, at taking advice from the wrong people. Like, we talk to our friends who are unmarried about marriage. We talk to colleagues that don't own businesses about business with the best of intentions, but that's not the best source of motivation, of information to get you from where you are to where you need to be. So really finding that good mentor, and it doesn't have to be the person who is necessarily where you want to be, but maybe somebody who's just that next step to just get you to that next step, to open your vision to now 3 other people who are now 2 steps ahead of that. You see what I'm saying? So it's really just about trying to put yourself in a position to gain knowledge from someone who is already where you are trying to go.
Awesome, man. Awesome. So I want to talk about, let's tell people how they can take advantage of get a t-shirt, get the book. How can they be a part or help with the Teach, Hustle, Inspire mission?
Sure. You can find me pretty much at everything Teach, Hustle, Inspire, the hashtag, the website, www.teachhustleinspire.com, and you'll find links to the merchandise, the books there, as well as contacting me for speaking engagements, training, workshop sessions that I do, all of the aboves right there.
Awesome, man. Awesome. So I definitely want to thank you for joining us. I want to give you the last word. Go ahead and share anything you'd like to share with our viewers, and then we'll go ahead and be out.
No problem. Anything that you're trying to do, remember, can't stop and you won't stop because that's your mission, it's your calling. You wouldn't have been placed with that dream if it wasn't yours.
Awesome, man. I want to thank you, Dr. Sean Woodley, for joining us. Make sure you support him. Go out there, teach and support, teach, hustle, inspire. I definitely, I know I'm the big bro, but I definitely look up to you, man, and you were definitely a role model as well. You're doing some great things. So wishing you all the success, man.
I appreciate you. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, welcome to another Make It Matter moment as we have today another special guest with us, part of this project. You know, we put together this book, this film, this event project. It was important to me that I brought on all kinds of people, all kinds of backgrounds, all kinds of stories, because I want you to really hear different people's journeys, different people's outlooks, and how they're able to build lives that create the impact as well as fulfillment. So today we have a very special guest. We have Stanley Tate with us. So welcome, Stanley.
All right, what's good, Ryan? How you doing?
Good, good, good. So today we want to talk about a couple of things. I want to start. Stanley Tate is an attorney. He's the owner of Tate Law. So I want you to go ahead and first, let's just start by introducing yourself. Tell people a little bit about who you are. Then we'll start talking about your actual journey and why we have you here today.
I guess highlight overview is Stanley Tate. I'm from South Side of Chicago. Lived there for the primary part of my life. Then after that, moved kind of around a bit. Right now, I'm based out of Kansas City, Missouri. I have a law practice that all I do is focus on helping borrowers with student loan issues, whether it's they can't afford their monthly payment, they're in default, they would like to negotiate a settlement or try to discharge them in bankruptcy. I do all those things. I run the gamut of student loan solutions from that standpoint. So that's the nutshell, right?
Right. Well, good stuff. And that's, you know, we talk about student loans and that touches so many people, myself included, you know, so it's like you, but I'll say, you know, you're the first person that I know who actually, uh, not a big conglomerate, is actually focusing on this kind of thing. So how'd you end up in this arena to tell people student loans?
It definitely wasn't something I sought out or even thought anything about while I was in law school or even like immediately thereafter. I did the big firm thing, did a couple federal clerkships, and on my last federal clerkship, I was like, okay, taking offers to see if I wanted to go back to a firm. And along the way, one of the senior attorneys that had appeared before the court that I was in, he said, "Hey, I got a student loan question." I was like, "I don't know shit about student loans." He was like, "Yeah, but you're the youngest one in the bankruptcy bar who would know anything about this." And I was like, "All right, what's the question?" I was able to answer it just because I had just serendipitously went through that issue before. Um, and then he was like, "Yo, we really need someone that focused on this area of law." And I was like, "How the hell do you get paid if people can't afford to pay their student loans?" That don't really seem like a practice that I want to get into. But then the more I thought about it, the more I looked into it, I recognized that if I was going to go out on my own, then rather have a niche, and inside of that niche, it's like, okay, what am I going to focus on? And student loans made sense. I looked around and I just didn't see anyone that looked like me. There wasn't a great deal of competition, and I felt like, oh, they have such a insurmountable lead, I won't be able to compete. I looked around, I was like, no, this is fresh area for me to compete on, and so I was like, this is what I'm gonna do. And I didn't have an idea like if it was gonna work or not. I was just like, let's try it. If I lose, I lose.
You know that you said so much there, so I want to kind of touch on that because a lot of people who are looking to start their own thing, or you know, maybe even not start their own thing, but do something different career wise. When they look at something that no one else has done, they see that as an obstacle. You know, in the business world, we hear about finding a niche or specialization all the time, and we know that that's what people tell us, do that. But when you're actually faced with that and have to say, "Hey, I'm going to go out here and do this on my own," it can be, you know, challenging. So talk to us about when you started, when you said, "Okay, I'm going to do this." How was it getting started at first? Let's say, first of all, how long you even been doing this? And then, you know, give us that first 1 or 2 years journey, really building, blazing that trail for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, so I've been doing this. I launched my practice in June of 2014,
Okay.
and I had the idea that I was going to do student loans. I thought I was going to do more bankruptcy slash student loans, just because in the bankruptcy bar is typically older white male dominated, and I was like,
Mhm.
well, I know this shit, but there isn't one that looks like me, so maybe I'll do that. But then I quickly realized in bankruptcy itself, it's basically a generic product that doesn't scale in value. So people are just always going to race for the cheapest cost. And
Mhm.
that means if I want to live the life I want to lead, then I have to have a great deal amount of churn because I'm going to be, turn over a lot of clients to get the shit that I
Mhm.
want out of life. So I was like, this don't make sense. So let me just try to focus on student loans. And I couldn't focus on it solely the first year, first 2 years. I had to do other things until I
Mhm.
built up a book of business that allowed me to have repeat clients, that allowed me to have referrals and things of that nature. So I was willing to do whatever to try to make this thing work. And that's kind of where I started with it. And it's been pretty cool just trying to figure this all out because like the law part of this is easy.
Mhm.
The marketing, the management of how you're going to handle clients, how you're going to onboard them, your standard operating procedures, like those things, those are like the hard parts where I spend my time at. The law part is so simple. It's
Mhm.
really straightforward once you get past this hurdle of knowledge, and it's not a very dynamic area of law. It's very static. So like
Mhm.
things don't change overnight. So there's not much to keep up with. You just got to do your routine maintenance. You know what I mean?
Right, right, right. And you have mastered, if I can use that word, you have mastered the art of this marketing, branding yourself.
I
You are,
appreciate you
I mean,
saying that. It,
listen,
it don't feel like it,
no, well, let me put it this way, because I understand the entrepreneurial journey too. So I know behind the scenes things, but on the outside from your uh, market facing stuff, you have not only put together, like I'm looking at your website, you not only put together a professional product, but you use a lot of videos, which are, I mean, awesome quality, but even on your social media marketing where you tell stories. And again, I use the word unapologetic with you because I love that you are, you are you. All right. But
yeah.
when you are talking about what you do, you don't just do it in a way of saying, hey, let me help you with some student loans. You are uh, telling stories, which I think, they say facts tell, but stories sell. So you're sharing stories in a way that's compelling, but also keeps it on the front of the mind so that when people think about student loans, they're going to think about Tate. They're going to think about a story they heard from you. So was there other things that you tried? Did you just kind of slip into this way of marketing yourself, or was this kind of like this was what you wanted to do all along?
No, you go through it all. Like, here's the thing: the number one thing people are going to tell you is that you need to build an email list.
Mhm.
Who the hell wants to subscribe to a lawyer's email
Wow,
newsletter, right? Like, I
good
couldn't
point.
get past that hurdle of like, I'm a law firm. What value am I giving from that standpoint? Now,
Mhm.
I've come around on that where I have a better idea of how to provide value there. But that was the starting point. People were like, you need to build this, and it was like, well, maybe you should do social media marketing, but no one wants to be marketed to ad after ad after ad after
Right,
ad after
right.
ad. And that's the models that you see because, like, we're not very lawyers by trade aren't necessarily all that creative. And the marketing agencies that pitch to us, they're just selling us a bullshit generic product and
Mhm.
hoping that we buy, and then they have a high churn rate. So I was like,
Right.
how do I figure out what works for me? um and I don't want to sell you, right? Like the thing is going to sell itself. So yeah, I care about selling because I want money and I am a salesman when it's all said and done, but I
Mhm.
don't want to feel like I'm selling you. So then I kind of like played with a couple different options, and what I realized is that number one, people love a story. And
Mhm.
so how do you tell a short story of what's going on, and how do you do it in my way, which is like my clients aren't going to participate because a lot of times there's an embarrassment behind debt. So I'm not going to have that ability. So what can I do? And I realize in telling the story of like the phone calls I receive and some of the more dramatic ones, I'm able to tell it in a way where I'm providing you a story that gives some information on how student loans work. It
Mhm.
reminds you that this is the type of work that I do, but you're not being sold. You're just getting a
Right.
story to you. And I don't have a profit motive behind it, right? Like I'm just telling this story. And if I stay top of the mind and it's a seed planted for me, cool, great. I'll accept that. But I don't care too much about the bread because that's going to come.
Mhm.
But I do care about market brand awareness, right? This is what I do. As far as like the website and all that shit, that was like a iterative process because like you start off with like you're doing it yourself, and
Right.
then you want to put together like $1,000 and get someone. Then you want to hire someone to help with the design, logo, and everything. For me, where I'm at now, I am a solo that handles about 400 something clients a year,
Wow.
and that 400 clients is just me. There is no assistant. There is nothing other than automation. And then all of my leads come through my website. So then if I'm not going to hire an assistant, then I have to look at my website as if it's an employee anyways. And if my website is an employee, then I need to invest in my employee year after year.
Wow.
And that's what I do. I set out like I'm going to spend a few $1,000s on a website. I'm going to spend on working on these things, getting these videos done, and everything, because this is my employee. This is what I do to communicate to the world, to interface with them, to be unapologetic, to reach through this screen, because they don't know me from Adam. I'm just some
Right.
dude on the internet. But if I can communicate with you in a way that you know is authentic, or at least you feel that way, and then now we can have some type of relatability and friendship, I've done my job already because I've warmed up this cold lead. And that's my continuous process on that.
You know, I hope people got that, because people start businesses. The first thing you talked about the email list, the first thing they want to do is go build a website.
Yeah.
And what I see, and I do a lot of author marketing. That's kind of my niche where I work, is helping authors market their books and make more money through their books. And it's always they want to build a website, but they have no purpose for the website. They just know if someone else had a website, another author had a website, I need a website. But you talk about how your website, when you invested into it, because you knew exactly what the purpose was, what it was supposed to serve. And everybody's website is not going to be the same thing, not going to serve the same thing. So, definitely, then we talk about that impact. Your website has a much greater impact because it is focused on what you wanted to do. And I love how you said that your website is your employee, where a lot of times we see people put websites, they're really just the brochures. They're really just,
Well, and that's what it is an online business
yeah,
card. But here's the thing, like I people come to me and they're like, hey, can you kind of like coach me through how you did XYZ? And I'm like, all right, for me, it makes sense to invest in a website because I do about 15,000 monthly visitors that are coming there. So I have
right,
already traffic coming there. A lot of times people don't have traffic other than their friends and family coming to their website. So then why do you have a website then?
mm-hmm,
Like it just makes you feel better about yourself to
mm-hmm,
say go here, but there's not driving traffic that way. And then your marketing channels aren't really set up for you to drive traffic back to your website because you're doing business through Instagram or doing business through Facebook. And that makes sense because that is where your clients are if that's where you've built your market at.
right,
And so
right,
not everyone needs a website, not everyone needs that. But for me and the path that I chose, it makes total sense because
right,
I rely 80 something percent of my clients come through organic traffic searches where they're searching for blog posts and things of that nature. And I
mm-hmm,
write blog posts all the time. A lot of times people don't write a blog post after they like fuck around and publish a website. I have
yeah,
over 200 something articles on there that I'm writing that I'm doing to drive traffic that way.
right.
So if you're not doing those things, then, you're just wasting your money on your website for the most part, unless you just want to do it to make yourself feel good.
You talk about that blog. I'm guilty. I've tried starting blogs so many times and failed. I do the podcast, but still got to add the
Yeah,
blog too. Because like
but
you said,
you don't have to have a blog. You have to do what works for you. For
right,
me, it makes total
yeah,
sense,
absolutely,
and so that's what I'll do. But it also makes sense for me to have video. Now, video doesn't drive the same because, like, when we get into the monthly searches, you can start looking to see what search terms are popping up. On YouTube, there's not a great deal amount of searches on for student loan type
mm-hmm,
situations that I help with. But there's enough where it justifies me doing a video, and I know it may only get 50 views, but out of that 50 views, I'll get 3 leads. You know what I mean?
right, right,
So
right,
it's like I can invest in that channel after I've dominated my other channel.
mm-hmm,
For a lot of people, if you're dominating on Instagram, cool, keep doing that. The problem is, as soon as Instagram changes their algorithm or you stop posting, your leads dry up, right?
right,
And that's
right,
the great thing about organic traffic is that if you're doing it and maintaining it, those blog posts, they're evergreen. Like there's some blog
mm-hmm,
posts I haven't
right.
touched in a couple years that I still get 15 clients a year from. And those 15 clients, that represents, a few $1,000s in my pocket.
That's absolutely right. Good stuff. Good stuff. So, and because again, I keep stressing this part and let me give you a shout out publicly because I believe in uplifting people who help me, and you have already, I'm going to say donate. You have giving me advice when I came to you on how to set up some stuff that I was doing. I'm trying to upgrade my video stuff. I was
Yeah.
like, you were gracious and helped me with that as well. So absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, and you don't have to do those things, but for me, I believe in reinvesting in my business. And so I'm going to take the time out to upgrade my camera, to learn how to use it, to do this and do that. And 97% of my clients, they don't give a shit about any of that. Like, they don't care. But I do it for those I know are going to care. I do it for me and my own ego.
Mm-hmm.
I do it because I want the quality to match the price point that I'm charging.
Exactly.
I
Right.
can't charge you a bunch of damn money if I'm delivering a piss poor experience.
Right.
So everything
Exactly.
has to match up, because I don't want there to be some type of voice in your brain to say, wait, this doesn't match up. Something's wrong here. And that's how I feel when I go on people's websites and like their
Absolutely.
landing page is trash, but they want to charge me $10,000 for coaching, but none of your stuff suggests that you even invested in your landing page, right? You
Right.
didn't even hire a designer. You just wix this shit yourself. And that's cool. And you'll get some sales. But I think a lot of times we get so caught up in like, I made, 5 sales today, that you're not realizing that you actually lost 30 sales by not investing in your thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of like I look at it when I look for a new barber. I go to the barber shop. You don't know who the barber is. I see the barber with the best cut. I ask who cut his hair.
Right.
Find out who cut that cut, and that's where you want to go. The same thing. You're looking at people. If you're trying to draw in clients, and if you aren't presenting something where they're going to say, "Okay, yep, I want what you did," then you're going to lose a lot of them as well. So.
Exactly.
Let me ask you this. Some people are probably watching here. So when you talk about what you actually do and help them with the student loans,
Yeah.
let's tell them how they can reach out to you, what it is that you help people with, and maybe some advice you can give them on that.
Yeah. So I guess the easiest way I say is this: you have student loans that you don't trust your servicer. You're a little bit confused. You don't necessarily have a good handle on your debt and understand what your options are. There's a lot of noise out there. I come through and kill the noise and say, here's your plan that makes sense for you. And sometimes that plan is, hey, you need to pay these things off. But a lot of times that plan is, we need to figure out how to maintain these student loans, keep them as low as possible so you can do the things you're trying to get done in life. And you may not pay them off, but that's totally okay, because here's how we're going to address this long term for you so it has a minimal impact on your life. That's effectively what I do. How people get in contact with me, everyone goes through the website, tateesq.com/contact. They'll go ahead and hit the sign up right there for a free phone call. And all we're going to do in that call is, I'm trying to get a general idea if I can help, what your problem is, if I can help you, and then kind of give you a ballpark of what that looks like cost wise. And then we move into like a mini consultation so I can dig further, because I want you to be 100% clear on what the problem is, what the solution is, how long it's going to take, how much it's going to cost you. Because I don't believe in bullshit anyone. Like, I want to get straight to it. When people call me, I cut them off sometimes because I'm like, yo, don't none of that matter. Because people want to excuse, they don't want to feel bad about their debt, so
Right,
they
it's like
want
a
to
shame,
explain
right?
to you how you
Right.
got there. And I'm like, hey, that's cool. Ain't got nothing to do with today. We got to focus on what's going on right now. How do we fix that problem? And that's what I do. It's just I'm the no bullshit guy that's going to tell you straight up, here's what's going to work, here's the best situation for you.
So, Stanley, Attorney Tate, want to try to be professional here, but I want to thank you for sharing today with us on this Make It Matter moment. So I want to go ahead and give you a chance to close out with any contact info one more time, or any last words you want to say. Thank you.
Yeah, so again, if anyone has any questions just about student loans in general, or about their business and how they can automate and run and make shit work for them, they can feel free to reach out to me at tateesq.com. That's tateesq.com/contact. Sign up for a free call and kind of go from there. It's a really straightforward process working with me. I like to make things mad simple. That's all.
All right. Thank you so much. Wish you the best. And for those who are watching, always continue to live a life with unforgettable impact and abundant fulfillment. Make it matter. Talk to you soon. Welcome to another episode of the Make It Matter podcast spotlight. I am Ryan C. Greene, and today's guest, we have none other than the Kingdom Boss herself, Miss Tiffany Bethay. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Awesome. Great to have you here. You know, before we went on air, we were running through the whole lineage and how we know each other. And now we family. So, you know,
Yes.
we going to be working together. You're not getting rid of me. All right. So welcome to Hampton Love. We got so many Hamptonians who are part of this project. So welcome to that club as well.
Yes.
But we want to talk to you today about make your ministry matter. And I think that the reason this is so important, why I'm glad to have you on here, is because when it comes to ministry, because of what ministry is, I think people get confused. Not all people, but you know, there's all people look at business and ministry with a side eye sometimes. They feel like if you're going to be a minister, you can't be out there having fun. You can't be making money. You can't be looking pretty. You know, you can't do all these kind of things. So we want to talk to you about how to make your ministry matter, how to go out there and still love the Lord, live for the Lord, but still have fun and serve people where they are. So let's jump right in. Tell people, introduce Tiffany Buffet to the audience and tell them, you know, how you got to where you are right now.
Yeah. Well, I got to say thank you for having me on. This is incredible. Absolutely. I've been watching you. I love what you do. And so just being here isn't with especially my fellow Hamptonian is just an honor. So
thank you.
So yeah, I am, let's see, I'm a minister of the gospel, founder of Kingdom Boss. And that really kind of combines my two worlds, if you will, of being a minister and also being a marketing and branding expert. And so in 2016, I created that space for kingdom entrepreneurs to really gain two main things: biblically based business education, and also a community to really do business in a family mastermind setting. So that's been my world for, you know, the past, since 2016, but I'm also still ministering and I'm a worship leader. So in my own right, I'm wearing multiple hats, but it's all the same thing. It's all kingdom building, you know?
Wonderful. You know, when I wrote my first book, Success is in Your Hand, it came out in 2005. And my goal then was to write a book based on spiritual principles and scripture that I could take to the business boardroom, you know?
Yeah.
So I understand that journey of trying to balance both worlds, you know, being who you are, want to be in the world, but not of the world. But we've got to, how do we take that message to the world to direct our path? So when we're talking about business, you're talking about business marketing, what are you see people in the church, in the kingdom, that they face when they're trying to start a business, a for-profit business, but they still want to be saved?
Ooh, that's a good question. You know, it's interesting. I think, unfortunately, we've done a disservice and we've made people feel like if they're not in the pulpit, they're not doing ministry. And so one of the things I see is that a lot of times people who are starting, whether it's a nonprofit or for-profit, sometimes they don't always connect that to still what God is doing in the earth. And so oftentimes, you know, again, having that spiritually based mindset around branding, my thought process is that, listen, when God formed you, he breathed something into you, and that's for you to exhale back into the earth. And that may take a different form. That may be as a coach, as an author. It's not only in the pulpit. We need you in the marketplace. Jesus spent most of his time outside of the temple. So I think the biggest challenge I see is just getting people to understand that in whatever you're doing, whatever sphere God has called you to, that's still ministry. You know?
Awesome. Yeah. You know, and one other thing we have in common, we're both PKs, so we're both preachers' kids.
Yeah, we're not crazy.
Right. Now, maybe I'll speak for yourself. I don't know. Let me stop.
Right. Is that relative?
Right. Crazy has a, you know, right, there's scales to that. But no, but I can speak to growing up and with my father in the pulpit, every time I would open my mouth to do anything, it's, oh, there you go. You gonna be preaching now? Like I just gave a welcome to youth, son. What are you talking about? You know, so always fighting that thing. Like, look, I knew early on, like I knew my call was not to preach, but I knew my call was to speak to people, was to be in front of audiences, was to have these platforms, but not preach. Now you, being a preacher's kid, talk to us about dealing with that. Like, when did you know what your call was versus what your parents may have been, or others watching you and figure because your parents were who they are, you're supposed to be them next?
Yeah. You know, it's interesting. I want to say I know a lot of PK struggle greatly with that. And I think I didn't struggle as much with it because I am literally so different than my parents, and I always was, that even before I began speaking and all of that, the worship leader side of me, I've been singing and dancing. And so, my parents, they didn't really do that, not to the degree that I did. So I was always so different. There was no way I could even try to like be a carbon copy. It just didn't fit. But I still definitely had to go through my journey of like really identifying my true calling.
Right,
and ironically, that had really happened at Hampton University. In my junior year, I had taken over a new campus ministry called Proverbs 31. Went to the Student Christian Association meeting, and I didn't know what I was doing, Ryan. I just, they said, we're looking for somebody to take over PV 31. And my hand shot up. I had no idea what I was signing myself up for, but I started hosting, Bible study in chapel and like grooming, and God started really, really sharpening my gifts there. And honestly, I've been in ministry ever since. So that was kind of my journey of finding who I was in God.
Awesome story. What class were you? I'm Ogre 9. What were you?
I'm Onyx 6.
Okay, I know no one else listening outside of Hampton understands that.
I know, they're like, what?
That was our moment. All right, great.
Yes.
So cool. Yeah. So talk to us about what Kingdom Boss does and how you help business owners, brand their businesses.
Yeah. So we offer two main things, and I'm passionate about both of these areas. One is through what we call Kingdom Boss Academy. That's where we offer different courses to really help build up the proficiency. And I know you've come across these people too. There's so many of us as believers who are like, oh, God told me to start this business. Great. But do you know, like you got to file paperwork and marketing.
Right.
Like some of us are so, super spiritual. We're wanting God to do everything and not realizing that, nope, it's going to have to be you.
Right.
So we make sure that we kind of place that bridge that, okay, yay, God has called you to do it. Okay, here's how though. Like, here are the step-by-step. Here's how you build a brand. Here's how you market so that you're not only selling to your family and friends. So that side is really where we build up their proficiency so they go from hobby mode to having a real business.
Awesome.
Yeah. And then we have a community side, which is really more so about connection, collaboration, networking. And that's our Kingdom Boss Society side. And so that element is to get people who think all they need is them and Jesus to realize that your network is your net worth and you need people too.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that because, this is a fun conversation because, when you talk about church, it's you can't talk about it with everybody. So it's fun to be able to talk to somebody about it, right? And you talk about that proficiency piece. And I think that you're so on point because people will think, okay, maybe I am a minister. Maybe I go and prepare sermons. Now I'm a motivational speaker, and now I'm starting a business with this. But there's a lot of differences in that. It's one thing to be on stage and sharing a message. Another thing to build a speaking business, or to write a book. Yeah. So if you had someone who was in front of you right now and they say, "Hey, I can speak. I've been preaching for 10 years. Now I want to go out there and I want to do what you do." What's like one or two things that you want them to start in and say, "Hey, here's how you get started to transition into the business side"?
Oh, that's so good. The first one is going to be to run and get a coach or mentor. Like, don't walk, run.
Good stuff.
Don't waste time trying to figure it out by yourself. We talk about experience being the best teacher, and we leave off the most important part, that it doesn't have to be your own. So,
okay. I like that. Yes.
People think they got to go through all the bumps and bruises on their own, but coaches and mentors are really cheat codes. And we can help you save time and say, no, I did that. Here's how you want to do it. And so really finding someone who is where you would like to be and who can coach you and groom you and give you the skills that you may not have. That would definitely be the first thing, because I just see people who just want to pray about it. And I'm like, okay, yeah, but God is going to use a person.
Right.
Yeah,
there's got to be action to that. And I think that, when I'm just, you give me, I should say, trigger warning. You give me flashbacks to deal with trying to get people, you know, that there is the spiritual side and it's the connection that you have with God. But like you said, you have to do the work.
Yeah.
You have to go out there and do the research, do the work to get to the point where you want to be. So that's so good.
Yeah.
Now I want to talk about your album because we want to make sure that we give you time to talk about that as the praise leader. You just released your new album, Higher. So tell us about that and how people can find, you know, listen to it and support you.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm still figuring this part of life out.
Okay.
You know, I've been coaching and I've been in that world for so long. And the funny thing is, I was actually a music major at Hampton, and the only reason I changed my major to business was because I had an audition with an A&R, and they said you got a little bit too much classical. You need to lay off of that. I said, okay, well, let me switch to business so I can manage myself. And then I've been using the degree for the past 15 years, Ryan. I had no intentions of doing so. So God kind of had me in a space where I had to get back to my first love, which really has always been music. So yeah, the CD is out. People can go to tiffanybathia.com. You know, I'm figuring out now live performances and just how to balance both worlds a bit. But I really am excited about the journey, you know.
Now, I can't let this slide because I've been pronouncing your name, Bethea, for 20 some years. Did you say it's
No.
Bethia?
You want to know something? No. So this is so weird. And I don't know any other people with last names that have this story, but there's multiple pronunciations. So like if you go to the South, which is where that name really originated, like in South Carolina, North Carolina, they actually do say Bethea.
Okay.
And the ones in Baltimore say Bethia. I don't even know why or how that happened. So like I have cousins who do say Bethea. Isn't that weird?
I want to.
Oh, I answer to both.
I pronounce people's names how they say their names. So if you say Bethia, from now on it's Bethia to me.
No, but I answer to both for that reason, though.
Okay,
Honestly.
well, that you just school. I'm like, wait, what's she say? All these years, I didn't know that. So perfect. All right, so I'm gonna call you.
No, because if you go to the South, they're gonna be like, it's Bethea. So
okay. Well, good stuff. Good stuff. Let's talk about your sorry, side note. Sorry about that. Let's talk about your Amplify Accelerator course. So you got something that you can help people. Tell us what that is and how people can work with you on that.
Yeah, that's one of our staple courses through Kingdom Boss Academy, which is really that education side. And it's really designed. So we focus heavily on branding, marketing, and automation. And so it's really designed for that person who, two people really sign up for this course. The main person who comes has gotten their business started and they've gotten a trickle of sales and it's kind of going, but it's not what they're working harder and not smarter. They're not seeing consistent sales. They're kind of guessing. They don't really know what they're doing. It's not duplicatable, you know? And so we really take the guesswork out. We really help them strongly identify their brand, who they are, who they serve, do market research around that, and then really build out their marketing, creating a customer journey. We also walk them through like social media, both the organic side and ads. So again, they can really just put their business on autopilot and stop guessing. So that's our staple program. I love seeing the transformations that come because people go from like, I don't know, to, you know, rocking and rolling and building six-figure businesses. So that's exciting.
Awesome. Tell people how they can start working with you, how they can get, you know, in touch with you, because it's time for us to start getting our businesses together. It's time for us to start doing it the right way. Stop just throwing stuff out there, hoping it sticks. Stop complaining that our family won't support, even though they should, but let's stop complaining about that and go figure out how to build these real businesses. So how can people start working with you?
Yeah, so they can actually just go to kingdomboss.com. If they go to that tab that says Kingdom Boss Academy, they can see the courses we have. Right at the top is that Amplify course. And then if they are looking maybe to do like a VIP day or personal coaching, they can go to that contact page and apply for that.
Awesome. Listen, Tiffany Bethia, I want to thank you for joining us today, being part of this project. I look forward to, you know, keeping in touch with you and working together on some things in the future as well. I want to go ahead and give you the last word to our audience and helping them make their ministry matter.
Yeah. You know what? I guess my last word would be keep the main thing the main thing. There's so much noise out here in the marketplace that will distract you from what God has really called you to do or being your authentic self. But just keep the main thing the main thing. Stay focused on what God has called you to do, how he's called you to do it, for whom he's called you to do it. And don't let the noise distract you from that.
Awesome. Thank you so much. You've been listening to the Make It Matter podcast. I am your host, Ryan C. Greene. I will talk to you soon, and make sure that you make it matter. Welcome to the Make It Matter project. I am the executive producer and publisher, Ryan C. Greene. I want to thank you for taking time to even see what this project is all about. I have never been as excited about a project I've done. A little bit about myself. This is my 16th year in the publishing industry, my 10th book that I have released. And I've never done a project like this. And this is kind of the culmination of 16 years in the industry. This is when I started out the project. This was going to be my last book, but I've had so much fun doing this one. Who knows what'll come next? But this was really the book, the kind of the cherry on the top of my journey, kind of the door opening to the next window, the door opening to the next road, I should say, I guess, for my journey in Greenhouse Media. But what this project is really all about. This project, the Make It Matter project, is all about creating a life of unforgettable impact and abundant fulfillment. My story is simple. As anyone who's been an entrepreneur, I've been an entrepreneur for as long as I can remember now. Anyone who's been an entrepreneur knows that it's not always easy. It's hardly ever easy, quite honest with you. And you have ups and downs. You have times where you have great successes and you think, this is it. I'm finally going to get the things that I was trying to go after. Then you have times when you're questioning whether or not you made the right decision and if this is even the road you should take, and you're ready to give it all up, And so I've been through every pit stop on that road. And it was recently, probably about 5 years ago now, that going up and down, getting success, then having it snatched away, reaching certain goals, then falling short. After all of that, I find myself figuring, okay, well, you know what? I will just go and I'll just get a job, forget all this stuff. I've got responsibilities. All my other friends are out there, working gigs, becoming directors and vice presidents and owners and CEOs of this and that. I'm just going to go ahead and do that thing as well. And I'm just going to go ahead and say, forget all this stuff. I'm going to go ahead and just go to work. And I did that. But what happened was, when you try to run from your purpose, when you try to run from what you were called to do, that thing will chase you down, right? It won't let you go away. So I found myself constantly battling with doing what I felt like I had to do at the time versus what I wanted to do, what I was called to do, and what I knew that once it got right would really change not just my life, but and the life around me, but the legacy and the for my entire family and those around me. So I made a decision probably about 5 years ago that I was not going to do anything that I wasn't passionate about. That I wasn't going to go to work doing something I wasn't passionate about. I wasn't going to work in businesses and take on clients that I wasn't passionate about. I wanted to make sure that everything that I did made me happy, right? But then there was, so that was my decision. And in that process, during that time, rather, I was working at a job that I hated. And I'll talk about that in the book. And I found myself wanted only one thing. I wanted my work to matter. I was in a position where I felt like, it was like, okay, everyone starts here, you work here, and then within a year you can go up and do this and that. And I was like, okay, great. I'll go ahead and make the sacrifice. I'll humble myself, get in here where I fit in for the first year. And, when the time comes, I'll be able to go where I want to go and really show my talents and thrive in this organization and really move up and try to find my home here. And as you probably can tell from the foreshadowing, it didn't go that way. Didn't go that way at all. It ended up being a terrible experience. Then I realized that this just wasn't going to work. So I had to leave from that. So what do I do? What do I do? And that's where I was like, I wanted my work to matter. And that's where this whole Make It Matter thing was birthed. That's where it just started. Like anything, I wanted it to matter. I wanted my work to matter. If I was going to spend my time, if I was going to spend 8 hours a day at a place that wasn't mine, if I was going to spend an hour on the highway going to work, an hour on the highway coming home from work, if I was going to spend all that time and the stress and dealing with people every day, then I wanted at least to know that my work was making a difference, that my work mattered to someone. I was having some kind of impact on someone. And I did that. And my work did that. But then I realized there was another key that was missing, is that while my work was having impact, I wasn't fulfilled, right? I wasn't having joy. I didn't enjoy where I was working. I didn't enjoy who I was working with. I didn't enjoy, who I was helping, quite honestly, sometimes. So I realized there was another piece missing, that I had to have that fulfillment as well. And that's really what kind of got this Make It Matter book together. I started to go through some things. How can what can I work on? What can I make matter to make sure that I'm living a life of abundant, unforgettable impact and abundant fulfillment? So I started putting together a list of things, and I'll share a little bit with you in a minute. But as I putting these things together, I said, well, I was going to put this book together. It's going to be my last book, and I was going to make this the last hurrah, the 10th book, ride out on the I don't know, on a bicycle, whatever, and transition to the next thing in my life. But then I started going through the project, and I said, well, how can we make this project be more than more than just another book for myself? How can I make this project impact more people and help others increase their platforms and find fulfillment in what they do? And that's when the idea for this compilation came to me. Now, I worked on compilation book projects before. I've been in 3 of them actually, but I never actually put one together that I was the person doing it. So I took the idea, and that's where the Make It Matter project came from. And we went, we did the author call, and we were able to gather 16 awesome authors from all different backgrounds to really pour into this book to teach one element each on how to really make something in your life matter, to how to create that impact and fulfillment that you're looking for. We've got authors from all up and down the East Coast, the West Coast. We've got Caribbean. We even have an author in Japan. So this is literally a international project already from jump. We've got 5 people who have PhDs in our book, all different kind of backgrounds. So we have the cream of the crop in this book, and we're just all pouring out, sharing with you how to make something in your life matter, how to find that impact and that fulfillment. So I'm excited about this project, because then it doesn't just stop at the book. That's the biggest thing, is that what makes this so different is that it's more than just a book. Each author is also going to teach a master class. So we have the Make It Matter master class as well, that is available for more in-depth training, where you can go and watch video trainings from the authors. We also have special spotlights that we do. We've got some people. We have Dr. Cheryl Wood, we have Dr. Sean Woodley, we have Matthew C. Horn, Chico Conway, we've got Stanley Tate, we've got Kareem Cook. That's just the starting lineup, for the first release. But every month we'll be adding new spotlights, new trainings into the masterclass to go with this thing. We have the podcast that you might be listening to right now. The podcast is part of this project as well. The live event, man, I can't wait to the live event, because that's going to be huge. And you see, we're just doing things that haven't been done as in one project. And then finally, there's going to be the Make It Matter film. I'm probably most excited about that part, because it's going to be a project where we're going to take I love to take some self-help, some real stuff, some personal development stuff, and put it into an entertaining format. So if you like comedy, if you like film, then you're going to really be excited about what we come up with a Make It Matter film, and that's released in the summertime. So I'm excited about this whole project. I encourage you to go to makeitmatterproject.com, themakeitmatterproject.com. Go ahead and get a copy of the book. You can enroll in the course and just tell somebody else about it. Tell people about what's going on with this project. Support the authors that we have. Help us share the word. You know, when we go and we see stuff on social media and we go and we'll share a TikTok, we'll share a post, we'll share a meme, people that we have no idea who they are, right? You have an opportunity here, though, where you can actually share something with and help someone you know can go viral, help a project that you know the people and help that go viral, help spread the word about that. So, you know, the power is in your hands to do that. And I'm excited about seeing how this thing takes off. So I want to do two more things I want to share with you. First thing is that this project is dedicated to my father. I want to make sure that I get that in there. Is that this project is dedicated to my father, Reverend Harry A. Greene, who passed away in September of 2020. So, you know, the book is really about, well, not the book so much, but I really was thinking about him when I started this project when he was still alive. The fact that he passed away really kind of hit home and made it sink in more that we really looking at the impact that people have in our lives. And sometimes you take for granted when they're here that impact they have, but when they're gone, you're like, man, it was so much that I didn't even give credit for, or things like that. So this project is dedicated to him when he was alive. Every time I wrote a book, the first thing he would call me about was, did I dedicate a book to him? It wasn't dedicated to him. So this book was going to be dedicated to him. I'm sad that he's not here to see it in person, but I know he's watching down. So this project dedicated to my pops. Definitely love you. Thank you for that, for all that you've done for us. So, and the Make It Matter movement, the Make It Matter project, this is really about just thinking about yourself. When we look at what we've gone through in the last year and a half with the pandemic, with the global shutdown, everything, I think most of us have had to sit back and really ask ourselves, what was it all for? What everything that we've been out there fighting for, going crazy over, running around to get done, all the things we were trying to accomplish, all the things we were trying to buy and purchase, that all the things that we feel were success, that we feel validate our success. When we're stuck home, when we really couldn't do anything else, when you're sitting there at your house looking at just you and your family, and forced to ask yourself the question, like, does this stuff matter? Is this stuff really fulfilling you? Like, is this stuff a true indicator of your success and your impact that you've had on others in the world? And is it really what fulfills you? Or have you fallen into the trap of just trying to do what society has told you should do in order to be successful? So this Make It Matter thing is really about people taking inventory of their lives and deciding what really matters to them. Have I been doing what really fulfills me, or have I been trying to live out someone else's definition of success? So I want to talk to you real briefly. The last thing I'll do is talk to you, because I talk a lot. I have a lot of different things I discuss in my chapter in the book. And I want to just kind of give you something about leadership, how to make your leadership matter. Okay. For those who are leaders and whether you call yourself a leader, whether you are called a leader, whether you're a leader by title or a leader by influence, there's some things that leaders, and myself being an impact leadership strategist, there's some things that leaders need to know, and some of the things that a lot of places leaders may fail. So I just want to give you one thing real quick, and this is in the book. I don't want to give you all of it, but I'm gonna give you one quick thing about that. I talk about how to make your leadership matter. Okay, and I talk about the top 3 ways that leaders fail. Okay, and I just want to give you the first one because I don't want spend too much time here. But the first thing I talk about leadership and how leaders fail is leaders are colorblind. Okay, leaders are colorblind. And if you are a leader and if you are colorblind, you could be failing in this way. Now, when I was working for an organization, and I was the director of marketing and development, and I had a development associate who worked for me. And I remember us being in a meeting one day, and we were talking, and we're looking at a spreadsheet of all our donors, and it was color coded and all of this. And I was looking at him, and I said, hey, we'll call him John. I said, John, I want you to make sure that everyone who's in blue, we want to do this with them. Everyone who's in red, we want to go and do this with them. Anyone who's in green, we want to do this and that. All right. And we're looking at the spreadsheet. I'm talking to him, and I'm pointing, and just matter of fact, like boom, boom, boom. So I realized that John was looking at me kind of weird and kind of befuddled. So I asked him, I said, what what don't you understand? What's the problem? So John looks at me, he tells me, he says, Ryan, I'm colorblind. And I was like, wow, I wouldn't have known that, obviously, didn't know that. But what the problem was is that he was colorblind. So I'm telling him to look at the colors on the spreadsheet, and he couldn't see the colors on the spreadsheet the same way. There wasn't a red or a green or a blue the way I saw red, green, and blue. So when I learned that from him, I took the time to really, talk to him and figure out, well, what's the best way for us to go about this? How do we now shift our strategy and make this a process that you can do based on what we have here that fits you? And a lot of times, and it made me think about leaders, because a lot of time what'll happen is poor leaders, when something like that happens, we go into leadership communicating with people colorblind, because we think that everyone sees the world the same way we see it. We think everyone sees things and understands and processes things the same way we see it. So when we say it, we expect that they got it. And we expect that they understand it the same way we understand it. So when we say it, we expect it's going to get done, never thinking that, hey, maybe they don't see things the same way. Maybe their experiences aren't the same as ours. So maybe their vocab isn't the same as ours. So when we give instruction, when we talk to them, when we share our visions, it's important that we communicate and talk and make sure that we're all on the same page. And then here's the thing, as a leader, if you find out that that someone whom you're leading doesn't quite get it the way that you want it to be gotten, I know that's not really a real word, right? But the way that you want it, then you have to decide, is it more important for you to be right, or is it more important to get the job done? And what I mean by that is, are you going to say, well, look, it's either my way or the highway, or do you as a leader say, okay, well, listen, let me approach it from your vantage point and see what you need best to do your job, what you need to do your job best. So that is the one thing about the leadership. And when you have people that you're leading and they see that you care, they see that you're willing to listen, they see that you're willing to admit that you may have made a mistake, or admit that your idea wasn't the best idea, or admit that you may have not have thought of a different kind of perspective, and now you're listening and willing to take in that information and make a better decision from that will get the buy-in from your team so much better, so much faster, and so much deeper. So as a leader, you want to make sure that you are doing those things, that you are listening and not just colorblind, thinking that everyone sees the world the same way as you see it. So that was, just one piece. It was just a snippet of all the things that we're going to share in this book. This book is a couple things. One, this book is a lot of fun. Okay, you're going to read this book and you're going to laugh. You're going to enjoy it. You're going to look, really enjoy the time that you have with this book. Really learn some things about some interesting people with interesting backgrounds. I think that you're going to have some great takeaways. Also, I'm not just going to, I'm not just saying this. I think you will be hard pressed to find a book that is more appealing to the eye than this book. Aesthetically, the layout, this book is just a beautiful book. I can't stress that enough. The book is beautiful, and when you get it, you're gonna be amazed at how good it looks. You're gonna love having the book. It's a full color book. Okay, so it's not that's put that right there. It's not a black and white book, so it's a full color book. So if it's full color, what's that mean? Hey, there's some color in it, right? There's something in it that's going to be appealing to you. So if for nothing else, get the book because it looks good, right? So listen, I am excited about this, and we have so many authors. I didn't put my list out, so I don't want to start calling names. I didn't write my list out, but we've got so many different authors. You can look on the website and see every list of authors. Each one will have a podcast. Each one will have an interview that you can listen to as well. So I'm just looking forward to what this is going to do for you and for everyone else who sees this book. So again, go to www.themakeitmatterproject.com. Go ahead and get your book. You can order 5 books, 10 books, 20 books. Make sure you enroll in the online masterclass, and just that way you keep in touch with what's going on, so that when the movie is released, you get the VIP screening for the movie. This is just going to be so much fun. So I'm excited about it. I want to thank you for your support over the 16 years. I'm looking forward to what's going to happen with this project and what we're going to do moving forward. Again, I'm Ryan C. Greene. I will talk to you later. I look forward to helping you make welcome to another Make It Matter Spotlight. Man, I am loving these interviews, and today we have with us another Make It Matter featured author, Miss Linda Buckley. So welcome, Miss Linda.
Thank you.
I am so glad to have you here. You have the honor of being the first chapter after my introductory chapter in the book. So when you all are reading the Make It Matter book, she will be the first chapter you see after mine. So you don't get anything for that. I'm letting you know, hey, congrats. So just congrats, just a little tidbit,
Okay.
But great. We want to jump right in and have a conversation with you. And for those who are watching, your chapter is Make Your Words Matter. So
Yes.
talk about making your words matter. So I want you to go and give a brief introduction of who Linda Buckley is and how you became, how you got to this point, what you do.
Okay. Linda, I'm a native of Chicago, moved to Atlanta, became a licensed clinical therapist. And in my process of doing that, I have come in contact with just a lot of people. And being in contact with a lot of people, I found out that everybody's not like you. They're not positive, and the things you say really will affect people. Because in my job as a therapist, I had the opportunity to work with families and individuals that had so many different problems. And I've been working in that field for about 30 years. So I was accustomed to helping them solve their problems. But when each individual person came in there, it mattered how I spoke to them and the words that I said to them. Because usually when they came to see me, they were in some kind of trauma or in some kind of state that it was very difficult for them to deal with. And so I had to ease their thoughts and their outlook on life. And I realized that the words that I said to them was very important. And I just couldn't just say anything. I had to be diplomatic, I had to be sensitive, and I had to speak in a manner in which they would understand me.
We came up in a generation where the saying was sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will
Right.
never hurt me. And I think all of us at some point in our lives realize that's a lie.
Right.
Words hurt.
Sure do.
Words
do.
hurt.
Yes.
So now we live in a age of social media where anyone will say anything behind a keyboard and a screen and forget that they're actually talking to human beings on the other side. So when you're talking about words, it's in what we say is so important and such a valuable lesson to learn. So I'm excited to learn about, to talk more about it. Now, your story, you have a story rather of how when you were in school, when you were in grade
Yes.
school, and how this really kind of started to implant itself to your mind and your being. So tell us about that.
Right. When I was in school, I just had a very negative outlook on life, a very negative attitude, because I was around a lot of negative people.
Mhm.
And I did not realize that I was so negative. And we did an experiment in school with some plants. And one was named Polly and one was Molly. And one we talked very positive words to, words of affirmations. I love you, you're gonna grow. And the other one we talked very negative to. And you're ugly, you're not gonna grow, we don't want you in this room. And we did that for 30 days. And then I realized, well, the teacher told us, we saw the plants, and one of the plants, it just flourished, and the other plant did not. And at that time, when she explained that experiment to us, I really realized at how your words had an effect on you. Before then, I did not realize that your words really had an effect on anyone. I thought I was just saying things just to be saying things. And and when you're in school, you feel that you had to put up a front in order to be popular, or you want people to like you. And she told us that our words really mattered. So you have to think about what you need to say before you say it. And that experiment really put a light in my mind that the words that I was saying to other people, like you're dumb, you're stupid, we don't like you, those were not words that I needed to continue to be using. So yeah,
I'm just thinking about my the story is so powerful, but then on another side, I'm like, I have plants that I can never seem to keep alive because I don't talk to them. I need to go talk to my plants as soon as we're done this interview. But
right.
anyway, I'm gonna let them know I love you. I want my peace lilies to stay around. But sticking with the school thing now, and I kind of you kind of touched on it, but and I ask every author this: if you were to talk to your 18-year-old self, and had to prepare yourself for the journey that your life has taken, what one piece of advice would you have given yourself then, as far as how to make sure that you could travel the road better that you had to travel?
Yes, I would say believe in yourself and stop hanging around negative people and use powerful affirmations that build you up, because the things that you're reading, the things that you're speaking about are the things that you're going to think about. So you have to read positive information, you have to read positive messages. And so that's what part of the reason why I changed my attitude, because I got around positive people and I started reading positive information, and it really helped me to change my life. And I stop taking things so seriously, because it was like, you know, you want to be perfect, you want to be you want to be really known in high school or in middle school, but you're not, and you don't realize that that's just a small part of your life, and that as you grow older, your thoughts and your things will change in your life.
Yeah, that's just very good advice, because I know all the cool people in my high school, they all fell off real. They used their cool too early. You know, it's like all of us nerds, we kind of now we're running the thing. So, you know, don't get so caught up in worrying about trying to fit in. I think, you know, I have
Right,
two kids, you know, 16 and 18, and just watching them trying to navigate life and school and social media and TikTok and all that kind of stuff. So,
right.
you know, it's definitely important to have that self-worth and not worrying about you know, what other people think of you. Let me ask you this question: when we talk, because the book is about having an unforgettable impact and abundant fulfillment in your life, how would you define fulfillment for yourself and what you do?
Fulfillment, what I would do with define that is that I want my words in my life to matter to my family, my friends, and my community, because I want to leave a legacy that I came here to this earth and the things that I did mattered to maybe one person or several people, 100 people or more.
Right.
And that the things that I'm doing for myself, I can contribute to my family and my community, and that I can make a difference in what I'm doing. I'm just not here just to take up space. I'm not here just to do nothing. I'm here to leave a legacy, and that life can be good. There will be some ups and downs, but you can get through those ups and downs. But you have to just keep on thinking good about yourself and thinking positive. And that's how this chapter has had an impact on my life.
Awesome. And I'll ask you, so what if I'm reading the chapter, well, not me, but if someone else is reading the chapter, what's the biggest takeaway you want them to have? What's the biggest impact you hope that your chapter is going to have on those who read it?
The biggest impact is I want you to realize that you can change the way you think about yourself, but you have to believe in yourself, and you have to put good information into your mind in order to have good thoughts come out of your mind. And that when you are reading my chapter, think about the people you are around, think about what you think about daily, think about how you talk to yourself, because your self-talk really determines a lot. And a lot of times our self-talk, we are constantly talking negative in our minds, but you have to change those thoughts in your minds. So believe in yourself and change your negative thoughts.
Awesome. Now there was, you know, you're out there, you're doing your thing. There's book projects all over. You could have been a part of anything, but you chose the Make It Matter project. What was it about this project that you saw and you said, this is the one I need to be a part of? Why was it important that you shared your message through this project?
Well, the message, the why I share this to my project is because I saw you speak at Brian O's
Oh,
uh, summit that he had,
yes.
educational summit, or you gave a class.
Yes, I
And
remember.
that really inspired me because I really believe in Brian. And then I say, if Brian has someone like you in this, on his program, that I could really trust what you were about to say, because I didn't really know a lot about you. I did look you up on social media, and I like some of the things that you were doing in social media. And I said, wow, this sounds like a great project. When I got into this project, I didn't really know what to expect. You really stretched me. You really made me go further than I could think about going, because I had written a book before, but I stretched myself. But writing that chapter stretched me because I was like nervous about it. And then doing this interview, I was like, oh my goodness, I was nervous about that. And now I'm working on my course and I'm still nervous about that, but I know I'm going to stretch myself and grow. And your philosophy of helping people get to the next level in their life really resonated with me. And your background as being in broadcasting helped me also, because I say, well, this is a person that knows what they're doing and they could teach me a lot. And I know I can learn from you. And that's the impact that you had on my life.
Oh, well, awesome. Thank you so much. Shout out to Brian Oles. Definitely shout out to him. He's part of the project as well. So those who are watching this interview, if you know Brian Oles, he's part of the project as well. I appreciate those kind words. And you know, what this is part of the reason what I do, the impact I try to have on people is that, just like yourself, I try to push people and say, look, dream bigger. You can do more. You can do it. You know, even if you never thought about it, hey, sometimes you just need someone that you can trust to pull you along. And I didn't pull anybody along. I pushed you along because you already had the talent. You had the skills. I didn't pull anybody. But I'm loving the project. It's getting, you know, and things. It's been impactful on me as well, and offering so many different things for me throughout this process. So I enjoyed it as well. So we want to talk about, and before I get to that, because you mentioned course as well. So we do have the masterclass. So if you are watching this interview, you can get the book, but Linda, as well as every other featured author, is also doing a video masterclass teaching that'll be a part of this project as well. So you'll be able to get more information and see more insight and training from there. But Linda, I want you to go ahead and give contact information, how people can follow you on social media, get in touch with you if they want to work with you. Tell them how they can do that.
Yes, my email address is lbuckley1188@gmail.com. That's lbuckley1188@gmail.com. You go to my website, problemsolvebook.com, problemsolvebook.com. And I'm also on Facebook as Linda Buckley.
Awesome. So I want to thank you for being part of this project. I want to thank you for your time. You did a wonderful job on your interview. I don't know what you were nervous about. You did a great job. I look forward to what this project is going to mean for everyone and how they're going to be impacted by your part and your contribution. So I want to leave you with the last words, and then we'll be out.
All right, Ryan, thank you. Just believe in yourself. Know that you have whatever you need is within you. You just need someone to help you pull it out of you, because it's already there. Just like Ryan has done for me, it's already there. So take the next step in your life, believe in yourself, have a positive mental attitude about the things that you want to do, and just go ahead and do it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. You can get the book at www.themakeitmatterproject.com/Linda. And you can go ahead and start your process. You're creating your life of unforgettable impact and abundant fulfillment today. Take care. to another Make It Matter moment. I am here with one of our featured authors, Gregory L. Carter. Welcome, sir.
Hey, thank you.
I'm excited about, listen, I'm gonna let everyone know while I'm extra excited about this interview because one, we both have Hampton ties, we both have fraternal ties, but more than that, we have number ties. You literally made me an alpha. So I've always held you in high esteem, man. So I appreciate you for being part of this project.
Yeah, no doubt. And I've always known that you were going to do some big things. And I'm just blessed to be a part of this project and the big things that you're doing, and honored that you even tapped me for it.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. So we want to get right in because these Make It Matter moments are opportunities for our listeners, our viewers, our readers to really learn more about each author. So we want to talk to you about just a little bit about your journey, what it is you do, and then some more project-specific questions after that. So tell us first, who's Gregory Carter, how you got started, and what it is that you do.
Yeah, absolutely. So my journey is maybe unique to some, maybe familiar to others, but I was a 20-year corporate executive and, just found myself in 2008 at the end of a 20-year run, having been downsized 3 times in 7 years, felt God was pulling me to do something else. Sometimes he's got to get your attention by continuing to knock. And I became an entrepreneur, but more specifically a financial educator. Earned my licenses to become a financial advisor and really set out to learn the industry, but more importantly, Ryan, to help people prepare for the future financially. I think that's one of the biggest gaps in our community and really in all communities. So that's really my charter, my calling, and I've been in the business since 2014, helping families plan and prepare for the future, whether it be retirement, college funding, people who are in retirement, who need to make sure that their money's going to last, etc.
Wow. Now, that's a great call and definitely something that, like you said, we need more in our community. Was this something like finance? Was that something you always wanted to do? Or was it kind of like once life hit you and you saw yourself in a situation, you started learning, it's like, look, I need to teach everybody else this. How did you kind of end up in finance?
Yeah, good question. So as I left corporate America, I naturally engaged with a financial advisor. And trusted her with my little nest egg that I had after 20 years in corporate America, and really felt the pinch of what I'd call not sound financial advice. Everybody remembers what happened back in 2008 with the stock market going into 2009. Well, I felt that directly and lost 1/3 of my retirement savings simply because that advisor didn't protect my money appropriately. In other words, she wasn't using the techniques that I use for my clients. And I really felt that. I did get the money back. The market does always recover. But as I began to get in the industry and learn some really good techniques to protect people's money, I thought, wow, what if I had these when I was sitting in the client chair with my over 6 figures of retirement savings. So that was the impotence for me getting in the industry. I said I vowed to never let that happen to another person that I engage with for financial planning.
Awesome. Now I want to take you back. Well, before I take you back, let me ask you, why did you feel it was important for you to share this in this project?
Simply because I think there's a big gap in America with financial literacy. It's been said that in high school they teach sex education, but not financial literacy. You probably could figure out the sex education part alone, but certainly the financial literacy is so important. My own father, who had an illustrious career in corporate America and had a financial planner for over 30 years, is amazed at some of the things I share with him that his financial planner has not made him aware of. And he and my mom aren't in jeopardy, but certainly if they'd known some things that I educate my clients on, they might have done some things differently with their plan. So that's a case in point is how everybody doesn't always seek out financial literacy, doesn't have access to it, whatever you call it. So I wanted through this Make It Matter project to really relay to folks some important things that they need to know about their own money so they can make that money matter.
Right. That's so important. And one thing you said is that, well, one thing I heard through that is sometimes we don't know what we don't know, and I think with finances especially, it's it can be a scary subject. So people who are just like I don't even want to know about it because then I've got to give my money to somebody else. We're afraid to talk about it, and our community doesn't discuss money with each other anyway. If you could teach yourself, your 18-year-old self, your freshman self going into Hampton University,
Yeah.
you could talk to that 18-year-old Greg, based on what you've learned now, what would something you would be able to tell that 18-year-old you to better prepare them for the road you've traveled?
Yeah, and it's so funny you asked that question because, as you know, I've got a daughter who's following my footsteps and her mother's step at Hampton now, and in her second year. And some of the things I tell her are things I wish that somebody had told me. But it's acquire savings, put that savings though in a high yield savings account. Establish your credit early, and we're doing that for her. She just purchased her first car in her name on her own. Establish the credit. Also, look into investments that aren't always traditional or what we're pushed into, like IRAs and 401ks. I'm not here to disparage those, but look at alternative ways to save and grow money. For example, real estate investment. For example, natural resources investments, things that give you tax savings, things that grow your money and grow cash flows and don't put you in a tax jeopardy or a bad tax position in the future. So those are things I wish somebody told me. We were told, as you know, in our generation, go to school, get a good job, do well there, maybe go to graduate school, work 30 years, put all your money in a pre-tax account and retire happy. And it just doesn't work out that way, Ryan, all the time. There are other ways that the wealthy acquire and pass on wealth to their family.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. I think that's the biggest thing. If nothing else, this year, this past year, and even 2008, 2009 has shown us that you've got to have different ways that the subscription we've been given, the things we've been told is not always the end all be all. And you've got to find other ways to go about building your wealth and really taking control of it as well. So that's important. I want to ask you a couple things. What does fulfillment, because this book is about creating unforgettable impact and abundant fulfillment, what does fulfillment look like to Gregory Carter?
Yeah, great question. So I go back to my corporate career. I moved up quickly, made what I would consider as good money, traveled the country, led big teams. But yet, Ryan, I wasn't really fulfilled. Why? Because I wasn't helping people directly. You sit in an ivory tower and you put forth marketing plans or projects or initiatives that are important at that time. But when you look back, or when I look back, I say, did I really help anybody? So fulfillment for me is when I sit with a family and they say, Greg, we want to be able to retire on our terms, comfortably, reliably. We want to protect our downside in case, God forbid, there's a serious illness or worse. We want our kids to be able to go to college and not be saddled with student loan debt. To me, being able to sit across the table, hear those families' desires, goals, whatever you want to call it, and then put a plan in place that helps them achieve that, and them say to me, Greg, we feel secure financially. To me, that is fulfillment. That's my calling. That's my charter. I think that's why at the end of a 20-year career, I was downsized 3 times in 7 years. God was saying, I've got something else for you to do. I need you to help my people more directly. So I'm fulfilled every time I do that. Is it easy? No. Convincing people sometimes to do the right thing with money, but when they get it and the light bulb goes off and the plan's in place, I'm fulfilled.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Listen, I want people who are listening, people who are watching to say, who are saying, listen, I need to go ahead and finally get my financial life in order. I want to reach out to you.
Sure.
So tell them how people can get more information, how they can contact you and possibly work with you.
Absolutely. So you can reach us at the office. I'll give you that number. It's 404-713-5022. And there'll be several options there. Select one for financial planning if that's where you want to have the discussion. We don't charge fees to consult, to hear your goals, put a plan together with you, financial plan, and to implement that plan. We do not charge fees. And then you can also visit our website to get some more financial education, learn more about some of the concepts that we use with our clients, and you could schedule a meeting with us online. And that website is Carter, C-A-R-T-E-R, financial.us, just like Uncle Sam. So carterfinancial.us. And we'd love to roll our sleeves up and help you build a solid financial house for now and in the future.
Man, thank you so much. Listen, if you all are watching this, you are wondering what this book is about. This is just one of the featured authors in our book. We want to help you go out there and make your money matter, secure your financial future. And I definitely encourage you all to get with Gregory Carter and let him help you out. He's giving it away for free, the conversation. So you can at least get some questions answered without having to worry about putting out money on that end. So just, if nothing else, reach out, get those questions answered. Greg, I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for your participation. I'm looking forward to great things to come, and and wishing you all the best. And thanks again for joining us.
Absolutely. You're welcome. And thank you again for tapping me to participate. All the best.
Thank you. Welcome to another Make It Matter Spotlight. We have our special guest today, our featured author, Dr. Ashley Dash. So excited to have this conversation with her. Welcome. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm super excited to be here.
Awesome. Glad to have you. And this, you hold the honor of actually it's two, but you hold the farthest honor of making this project an international project because you are all the way over in Japan. So yeah, we'll say like Japan. So I appreciate you. I'm excited to talk to you. Glad you made time for us for this episode. So tell the world who Dr. Ashley Dash is and what you do.
So I am Dr. Ashley Dash. Most people know me as their favorite career branding expert. And what I really focus on is helping Black business professionals up-level their career and find career freedom, no matter if that's in corporate or in entrepreneurship. So that's kind of my claim to fame.
Awesome. And in our book, you are talking about make your legacy matter. And we're going to get into that. I want to talk because, a little bit about your story. You had the six-figure job in corporate America. You lost it. You said you went through, you in poverty, but then you got it back. Most people fight their whole life to get one six-figure job, but you got one, lost it, got it back. So your whole thing is about helping people define their career and really find that success and build that legacy that way. So I want to get into some of that, but I want to ask you first, why is this subject matter so important to you? Why does this matter to you?
The reason why it matters to me is because I realized really early on that, particularly for Black people, their jobs are the biggest part of them. It provides a sense of identity. It provides a sense of financial security, helps them take care of their family, lets them do leisure activities and vacation and create memories. So what I realized really early on is that the job is the biggest part. Your career is the biggest part of you. And I was what I call a recession baby. What that means is I graduated in 2007, right before the Great Recession happened. So I was looking for jobs, in that space. I was in the space when everyone was getting laid off, except me. And I've had really a lot of people in my family lose their jobs. And I was the only person working for for a time. So I just know the impact of what having a job, or to be honest, more importantly, not having a job can do to a family, can do to a person's sense of self, their confidence, their health, all of that kind of plays into that. So for me, it's very personal. It's very real. I have, suffered from unemployment on more than one occasion, as well as has many of my family members. So for me, like, it's real for me. Like, people talk about, oh, it's just, resume, it's just this. No, this is life or death for me. And that's how I approach it. And a lot of my clients, and when we're having conversations, they've never had a Black career coach. They've never had someone that looks like me that has been in HR telling them, you don't say that, you don't do that, you write this here, you do that there, so they can get their foot in the door, so they can really create the life that they love. Because that's really what I feel as career freedom really is.
Yeah. And I want to talk about that career freedom piece, because I love how you talk about it in your chapter in the book, the career freedom. You have, let me get my notes here. You have your legacy foundation is built on, rather, your legacy built on foundation, you got growth, and then you have purpose. So I want to kind of talk with that, the first part about that foundation, and then take us through your model there.
So a lot of people want to jump straight to purpose. I'm that person. I'm that girl. I want to jump straight to purpose because that's what makes you alive. That's what gets you excited. And some people can do that, but for a majority of the population, we can't do that. Like, we have to start at ground zero, right? And the foundation is where I start with everyone, right? And that is finding your career freedom. That is where you actually get stability in your income. That's where you're not living paycheck to paycheck. That's when you have discretionary income, right? Because it's really difficult to work on your purpose, to have passion projects, but you don't have money to fund them. Like, someone has to pay for it. Like, even if you're not paying for it, the money has to come from somewhere. And for most people, it comes from their corporate full-time positions. And one of my, I guess I'll call it pet peeves, is that everyone wants to be an entrepreneur. Everyone has to be an entrepreneur. Everyone kind of like dumping on a corporate job. There's nothing wrong with having a 9-to-5, having stability, having dental benefits, having medical benefits. A lot of entrepreneurs actually start with a 9-to-5. It funds their dream. And I don't think, that first level of foundation, I don't think it gives enough respect. Be honest, I didn't give it enough respect in my own, career and entrepreneurial journey. So I really want to emphasize that that's really, really important.
I'm glad you said that, because I know from my own journey, I've kind of transformed and changed how I look at things. Because when I first got into I always wanted to be an entrepreneur. Even coming out of high school, look at my memory book. It said, when I grow up, I want to be an entrepreneur. But I didn't have any mentors, didn't have any roadmap, didn't know what to do. So the first opportunity I got to go out on my own through a company I was with, I jumped out there and I did that, and because I thought that's what you had to do, and the lessons I learned by the things that I lost were very hard to deal with, and it kind of made me shift my mindset, where my most recent book, Becoming a Passionpreneur, is all about how to do that thing, how to go out there and build your business without quitting your job. Man, I tell you, I was one of those people, oh, you work in a job, and jobs, for everybody's not fit for a job, but there is nothing wrong with having a job, especially when it's funding something else. And it's so important, like you said. So I'm glad you touched on that piece. So speaking of that, I've asked every author to talk to their 18-year-old self. I just talked about my memory book in high school when I was 18. Let's go back to 18-year-old Ashley. They probably called you Ash back then. You weren't Doctor yet, right?
All kind of crazy nicknames.
Right. So if you're talking to 18-year-old Ashley, and you want to give her one piece of advice to better prepare her for the road that you traveled, knowing what you know now, what would you give someone getting started as it relates to your message and making your legacy matter?
I think I was just so focused on life in my area. It had to be a certain way. It had to look a certain way. It had to be like this picture perfect idea, whether it was a major in college or not going back to school, or I had to go to summer school one year and it just like devastated me, right? For some reason, that was just like failure in my mind. I think we hold on to these specific pictures in our brain of how life is supposed to look like and what it has to be. And it doesn't have to be that way. I feel like I would have had a lot less anxiety, a lot less stress, and I could have enjoyed the moment more had I not been so focused on this is the way life has to be, or I have to do it this particular way, right? We get caught up in that, and you don't have to do that. Just go with what you know at the moment. You're going to mess up. It's part of life, but that's how you learn. So I wouldn't change anything, but I would just tell people to go with what you know at the moment and don't beat yourself up once you learn to do better.
That's so rich, because that's exactly what this whole project is about. I think that in the last year, 2 years, depending on when people are seeing this, by that point, people have really, sat back and said, we've lived lives of just checking off boxes, as Michelle Obama said, trying to fit into this dream that we have, or what we think should be life and what should be success. And then we really have been stuck with like asking ourselves, does this really matter? What really matters? And when we realize, when we really evaluate rather, what it takes for us to be fulfilled, what it takes for us to have impact on other people's lives, some of those things, like it's not about having some fancy title to tell somebody when they ask you, what do you do? So, it's not about being able to say you got this house, got that car. It's about really who have you touched in life, and how have you been touched by others. So that's so good, and it's really kind of the thesis, doctor, for our whole project. So let me ask you, what does fulfillment look like to you?
I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but I always say fulfillment looks like career freedom, right? And career freedom, to me, my definition of it is when you have a choice, like when you get to make the decision, when you call the shots, okay? That's what career freedom is in a nutshell. You control where you work, where you live, what you do, how much money you make. Like when you're in control of your career, it doesn't matter if you go into a 9 to 5 because that's your choice to do that, or if you're a full-time entrepreneur, or you do both. You could be in school, night school, it doesn't matter. However you decide and consciously choose with intention to do life, that's career freedom, right? So for me, that's what fulfillment is. And that's what I would love for everyone to kind of take away with it. It's like you have a choice, you have action. There's been times where I felt stuck, right? I just felt like I just felt like I was boxed in a corner because life was going crazy, or my job was going crazy, or both were going crazy. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna give up, and I'm just gonna sit here and just stay with this. But that's when you lose. You win when you decide, you know what? This isn't my life. This isn't what I want. And it's going to take some effort. It's going to take some digging. It's going to take some, I don't know, some prayer, some crying. I don't know. But it's going to take some stuff to move forward. And that's really what I want people to know, is that if you don't like what your life looks like, and I think a lot of us have felt that way at a certain time, you actually have everything you need inside of you to make the next decision to move forward. Yeah. So to me, that's what career freedom is. It's that freedom, that choice to take the next action so you can live the life you want to live, not live life you feel like you're forced to have.
Yeah, I mean, you preaching to me, because I know I can tell you the exact point in my life, and it wasn't that long ago when I decided, I made a choice. I'm only going to work on things that I'm passionate about. I'm only going to work on things that I feel are going to fulfill me and have an impact on people's lives. I wanted my work to matter. That's kind of where this whole project started from, in the living part, before I actually put it into the book format. But so important, so important. So let me ask you this, because you could have been part of any kind of project. You could have gone out there and done your own thing. Why was it so important for you to join this project and share your message in this format?
So for a couple of reasons, because I was able to get to a good place here in Japan, and make good money, 6-figure job, I had what I call the luxury to think and to breathe and to relax. I finished my doctorate degree over here in Japan. So I had all this extra free time. I just had time to kind of just like think and chill and relax, even though we were going through a COVID. To be honest, for the most part, I've been doing pretty well, right? Over here, like secluded and safe. And during this time last year, I actually created a national holiday called National Black Man Day, which really is to love, celebrate, and appreciate Black men, because that was just like a passion project for me, something that I had in my heart. So when I saw the project, first of all, the title itself, I was like, yes, I'm all in. And then I saw it was by a Black man. I was like, oh yes, this right here. I have to find out more about this. I have to see if it's something that is a match for me. If you were interested, in having that conversation, because you have to make it like, it matters to me that Black men win. It matters to me that they're loved, that they're celebrated, that they're appreciated, and that they know that from a Black woman. And I don't want anything from them. I'm not trying to hit on them or trying to get anything from them. I just want them to know, like, your melanin is beautiful. The way you show up is great, and I'm here for it.
You heard the woman. You heard the woman. Pick the right shirt for the day, right? Awesome. I love that. I love that. Thank you so much for that. So how can people get in touch with you? How can they work with Dr. Ashley and really start to help build their legacy and make it matter for them?
Definitely. So of course you can go to Facebook. So you go to facebook.com/Dr. Ashley Dr. Ashley DASH. And people who say, hey, I want to talk with her, like everything she's saying makes sense. I'm vibing with her, or I don't really know, but she kind of piqued my interest. Then I encourage them to schedule, a consultation with me. I call it a breakthrough strategy session. We're going to break through and see what you need. So if they go to www.workwithdrashley.com, they'll go straight to my calendar and they can schedule a career breakthrough strategy session. I always warn people, there's a little assessment, questionnaire you got to fill out. Just only a couple, questions, but just want to warn them. Fill that out, and then we have a conversation. I tell people I love to help people, both men and women. And if that means that we work together, great. Or if I help you on to someone else, that's great too. I just want people to win. And that's really like the goal.
Dr. Ashley, I am so excited and so glad that this, wait, not excited, our word is elated. I'm elated for, right, to have you part of this project and have connected with you in this way because of this project. So I'm excited about what you're doing. I can't wait for people to really get into the book, get in the chapter, join the master class, and get deeper understanding of what it is that you teach. So I'm going to leave you with the last words to send us on out.
I always tell people, listen, no matter where you are, no matter if you're the rich of the rich or the poor of the poor, if you're listening to my voice, you still have purpose, you're still here, and everything you need is inside of you. So what's inside of you is stronger than what's outside of you. So let's just take action, let's keep moving, and just take that one next step.
Awesome so much. Thank you so much for your time. I look forward to talking to you again real soon.
Bye.
Welcome to another Make It Matter moment. I am your host today again, Ryan C. Greene, and we have another featured Make It Matter author with us today, Miss Maddie D. from Boston, Massachusetts. How are you today?
I'm very well, Ryan. Thank you so much for asking. It's a beautiful day in Boston, and we're ready for the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Now, are you cheering for Tom Brady or are you?
Oh, but of course.
Oh gosh, y'all. Oh man, I still don't like him. Anyway. Well, listen, we want to jump right in because we want to talk about some things that'll make everyone happy. Tom Brady doesn't do that. But we'll talk about I want to talk about you. We'll talk about what you do and your contribution to the Make It Matter project. For those who have gotten the book, you may read Miss Maddie's chapter, but also those who want to sign up for her masterclass, may be able to see. We want to talk to you about making your credit matter, making your budget matter. We want to talk about finances and just getting your financial house in order today. But we want to talk about those things. But before we get into that, talk to us about who Maddie D is, how you became, how you got to this place where you are, where this is what you are an expert in.
Well, Ryan, this is awesome. I came into workforce development in 1991 after graduating with my second degree in human resource management. And I thought, oh my God, I love helping people. In addition to helping them to obtain employment after they were laid off, to get in more skills, to become better employed once they go back to work. And the whole thing around career coaching, career counseling. It's just been a phenomenal journey for me in that, because I love helping people. I love helping them to solve their problems. It may not be a problem when we meet, or it may just be a discussion about the how do I get there, how do I improve my livelihood, and so forth. And it sort of morphed into becoming a financial coach and looking at the statistics of poverty in the communities of color. And I wanted to help to do something about that. So we became the first financial opportunity center in Boston through the mayor, Marty Walsh, who is going to be joining the White House as the labor secretary soon. I wanted to encourage individuals and to empower them that they too can take charge of their financial situations. Not only that, I enjoy helping individuals set goals and achieve their goals. And I think for me, this is the highlight of what I do as a financial coach and a career specialist. I love talking about credit because it's the essential thing that's needed no matter where you go in life today. Even to the extent of getting an apartment, you need to have credit. To buy a cell phone, you need to have credit. Credit is just this thing that if you don't have it, you don't have access to financial products. So this is where my passion is.
Awesome. I want to ask you, because I know, especially in our communities, we know how hard it is to get credit to begin with. But then so many of us are disproportionately have messed up credit. So I can speak for myself. I know when I was in college, they gave us a Snickers bar to sign up for a credit card and gave it to us, never told us that you had to pay the money back. So, not knowing back then how it all worked, and graduating from college already in credit card debt, puts a lot of people behind. But even those who didn't go to college, who we find ourselves messing up that credit. So for those who are in that bucket, who do have bad credit or less than good credit, what are some of the things that you show them, or maybe some steps, first 1 or 2 things they can do to try to get their credit back into I know when you have good credit, you feel different, you walk different, you go into a store different. When you are applying for something, you're going to get it. That's different than waiting to see how they're going to tell you're rejected. So what are some things that people can do to start the road of improving their credit?
Well, I encourage individuals to first join forces with a financial coach like myself. And one of the things to help them to establish credit is to either apply for a secure credit card account, or if that's not possible because they don't have the $300 to secure that credit card account, they can also apply for a retail credit card. But the one thing I'll say about credit cards, no matter which one you choose or the road you choose, really make sure you only charge the amount that you can afford to pay each month. Because when you get the bill, the thing that I tell my clients is that really you have to pay those bills right away. Don't hesitate, because in order to build your credit, you don't want to lag behind in paying the bills, because when you go to apply for an apartment, they will pull the credit report. They will look at your ability to pay your bills. How willing are you? And then there is a risk that financial institutions take when you don't have good credit. And then you end up paying higher interest rate for that particular credit than anyone with good credit.
Right. Now,
it's important.
So let's say we go when we get the secure credit card. Is it better? Because I've heard 2 different things. So you get the $300, $500 limit, you're getting started in a secure credit card. That means you have to have that money already there. Is it better to charge something and then make monthly payments on it? Or should you charge it, pay it all off next month, charge something else, pay it all off next month? Or what's there better one way or another to do that?
That's a great question. The way I coach my clients, it's better to pay the entire amount. That's why you only want to charge an amount that you can pay each month.
Gotcha.
Because it's so important that you pay each month on time. Not just pay, but pay on time. These monthly payments are then reported to the credit bureau. And this is how you begin to establish credit. And I guarantee you, within 6 or 7 months, you have a credit score, which is a prime score, perhaps 660. And the highest credit score you can have is 850. I have not met anyone with a credit score of 850, including myself. And I think I have excellent credit, but I don't have a score of 850. However, a subprime score, something that's below 660, will basically have you to pay the highest interest rate. And some interest rates right now, 24 to 34%. If you planning to purchase a home in the future, you want to have a good credit score of about at least 750, so that you get the lowest interest rate.
Awesome. All right, now so let's one question I ask every author who's with us is to take us back to 18-year-old you. All right, so we're gonna go back to 18-year-old Maddie, and you're gonna talk to her and give her some advice on dealing with credit. What advice would you give her as it relates to credit, knowing the road you had to travel in your life? Now, going back, what would you tell those who are just getting started, hey, how to deal with this credit thing?
I would basically talk to Maddie in that, and I'll be very honest and unapologetically talk to her about credit, how important it is to not get the credit cards that you're being offered. One credit card is sufficient, just one. And when you do start to charge for things on your credit card, only charge the amount that you can afford to pay each month, because you want to pay it off in full each month for 1 year, because after that year, your credit score is going to be beyond the prime score, which is 660. So I would, in talking to a young man just recently who worked for a Walgreens in my community, he was living at home with his parents, but he didn't have a direct deposit, check and deposit, where his checks would go to that deposit each week that he got paid. Right. One thing. And then the other thing was he didn't have a budget. He was basically just spending money every week. He told me he spent $500 for a pair of sneakers. I almost had a fit. I was like, no way. You can't do this just because you live at home. You cannot do this. You really need to have a budget. And I explained what the budget is, you know, your income versus your expenses. And what you have at the end of the month is your net income, monthly income. This is the money I recommend to use as an emergency fund. You can set up with half of that money in emergency, and the other half you can sort of budget to spend on living. Like, treat yourself. I'm not saying don't treat yourself, but oh my God, $500 for a pair of sneakers? No, that's unacceptable, even in your mother's house.
Yeah. Bad decisions will lead you to bad credit and being broke for a long time. So
yes.
I want to talk to you as, this book is about having maximum, unforgettable impact and abundant fulfillment in your life. So what does fulfillment look like to you as it relates to budgeting, finances, credit? What does fulfillment look like to you?
Fulfillment looks like I'm empowering the individuals that I come in contact with as a financial coach, as someone who know what it means to have credit in today's society. Everyone must have credit, must. It's essential to everything. So fulfillment is seeing my clients' faces light up when they came to me in one way and they leave in a whole different mindset of, oh my God, this is awesome. Now I know this is doable. I can do this. It's no longer the elephant in the room. It's only a mice. So I get real joy, real fulfillment from knowing that I've helped someone, and it didn't take a year to do that. Right. It took one meeting to have someone to see your future. It looks great. We start here one day at a time, but you can do this. It's manageable. As long as you have an income, you can establish credit. And if you have credit that have gone into collections, we know how to resolve it. I'll show you how to contact the collectors and negotiate a payment plan. Because once these things are dealt with, then your credit score starts to improve. And the other thing is not being in a situation where you are fearful of talking to a debt collector because they want your money. You're in a position to negotiate that. I get fulfillment out of solving problems. I am who I am because this is what God has allowed me to become, a financial coach, doing the best that I can to solve the problems of those individuals who I come in contact with. So I get real joy, real fulfillment of helping to solve the problems of others.
Wonderful, wonderful. Now, you could have been part of any project. You could have helped this. You know, you didn't even have to join this project. I know you're doing big work up there in Boston with people in the organizations you're a part of. What was it about the Make It Matter project that you felt you wanted to share your story and your expertise with this audience? Why did you want to be a part of this project?
Thank you, Ryan, for this question. I really saw this project. At first, I was kind of hesitant about it. And then I thought about the possibilities of inclusion. And I saw all of these individuals who had tremendous skill sets that I could expose my clients to, that I could share in their successes and share that information with others. This is the kind of thing I love about this project. It is such that I have so many individuals to look to for expertise in other areas that my clients can benefit. I'm always thinking about other people, the needs of others. And this is like an answer to a need or many needs. In doing this project has made me realize that at first, I didn't think in the big scope of things of what it meant to be engaged in such a project as this. But then as it started to get the full awareness of what it was that I was becoming involved in, I got very excited about it. It is the new thing on the block, so to speak. So it makes me very excited about the fact that I'm a part of something new. I'm an author of a book of poetry, diverse poetry, but this was something totally different for me. So it appealed to my side of being intentional, my side of being own my own space, writing my own narratives. And I really like the idea of being creative. So this allowed me some creativity also.
Awesome. Listen, Miss Maddie Deed, we want to let our viewers and our listeners know how they can get in touch with you, how they can work with you, get some more advice, sit down with you and get a budget put together, start building their credit up the right way. Tell us how they can contact you and move forward working with you.
Yes, they can contact me through the Mayor's Office of Financial Empowerment. The phone number for the office is 617-635-0050, or through my direct cell phone link, which is 617-224-6803, or through the office email link, which is matty.deed@boston.gov.
Awesome. I want to thank you so much for being a part of this project, and I thank you for being with us today. I want to give you the last words to leave with our listeners.
Well, please call. I'm only a phone call away. I am on all social medias. It will be my pleasure to help in doing whatever it is that we need to do, whether it's personal goal setting or financial goal setting. I am the one to call. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'll talk to you again real soon. Make sure
Thank
you go
you.
to www.themakeitmatterproject.com/Mattie. That's MATTIE. Get your copy of the book, enroll in the masterclass. We look forward to talking to you and seeing you on the other side. All right, welcome to another Make It Matter Moments with Ryan C. Greene. I am excited about this episode because we have with us Reverend Roger Dixon Sr., one of our featured authors in the Make It Matter project. So I want to welcome him to this episode. Thanks for being here with us today.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. Thanks for being allowing me to be on this platform. Thank you.
Awesome. It's been a great time having you. And we want to just jump right in, introduce yourself, tell our viewers, our listeners, who is Reverend Roger Dixon and how did you come to be part of this project?
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Reverend Roger Dixon Sr. From the great city of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. And how I became be part of this project from good Brian O's and with BCN. I'm a part of that. And you was interviewing one time, he was interviewing you. And I was blown away by your leadership and the way you handle yourself with the on the interview, and also the things that you were saying also to help the speakers as well. So that's how I came to know you, and I got in contact with you pertaining to my book. And I was in the process of writing, so you've been instrumental in that part as well.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. So let's talk about your chapter. Your chapter is Make Your Success Matter. And we talk about, you talk about some really important success tools. So what is it? Why does this your subject? Why does Make Your Success Matter? Why was that what was important for you to share in the Make It Matter project?
What it matters to me, as far as you well know, I'm a long-term substitute teacher, and what that was geared for, in my 15 years of teaching, and what that was geared for is share with students, they can be successful a lot with things that they involved with, and to capture their lives, and always explain to them, as far as meeting your dreams and goals. And a lot of students think they cannot be successful. And not only that, in my tenure there also, and I've come to find out not so much the students, I've always shared that when I met the parents, didn't have that same mindset as well. So in my tenure, I was thinking, I said, what can I do to make a difference in somebody's life, especially my students, who's very bright young men and young women. And so that's why I came up with this, right? The success story, as far as, my title, success is yours, do you want it? And a lot of things, as indicated before, a lot of students think they can't be successful. But I try to illustrate to them that they can, but they've got to make things happen. Not only that, separate from their peers who might share negative things to them. They are value. They have value.
Right. Now you're kind of going there. What I've asked every author is, if you were to give your 18-year-old self some advice, and you deal with 18-year-olds all the time, so it might be a little easier for you. But if you were to give your 18-year-old self some advice on to help them better prepare them for the road you've traveled, what would be one good piece of advice you would tell them to prepare them to be more successful?
Okay, great. I'm glad you mentioned that because that took me back when I was 18 years old. Absolutely. So the advice I would give them is this: stay focused on your dreams and goals. Don't listen to naysayers. Know what you want to do in life. Focus on your, as I call it, your 12 years of school from first grade or kindergarten to 12th grade. Don't get distracted. You know, a lot of my friends got distracted and they fell by the wayside, but I'm grateful that I had the cousins with me, my older cousins who taught me the irony of studying, and my godmother was an English teacher. She always stayed on me. So therefore I was well-rounded, you know, but my mother's best friend. And what I would say to my 18-year-old self, or even 18 years I'll come in contact with, stay focused on your dreams and goals because you have value. Not only that, you can make a difference in somebody's life as well. And not only with your peers and your family members as well. So that's what I would say, you know, but the key is that one word I use a lot is focus.
Awesome. Very powerful. Very powerful. What, and I think I probably already know the answer to this. What's the one thing you want people to most be impacted by from your chapters? When they read your chapter, what's the one thing you want them to say, you know, wow, that really stuck with me. That impacted me. I can put that into effect right now.
Okay. What I would do as well is just like, you know, I do have a mentor myself. And what I would want a person, especially my students and also parents as well, you know, is to take away. He made a statement to me a long time ago, and that continued to resonate in my mind. He says, you can't go wrong when you invest in people. So I can't go wrong if I invest in my students. I can't go wrong, you know, what I ask them to do for, you know, their community as well as themselves. But the takeaway is invest in someone's life, especially a young person's life. Be a mentor to a young person, to let them know that you care. Not only that, let them know that you can help them to move whatever areas they want to move in or be a part of. And the most important of all, we want them to be successful in every areas of their lives.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Now, you know, this book is all about teaching people how to create unforgettable impact and also how to live lives of abundant fulfillment. I think that a lot of times we sacrifice one for the other. We're either going to go out there and have impact on someone else's life and we're not being fulfilled, or we're all about fulfilling ourselves and being happy, and then we're not really having any kind of impact in the lives of others. So what does fulfillment look like for you? So if you had to define, you know, a life being fulfilled, well, how would you define that for yourself?
Well, what I would do, how my life has been fulfilled, you know, just broken down into, you know, this chapter and also this book is part of my spiritual successful life that God has fulfilled for me for part of my calling. And so happened I was able to become a teacher to have part of that, part of my fulfillment. Have a heart for people, have a heart for students, have a heart for anyone that I might be able to help along the way. But my fulfillment come in as far as me making a difference in somebody's life, making a difference. They can succeed, making a difference. They can make a difference in their family and their community. But the most important thing is God have elevated me to where I'm at today. And my fulfillment as being a preacher, I'm a preacher, I always be a preacher, but I just want to let the audience know that my film comes out of how God has used me and guided me, so I can and will make a difference in somebody's life. You know, that's what my fulfillment is. You know, like my mentor said, you can't go wrong when you have to invest in people. So I'm grateful my fulfillment come out and invest in individuals.
That's so awesome. That's awesome. So let me ask, how can people get in touch with you? They're watching you. They want to be more successful. They want to get in touch with you, maybe even on a spiritual level. How can people reach out to Reverend Dixon and work with you a little more?
Okay, I do also have a podcast that I have as well.
Awesome.
But that's with the Voice 17104.com, and by my cell number and also my email address. And my cell number is 717-592-8694. And my email, which a lot of my supporters and also individuals in my area contact me by email, then call me all the time. My email is rdixon532 000 at yahoo.com. And those are the ways they can get in contact with me. But as far as every Thursday, I do have a podcast that I have, dealing with the prison family ministry and also things in my community. They can reach out on Facebook Live. It's called The Voice 17104.com.
Awesome. Reverend Dixon, I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for just trusting in me with the project and other things that we've worked on. I'm excited about your chapter and the lives it's going to impact. So for those who are watching this, make sure you go to the www.themakeitmatterproject.com. Go ahead and get yourself a copy of the book. Support the course, and look forward to working with you, helping you create a life of unforgettable impact and abundant fulfillment. I'll leave it up to you to get the final words.
My final words is this, and I'm just grateful. My wife had mentioned that earlier today before I called, and I said I'm grateful to meet Brother Ryan Greene.
Wow, thank you.
And you never know. You never know who you might meet to help you to make a difference in someone's life. That success does matter. Thank you.
About to get me choked up. Thank you so much. I'll talk to you again soon. Welcome to another Make It Matter moment. I am Ryan C. Greene, and we are here with another featured author from the Make It Matter Project. And I'm excited about this guest. We have someone who I've worked with for, going on over 12 years, 13 years almost. Well, in publishing, it's been longer than that. But yeah, just on the publishing and the book front, about 13 years. So I am excited to welcome Dr. Katrina Ferguson. Welcome to this episode of Make It Matter.
Thank you so much. So glad to be here. And yes, we started working together when I was 9.
Yes, exactly. That's when it was. We were sitting in the sand lot planning out how we want to tell the world.
Yes.
So we've come a long way. So
right.
Wonderful. So I'm excited to have you here. You are known as the why lady in the industry, but you're so much deeper than that. You have so much more that you bring to the table than that. But we're talking about the why because that's kind of your that's what you're known for. So when we talk about that, let's first of all, I get ahead of myself because I know you, but some people watching may not. This might be their first time. So let's introduce who Dr. Katrina Ferguson is. Tell them who you are and how you became the why lady.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Once again, thank you definitely for having me. I'm so excited to be a part of this project. I am Dr. Katrina Ferguson. I still haven't gotten used to the doctor part because literally I'm simply cornbread. I just am created to impact lives. And as long as I'm doing that, I'm happy. I know when I first came to the industry where we met, Ryan, I was a single parent mom looking for ways to feed my kids. When I separated from my husband, who was making a 6-figure income, he left, took the money with him. We had to find another way. And the reason that we were able to find that way is because I had a big why. My kids were hungry. And one of the things that I learned in that process of going through it myself and then assisting others was that if you don't understand why you were created, what you were created to do, what problems you were created to solve, it's very difficult to motivate yourself to get out of bed in the morning when the situation around you seems dire. And even more today, in the midst of a pandemic and all of the things that are going on, it's really hard to motivate yourself. So we're looking for sources of motivation outside ourselves, not realizing that by its very definition, motivate means I have to make myself move. Now, if I understand your why for being, your purpose and your destiny, I can inspire you to motivate yourself. But where the rubber meets the road is it's my decision. And, ancient literature tells us how to choose. I've been talking a lot about celebrating the fact and the power that you have in your right to choose. A lot of times we feel like we don't have any options. And I've said it out of my mouth. I mean, I'm doing what I have to do. I don't have any options. You always have options. And when you take away your options or begin to feel like you don't, that's where hopelessness comes in. So that means you've got to understand clearly why you're doing it so that when you are faced with those options, your why is big enough to overcome how you're going to get it done. My why was big enough to overcome how I was going to feed my kids. My why was big enough to figure out how my children had a fantastic life in spite of the fact that their parents couldn't get along. And that's how I became the why lady. I began to talk to people to help them discover their why. And then once they discovered their why, I could use that to help inspire them, to motivate them to their own greatness based on their terms, not ours or anybody else's for that matter.
That's great. And I think that if nothing else that we've learned during this last year and a half, 2 years or so, depending on people watching this, is that when everything's been stripped away, when we've been forced to stay home, when we've been forced to stop running the kids all around, thinking that's what makes us a great parent. When we've been forced to, sit home and not be stuck in traffic all day and have our jobs to say, hey, this is what makes me me. Really, we're stuck with now looking at why. When I think about this project and what really sparked it was really while the project came before the pandemic, really it was what forced me to really pull it off the shelf was the pandemic and realizing that people were stuck trying to figure out what makes me me now, what really matters. And people are hopeless. People have felt that despair you talk about, but really all comes back to when your why is strong enough, you can look at the things that are around you now and say, okay, now how do I rebound? How do I reset? How do I pivot and make sure that going forward, I'm never in this kind of situation again because I'm taking care of fulfilling who I am. So that's why it was important for me to have you part of this project. And that's why I love what you do. So when you think about this book and this project and being a part of this, what is the one thing you hope will be the most impactful to the readers and those who are going to follow?
One of the things that really stood out to me, Ryan, when you shared the title with me, Make It Matter. It's like, what is it? What is your it? Yeah. Most of us don't know what our it is. Like, what are we making matter? The fact, okay, so now we're in a pandemic, we're stuck at home. Make that time at home matter. Give it value. Do something that you didn't have the opportunity to do before. So often we get stuck like, oh, woe is me. I don't have anything to do. I can't go outside. We major on the negative. Mm-hmm. When in actuality, depending on how you look at it, you can create a positive in every negative situation. You can find something. I know personally, I sat at home maybe for a day and a half. And I have this huge, long power to-do list, right? But because of what was going on around me, it felt like I couldn't touch it. I was paralyzed. And when I realized I was acting paralytic, I was like, okay, wait a minute. What can I do to make a difference? And I realized, you know what? If in fact this pandemic is something we're going to have to live with, and people are afraid right now, everybody is buying sanitizers, everybody's doing, all of these cleansings and masks and all that stuff. We saw mask businesses start up. I personally started a business that provided home delivery for sanitizers, disinfectants, all natural products, created something out of what seemingly was a hopeless situation. Why? Because I understand why I'm here. I understand that regardless of what it is that I'm doing, it's got to impact the lives of people positively. And that's what gets me through. I don't watch the news anymore. I get the highlights, the bullet points, and keep it moving because garbage in, garbage out. We learned that in early computer programming. So I have to protect my own mindset, my own attitude. I have to protect my why, my purpose for being here. In this pandemic, me and a girlfriend got together, got some food, went in the house, cooked it, and went out and fed the homeless. We were able to feed 20 families in one afternoon. That's the power that you have when you celebrate the power in your right to choose what to do with your time, with your resources, with your intellect, with your creativity. You are in control. So make it matter.
Yeah, I wish I had thought of that when I did the book about the celebrate the right to choose part, because that's it. When you talk about it was a deliberate choice to make it matter, so everyone can define their it. And as you go through the chapters, and if people are paying attention to the podcast, these interviews, everyone has a different it that we're discussing. It doesn't mean that's the only it in their life, but it means that this is just one other it for you to look at. So that was on purpose, but I didn't think about the celebrate the right to choose part. We should have used that more. But anyway, so
not too late.
You're right. We definitely incorporate that. So we'll get a little bit more how people can get that in a minute. But definitely. So because part of this book is about creating that impact, but also find abundant fulfillment for yourself, because I think that it's the fulfillment part that a lot of people are missing. They might have been doing things and they may be impacting people, but finding that fulfillment, that peace in yourself, so that when things hit the fan, you still can feel like you're happy and content and fulfilled. So what does fulfillment look like to you when you're looking at things that you do and how you help people?
The irony is, Ryan, I don't even think I cannot be fulfilled by external sources. That fulfillment, just like my happiness, has to happen in here first. And then that begins to be what I project to the world and to the people in the world. So I don't look for external things. I look for internal things first, because it's not what happens out here. It's what happens in here. It's not what happens to you. It's what happens inside of you. And when you've been through things like I've been through, one of my strategies is simply this. I watch what goes on outside me like a movie. I get a bad letter in the mail or something that could be negatively, you could consider to be negative, or someone says or does something. And my first response is simply this: wow, that's interesting. Because I have to look at it objectively so that I don't react, and instead I have an opportunity to respond. And I think when you look even at the news and you see what's happening out there, people are reacting and they're not responding. They're not using wisdom as they are addressing these different situations. For instance, I had someone come into my office and they were upset. So you don't poke the bear, right? You simply watch and you're like, okay, it's interesting. Why? Tell me why you feel like that. Answering questions, getting more information, gathering knowledge so that you can decide how to respond in a situation is where you're able to protect yourself on the inside. And ultimately, once you are peaceful and you'll find fulfillment in your own life, then the stuff that happens outside, it just doesn't have that much weight. I guess what I'm trying to say is simply this: stop taking yourself so seriously. It's not that big a deal. There's nothing happening to any one of us that isn't or hasn't happened to somebody else. And they got through it. Matter of fact, a lot of them even wrote a book about it. So if you're willing to pick up the book or listen to the podcast or listen to the audio version, guess what? You can shortcut that process, deal with it, and move on that much more quickly. But that means you've got to set aside all the emotions, all the negative feelings that are associated with what happened so that you can deal with it and move on. I actually was doing an event, and just before I went on, I got a call about someone who had passed, and I almost went to tears. I almost broke, and I was like, hold on, I can deal with that after I finish doing what I'm purposed to do, after I finish pursuing my purpose and destiny. And then afterward, after the interview, after the conversation, then I went to pieces. But I chose when I did that. I guess it's so powerful being able to choose how to handle and how to manage your emotions in difficult situations, as opposed to being cast, like a ship at sea to and fro.
And you and I, we share that trait. And while it works for us, a lot of times it can also get us in trouble sometimes, because people who don't have that yet, they don't get it. They don't understand. You get labeled like, oh, you're cold or you're heartless. But no, it's like, no, we have a heart. We just also understand that people are relying on us, and people, and if we fall apart, then everyone is more. There's more on our shoulders than just what everyone else has. So I definitely feel you on that. Definitely.
And there's a time for everything,
Right,
and everything has a time, right? So right now would not be the moment for me to start to commiserate over everything that's gone wrong in my life for the last 10 years. There's a time to do that. This just isn't it.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk about well now I know you're only, I'm talking about 18. We're only talking about 3 years ago. But let's say we talk let's say we're talking to your 18-year-old self, right? We're talk to your 18-year-old Katrina, and you want to give her some advice that's going to help her along the journey that you have taken. What would be something you would say to her as it relates to making her why matter, that would have made the journey different? I won't say better, but I'll say different, or maybe it would be better, but just that would have helped.
I probably would tell myself to stop tripping. Like everything that would happen was a big deal. Everything had cataclysmic repercussions. It was like everything, every little minute detail of something that didn't go right was like, oh my gosh. When in actuality, it just, after some time passed, it wasn't that serious. So I tell myself to just relax, quit tripping. It works out in the end. Have faith and continue to choose what you want to have in your life, work towards it. And the rest of that stuff, it takes care of itself. I know that sounds simple, but I'm pretty high strung, OCD, big tempered, all of those things. I mean, it's just, it can be really ugly when you're that emotional. And at 18, I didn't understand that you didn't have to behave that way. Everybody's not going to do what you think they should do the way you think they should do it. Have enough respect for them to allow them to be themselves. And then you, be your authentic self.
Awesome. Now you are working on a really big project right now to help people, because a lot of people might be watching this and say, man, I want to get to that place. I want to be in that place mentally, spiritually, emotionally, but I don't know how to get there. I've tried this and tried that. I need someone to help me through that. And you're working on a huge project right now. And I want you to go ahead and share that with the audience as well.
So the project is called the Ultimate Coaching Exchange. And we are so excited to take what has been typically held for the wealthy, those with disposable income, make it affordable to everyone. And that is simply coaching and mentoring by people that you probably otherwise wouldn't be able to afford, right? So we've made coaching affordable. We are offering coaches and mentors in all types of different subject areas, from finances to health and fitness to real estate, investing, just one-on-one coaching, as well as group coaching opportunities, all of the personal development material you could ever ask for. I mean, you don't get in life what you want, you get in life what you are. The only way to have more is to become more. And that's by associating with people who are more. And you just bring your commitment, and we're going to help you have unlimited growth in the Ultimate Coaching Exchange. So we're super excited about it.
Sounds good. Sounds good. So definitely want people to take advantage of that. So listen, one last question I want to ask you, because you are out there doing your thing. You are speaking all over the world. You've published several books of your own as well. You could have been, and shoot, I've helped you do several of these kind of projects. So I know you know how to do these on your own. So what was it about this project that you said, I want to be a part of this? I want to go ahead and share my story with the Make It Matter audience.
Number one, any opportunity to align with Greenhouse Media, and I'm down. I'm in, because that's what you do. Is you create successes, you impact lives, you make it matter for other people. Secondly, because of my personal mission statement, which is to impact lives, to cause positive change. And what better way than to be aligned with the authors, people that are part of this project, as well as the classes, and just any opportunity to be a part of somebody's story. Yeah, I'm definitely open and interested.
Awesome. So listen, those who are watching, I want you to go ahead and make sure you go out and pick out your copy of the book. Go to www.themakeitmatterproject.com/Katrina. Buy the book, enroll in the masterclass. Definitely be a part of this project. You don't want to miss it. Dr. Ferguson, I want to go ahead and give you the last word to take us on out.
Listen, just thank you for living your why, for living on purpose, for doing destiny for yourself, and making it so easy for the rest of us to be a part of your story. I appreciate you.
All right, thank you. And I did forget, make sure people know how to follow you. Give them your website.
Is my check in the mail now?
After you do this part, we got to finish. After you tell them how to contact you.
Okay.
We'll send
All
the
right.
check.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you can visit my website, www.katrinaferguson.com, and it'll be spelled somewhere around here, I'm sure, as well. As well as you can actually visit ultimatecoachingexchange.com and reach me there.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Talk to you soon.
My pleasure.
Welcome to the Make It Matter podcast. I am Ryan C. Greene, and we are here this episode with Ms. Juanita H. Grant, one of our featured writers and contributors to the Make It Matter show and Make It Matter book and project. So thank you for joining us today. How are you?
I'm doing well, and yourself?
I'm doing great. Glad to have this conversation with you. I want to go ahead and introduce you to our audience because your chapter is one that I really was looking forward to, and it's Make Your Parenting Matter.
Yes.
So, I do a lot of personal development, a lot of business stuff, but I like this chapter because it was more on a personal level. So we're going to talk about that. So introduce who Juanita Grant is and how you got to become, or why this subject matter is important to you.
Yes. Hi, my name is Juanita Grant, and I am the parent mastermind. How did I get here? Let's see. Well, for me, I grew up different than a lot of my friends. I grew up with a wonderful family in a good neighborhood. However, in school, I was bullied. I experienced a lot of things, and I became a very protective parent. And that's what brought me to Parent Mastermind. I've worked in the finance industry for a very long time in the mortgage and real estate industry. However, with one of my coaches, Marquesa, she told me, she said, no, I don't see finances for you. And I didn't understand why she said that. And when I had a VIP session in New York with her, she said to me, she was listening in on my phone calls as my children continually called me. She was like, that's it. And I said, what do you mean? She said, parenting. So that's how I came here to Parent Mastermind, not on my own. However, thanks to a really good coach who's seen in me the value that I had to offer people. So that's how I got here. I was going to a lot of different places, speaking to women about finances, about empowerment, teaching how to be successful and to get to another level in life. Those things are very important. However, parenting is a lot more important than that. And I talk to people, women and men, and both, but women in particular, to let them know, regardless of what you've been through in your life, you can still be an amazing parent.
Yeah, that's great. And I think that, parenting right now has taken on such a different look for parents. I have 2 kids myself. I feel fortunate because one just started college, one is in 11th grade. But for those parents of elementary school kids, middle school kids, parents have had to now become teachers as well as everything else. So parenting is just taking on a whole nother look right now. So
absolutely.
What about your chapter, or when a parent's looking at your chapter, what will they get from reading your chapter, and how can you kind of help them navigate this new world we're living in right now with our kids all sitting at home looking at us and bugging us while we're trying to work?
Oh my goodness. Creativity is the key today. A lot of things in life have changed, and I really feel that it's important, especially with all of the virtual learning that is going on. I tell parents, you know what? Didn't you watch the Jetsons when you was a kid? Didn't you know that this was gonna
Right.
happen?
Right.
But on the serious note, because I do like to laugh and joke, virtual learning has really changed the lives of a lot of people at home, parents and children. And I remind people that we're our children's first teacher. We're their first example of what a leader is to be. However, we weren't prepared this time because we were going to work. We was leaving the house, going to an office, working our 9 to 5, picking up or dropping off the children, coming home, cooking dinner. And it's not like that. Our kids are home all day long, where some of us are lucky enough to be home. And then some of us are going back and forth. But today, I feel it's really important to be creative. I decided to go to do a personal chapter because a lot of us have went through various things in life, and that is spilling over today. It's easy when you drop your kids off or when you're away from your spouse, you can manage those things. But when you're in the house with someone 24/7, things begin to bubble over. And I want parents to understand, regardless of what we have experienced in the past, we could take those, turn it around, and utilize it as a very positive instrument on how to do things better, to be a better support system for our children so that we can um, learn to listen, one, and then two, not only listen, but how to convey that information and share to say, you know what, I understand that you're experiencing this. Maybe these are some of the tools that you could use, but it's important to listen so that we could give the best advice and the best support, because a lot of kids are being bullied on these computers. I
Yeah.
don't know if
Oh
you
yeah.
know that,
Oh
Ryan.
yeah. I do. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bullying is very real. One of my 13-year-olds, one day, he had a meltdown and I didn't understand what was going on. He's in class, he's doing what he's supposed to, talking to the students and the teachers. And then he comes up to me and I asked him, what's the matter? Next thing you know, he just had a meltdown. He fell on the floor and started rolling around. I was like, boy, get up. What is going on? I said, I can't help you if you don't talk to me. I don't, where do we start? What's going on? And he shared with me, because his mic wasn't working, the kids were private messaging him and they were making fun of him. And he wasn't used to that. He was already stressed out about being home. He's very athletic. He was stressed out about being on a computer all day. And he just had a meltdown. So I spend a lot of time. We do activities in between classes. I love Zumba. They have 10 and 20-minute sessions. So we do a lot of different activities just to break that monotony up, you know?
Yeah,
So,
yeah, that's good stuff. I think that we've seen that this pandemic. I think as adults we talk about how bad and hard it is on us, but I mean it's tough for the kids as well. I mean that social aspect of school is important to just the development period. You know, just like we like going to work with our coworkers, that their schoolwork and their school rather environment is important to them as well. So. I want to ask you then. So, what would if a parent is reading your chapter? What's the one thing you hope they're most impacted by and that they take out from reading your chapter in the book?
okay, so if a parent is reading, I feel that they'll be empowered, because oftentimes when you had a child, did the instructions come with it?
No, indeed, no, indeed, no, indeed. Yep.
I want them to be empowered to know that they are an amazing parent, that they can be. You know, I'm really encouraging this time, Ryan, self-nurturing, because a lot of us, we're so busy giving. We're making sure that our children have, we're making sure that our spouse or significant other has. I'm really encouraging self-nurturing, one, and knowing that you're special and that regardless of what's going on, that you can still be the best parent. And that's what is very important for us to know, especially today, because being on a computer, I don't know about you, but me, I went from having one meeting to having a cell phone, a laptop, and a tablet. I'm in 3 meetings at one time. I
Wow.
don't know how
Yeah.
that happened. I thought it was going to get easier. So
Right.
I really want parents to know that you are your child's leader, that you can be the best leader ever, but also to take care of yourself in doing so.
You know, and that taking care of yourself kind of takes me to the next question I want to ask is really, what does fulfillment look like for you? Because we're talking about having impact, but we also want to talk about being fulfilled, because a lot of times we lose that part out. When we're givers, we just worry about helping others, and like you said, we don't have that nurturing piece. So what does fulfillment look like for you?
Interesting. Fulfillment look like for me. Well, hmm, fulfillment. When I think of the word fulfillment, I look at like the Lisa Nichols, and I encourage myself, or Oprah, and I say, different people, different pioneers have experienced different things. So for me, being a leader, traveling, making sure that my family is stable. And what do I mean by stable? People look at stocks and bonds and different things like that. For me, fulfillment is being in the right frame of mind, being healthy, exercising, making sure I'm my best me. I love to travel, and I'm a nature girl. So what a lot of people don't know, I love camping. I love
Wow.
fishing and different things like that. So I can't do those things if I'm not healthy, if my mind isn't right. So fulfillment means to me to do the best with what you have and the resources and tools that you have, to be able to travel, to make sure that you have a nest egg, to be secure financially. I may not be rich, but I have different resources in place so that if I want to go camping, I'm able to do so. If I want to travel, I'm able to do so. And to live my life without limits. If COVID hasn't taught me anything, Ryan, one thing that it has taught me, since I've had several family members to be affected, including my 93-year-old grandfather and my 94-year-old grandmother, I'm
Sorry
learning
about
to
that.
live without limits,
Mhm.
and also with no fear, to be successful, and for everything that I do to make sure I do it to the best of my ability, because we just don't know.
Right, right, right. So I asked each author this one question. If you were to talk to your 18-year-old self, if you're going back and talking to you as an 18-year-old, what would you tell yourself? What one piece of advice would you give yourself then to steer your journey, knowing now the road you had to travel? What would be advice you would give yourself back then?
That's a good question. What would I tell my 18-year-old self? You know, whew, I would tell him to prepare for the future, to make sure that everything, that you have a plan A, B, C, D, E. Because when something fails, you need to be ready to go to the next thing. Um, to live without limits, to open your mouth. And that's the other thing, speaking up for yourself. One thing that I never did when I was younger, I never spoke up for myself, Ryan. I allowed a lot of people to make choices for me, and it's different now. And I would train my 18-year-old self how to speak, what to say, when to say it, so that they would have everything that they need to be successful and to be able to sit at anybody's table, but to be prepare them to be explosive and dynamic for today.
Awesome. And last thing I'll ask is, you could have been a part of any project. So what was it about the Make It Matter project that made you want to be a part of this project and make sure that you can share your message through us?
Yes. Well, a couple of things. Brian, who works with you, he's amazing. He gave me the opportunity to listen to you speak. I loved what you had to say, because I had no intentions on doing another anthology after the first one. And I was actually working on my book. But the way you presented yourself, and when I went through your other course, I was just like, you know what? I can do this.
All
And
right.
and then the title, Make It Matter. Where I'm at in my life with everything that's been going on, a lot of stuff has been going on. It's important to share with people everything that we do in life, it matters.
Mhm.
So if we make it matter, where we can get so much further today. And that's why I really want to share with parents, make your parenting matter, because what we do with our children, it definitely sets an amazing roadmap for our children to be successful, to be the best that they could be for themselves, and to be in a position to be an amazing parent, to do better than what we have done as parents.
Awesome. Juanita, I want you to give out your contact information, let people know how to get in touch with you, how they can learn more about the Parent Mastermind, and then I'll leave you to give us the final words.
Yeah, so to get in touch with me, I have a website, and that would be Inspire by Juanita. That's INSPIREBYJUANITA.org. Email inspirebyjuanita@gmail.com. Let's see, I'm not the best with social media, so you can look me up on Facebook at Inspired by Juanita and Juanita Grant. So let's see, what else? That's the best that I could. I know Juanita Grant 100 is my, don't laugh at me, everybody. So Juanita Grant 100 is my Instagram. And also, you can find me on LinkedIn under Juanita Grant. And my last closing remarks. Everybody, remember, no matter what you've experienced in life, you can still be the best and amazing parent. And remember that we are our children's first leaders. So make it matter, make it count. It's important. Our children are dependent upon us, and it takes a village to raise a child. So make it matter.
All right. Thank you so much. You all can get the book and read Juanita's chapter, enroll in her course, www.themakeitmatterproject.com/Juanita. Make sure you go ahead and share that out, tell everybody else about it. I look forward to talking to you and working with you again real soon.
Thank you, Ryan. Looking forward to it. Thank you for having me today.
Make It Matter Moments with Ryan C. Greene. Today we have a featured author with us, Dr. Jonas Gadsden. Welcome today, sir.
Great. So great to be here with you, sir.
Awesome. Glad to have you here. You are here to talk to us today about making your future matter. You know, I got to tell you, when I was going through your chapter and reading the book, you know, I love, and I'm going to give it away real early, but you had the bonus with Jonas, and I love those. So
yes, that's my signature speech.
Yeah, so I love that. Love that. So introduce yourself to the audience. Tell them who Dr. Jonas Gadsden is and what they're going to learn from your chapter.
Well, I'm Dr. Jonas Gadsden, a DTM international motivational speaker, a best-selling author, and I'm also a radio personality, and I specialize in coaching. And my nickname is known as Mr. Enthusiastic. I always open all of my speeches by saying there are three kinds of people: those that make things happen, those that watch things happen, and those who wondered what happened. I am a person that make things happen, and I'm convinced that you are too.
Absolutely. Let me tell you, your enthusiasm came through your words on the paper. It's coming through now. So you got the right moniker right there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Awesome. So let's talk about why your subject matter matters to you. You talked about the future and you talked about making it matter. Why is this important to you? And you felt like you wanted to share that information today with the readers.
Yes, one of the things that the best way to predict the future is to create it. So we want to create a future that matters and in mattering to make sure that we are willing to take a chance, take charge, and take control of our lives. This is the decade for the doers. And the reason why it matters because your life matter. And this is your time and this is your time and this is the right time for you. So why I'm so love this title and to make it matter because you matter. There's a chapter in you, there's a book in you, there's a gift in you, there's a story in you, and we need to hear your voice because a part of the matter is the future. The future belongs to those who predict it. And this is the best time, and the rest of your life can be the best of your life. And the reason why we together did this book to let you know that you matter. There's nearly 8 billion people on the planet, and there'll never be another one just like you. That's why we need to hear your voice. We need to hear that you value, because one of the V not only is vision, but that you matter, that you matter. That's so vitally important.
And I think that you talk about the time, and it is so on point because right now, as we've gone through this shutdown, this pandemic, this is a time to really, like you said, dictate and determine what your future is going to be. I think so many people have been just kind of going through motions, doing things they felt were they were supposed to do, and a lot of people had a rude awakening, realizing that where they were, this is where they got them to, when everything was stripped away. You looked at where your plan got you to. People weren't as happy about that. So this is your chance to really dictate how the rest of your life is going to look, how your legacy is going to look after that. So that's awesome. So let me ask you, what's the one thing you hope people are most impacted by when they read your chapter?
Well, one of the things we're talking about, one of the V is value. When your bonus from Jonas, when your value is clear, your decision is easy. I think I said something. I think that's a bonus from Jonas. When your value is clear, your decision is easy. And so what I'm hoping to inspire each person who is reading this book, the whole entire book, but particularly my chapter, that this is your time, whatever that dream is, whatever that goal is, whatever that aspiration that you have, that book that you have in you, that chapter that you have in it. And one of the things that Mr. Greene just mentioned, I had to pivot. So this is the time to pivot, not to panic. But in your pivoting, make sure you have perseverance. And the reason why I'm saying this, I really didn't know anything about social media. I'm a speaker from corporate America and been in it for 30 years, trained over 8,000 people from 69 different countries, got a trainer of the year, I'm a DTM and Toastmaster, and all of those things. But what I didn't have is a system. So when this epidemic hit, what I did, I started learning social media. That's why I'm on Zoom now. That's why I'm on Facebook. That's why I have a new program now this Friday night. I'm on a program that they invited me I think 40 Friday nights ago for 15 minutes. Now they gave me the whole hour and I'm speaking to people all over the country. So this is your time to prepare yourself to get ready with your message because we want to hear your voice. And one of my bonuses is that if you cheat yourself in your preparation, it will show up in your presentation. That's a bonus from Jonas. Let me repeat that. If you cheat yourself in your preparation, it will show up in your presentation. This is your time. We need to hear your voice. We need to hear your story. And we are waiting for you. This is your time and this is your turn. This is the decade for the doers.
Man, awesome, awesome, awesome. So let me ask you this. What does fulfillment look like to you? We're talking about impact. We want people to also have fulfillment. What does fulfillment look like to Dr. Jonas?
Well, fulfillment, again, when you want to make an impact, when you make a positive impact, you also will make more income. Fulfillment is to, we don't want you to allow your dreams, your goals, and your aspiration. We don't want for you to take it to your cemetery. We believe that we want you to live full and die empty. And so this is the reason why we are writing this book, and we did it together. So not only you're going to hear my story, but there are other stories that's challenging you to come on out of, don't turn your couch into a coffin. This is your time, and the time is to do it now. I like what Dr. Martin Luther King said, the time is always ripe to do what's right. It's right for you to live your dream. It's right for you to have a better goal, a better life, a better home, a better car. We need your voice. We need your story. And when you come out, prepare, and don't worry about the how, just know the why. And you can do collaboration with people like Mr. Greene and many of us that we can help you. One of my bonuses, the only time you should look down on another human being if you are looking down to give them a hand up. And this is your time that we want to give you a hand up to pull that greatness that's in you, that's laying dormant. One of my mottos is, since greatness is possible, excellence is not enough. Go for greatness.
Wow. You know, I've got one last question I want to ask you. If you were to go back and talk to your 18-year-old self, you wanted to give him advice on how to navigate the road that you've had to travel better, what's one thing that you would have told yourself back then that has helped you be successful now?
One of the things I would tell myself as 18 years old, if I could go back and turn back the hands of time, work harder on yourself than you do on the job. Work harder on yourself. I also would encourage them that there are two major things that have turned my life around. Number one is spiritual development, but right under spiritual development is to work on yourself. In the last 45 years, I've invested over $100,000 in me. Now, somebody asked me the other day, so, oh, Brother Gadsden, are you doing all these courses and taking all these classes and learning how to speak? Are you trying to get somebody? I didn't hesitate. I said, no, I'm not trying to get somebody. I'm trying to be somebody.
Wow, love it. I love it. Listen, if this is just the beginning. If you all are loving this part, you want to go ahead and get the books. You can read Dr. Gadsden's chapter. You want to be able to enroll in the masterclass so you can learn some more from him. Listen, go to www.themakeitmatterproject.com/Jonas to get your copy of the book. Dr. Gadsden, I want to give you the final words. Tell people how they can get in touch with you, to work with you, then also take us on home.
Yes, you can get in contact with me. You can either call me at 585-703-9547 or 585-703-9547, or you can go and get a free gift from me at www.jonasbonusfreegift. That's www.jonasbonus.com free gift. And again, I just love this opportunity and looking forward with great anticipation and meeting many of you as you read this great book, Making It Matter. And remember, since greatness is possible, excellent is not enough. Go for greatness.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay. God bless you. Bye-bye.
another Make It Matter moment. I am your host, Ryan C. Greene, executive producer and publisher of the Make It Matter project. We have none other than Miss Kimberly LaBoo, Kimberly K. LaBoo, with us today, one of our featured authors in the Make It Matter project. So, Kimberly, welcome to the show. Welcome to this segment.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here.
Awesome. So you and I have been in the same circles for a while now. So it's fun to finally actually work together on something like this.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to have you as part of our project. You know, when your name came through, I was like, oh, okay, cool. And I might say, I think you were like the last person who came through or something like that. You were close to the end, if I remember correctly. But so I was like, okay, this is cool. That's when I knew this is going to be all right. I said, yeah, this is going to be all right. So thank you. Today we're talking about making your story matter, and you are the founder, CEO of LaBoo Publishing. So I'm excited because you are kind of in my wheelhouse. I love talking about book publishing, authors, writing, things like that. So we're gonna have some fun today. So tell the people who are watching, those who are listening on the podcast, those who are watching the video, who Kimberly LaBoo is, how you got to this point of doing what you do, and why you are the expert at publishing books.
Wow. So it's been quite a journey to get me to this point, but I started my writing journey in 2006. So about 15 years ago. And when I started that writing journey, I had no idea. It wasn't a journey at that point. It was a single book. And I had no idea that it would turn into all of this. I thought it was a one and done. I was going to write that book. I wrote that book to heal and release. And from there, once you write a book, it just opens up so many different opportunities and things that I just never even imagined were going to happen. And so now this will be 13 books later. Awesome. And working with authors now, the writing turned into me teaching other people how to do what I had done, hosting writers boot camps and teaching people how to publish their own books. And then so the next logical step, which came in 2018, so it took me some time to get there, but was to launch LaBoo Publishing Enterprise. And it's been full steam ahead ever since.
Wow. I love your story because it's like our stories are kind of opposite, because you say you started writing and then started teaching and training people and then started publishing. When I got into the business, my idea was to go publish from the beginning. So I started publishing. Then I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. So then I just started training, so that's when I started training and really teaching authors. So that's so cool. All right. So why does telling someone your story, why does it matter to you? And I want you to kind of frame this because and trying to make sure that I know you and I are just having a conversation. We'll make sure that people are listening understand who aren't in publishing, because we get people all the time who want to tell their story, right? They want to write a book, tell, I got a story to tell. I did this. But from a publishing perspective, it's different. Like there's got to be more than just writing your story. Like what's the purpose to it? Or, what are you going to do with the story? So why does this subject matter to you? And what are you trying to show people when you're talking about why do you make their story matter?
Yeah, I mean, there's different components to it, but I really think that writing helps to heal. It helps you to release, and then you can use it to help someone else. So those three things are the things that are most important to me, because during the writing process, especially with the type of authors that I work with, many of them are sharing their own personal story. And so a lot of times it gets deep, right? And so it allows you to release things that you may have been holding on to for years, right? And then that moves you into this healing process. And all of it kind of happens unexpectedly. When people start writing, they realize that there's still some stuff deep down in there that needs to be healed. And so then once they go through that process and put it out there and you've released that, there's this healing moment that comes with that. And then you're able to take that and use it to help other individuals who may be going through what you have just overcome. And so I like the whole journey of that process. I call it the journey of the writer, that gets them to that moment where they see how their stories are able to impact the lives of other people.
Yeah, you know I've been there and I've experienced that, and you know that middle piece, people they want to go through their story and they feel, hey, I can help other people, but that middle piece about that healing part, you got to get
It's
that part
huge.
before you start trying to help
Yeah.
somebody else. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's great. So what's the one thing you want people to be most impacted by when they go and read your story, and they see, because I know in your chapter you're telling your story. But then you're also telling people how to tell their story. So what is the one impact you hope your chapter will have when people are going through it?
Well, I really hope that people who read my chapter will then be courageous enough to share their own story, because I share quite a bit in my chapter about the things that I've gone through, and the fact that I pretty much now live my life as an open book. Like if I've been through it, it's probably on the pages back there on that bookshelf, right? And so I want people to be courageous enough to know that they can do that they can put their story out there, regardless of who they think has already written what. You know, their voice has a certain audience. And I want people to realize that and realize the impact that having written their story will have on their community and the people who are connected and assigned to them.
Awesome. Now, the question I ask everyone: if you were talking to your 18-year-old self, you know, this might be a little different for you than everyone else because you kind of living your story. But if you're talking to your 18-year-old self, you're talking about living your story, making your story matter. What would you what would you tell yourself about making sure that your story mattered?
I would probably tell myself not to care so much what other people think. That's huge. I would also say to live your dreams and not the dreams that other people have for you.
Right.
That's huge. And then to realize that you are more than capable to do those things that you want to do.
Yeah, so powerful stuff right there. Sad we always got to live it first and realize, oh wait, there's a better way to do this, right? I can live once we learn to live for ourselves. And that's really what this book is about. That's what this project is about. Make it matter. Because I know I have seen so many people, and I always get passionate about this part. I've seen people who aren't happy with life. They're upset because, and they're frustrated, or they don't feel fulfilled because they're living for someone else. They're not. They're doing what someone else has told them success should look like, family should look like, happy marriage should look like. So they're trying to check off these boxes, as Michelle Obama says, and not live what makes them happy. You know, and because they're so worried about what other people are going to say and think about what their success looks like. So, you know,
and until you do that, you're not truly living.
Right. So that's what this whole project is about, is trying to give people permission, if you will, to just go ahead and live life on your terms. Live life on your terms. So speaking of that, let me ask you, what does fulfillment look like to you?
Fulfillment for me is being able to wake up every day and do what I love to do. So it kind of ties back into that, you know, doing what I love to do. You know, it also means, you know, looking at my sons who are grown men now, you know, and being able to see them walk out and live out things. And, you know, as long as we're happy, healthy, and whole, I'm good, I'm fulfilled. And then to be able to also use my gift in order to impact the lives of other people, that is fulfillment to me.
Awesome. You know, I know this is kind of random, but I'm going to give you an award right now, and hopefully this is going to fulfill you. You are winning the award for the best bookshelf background of the whole Make It Matter project. Okay. Since this pandemic hit and since everybody's on TV from home, we've seen thousands of bookshelves on TV, on news, you know, and I'm looking at all of them. Cause I'm an author, cause I'm a publisher, I've got my bookshelf over there. I'm always like, what they got on the bookshelf? Yours is the best I've seen in this project.
Thank you.
Gold star for you for the best bookshelf award. Put that in your bio. You won the best bookshelf award. All right. So
that's hilarious.
Sorry about that. So I want to ask you, because soon we're going to put the Make It Matter project on that bookshelf. What was it about this? You said this is your 13th book. You know, I thought I was doing something with 10. But this is your 13th project. You've published countless other books as well. You are a publisher, so you could have put out your own kind of project. What was it about the Make It Matter project that you said, you know what, I do want to be part of this and I want to tell my story through this project?
Yeah, it's interesting because I am very selective about what I will participate in these days and who I connect myself to, because I think it's very important from a brand standpoint and from what I'm trying to build. And this was easy, even though I was one of the last to sign on. It was easy because I've watched your journey. And I know and believe that you're a person that operates in excellence and integrity. And so that was key, first of all. The second thing was the video that you put out as the call for the project was amazing. So who wouldn't want to be connected to it? And third, the project title, Make It Matter, and what that implied fit with my brand story, and it fit with, what I'm trying to get people to do. And so it was really a no-brainer, and it really did make a difference, though, that it was you. I want you to know that. It really made a difference that it was you, because otherwise I probably would not have signed on to this type of project.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. All right. So, people are watching and they want to write their story. They want to tell their story. And I tell people all the time when they come to me about writing a book, if you need help writing the book, don't come to me. If they want to write the book, if you want help selling the book, we can talk. But I don't really give people writing the books, even though I do help somewhere. That's not really where I like to start. Yeah. But and like you said, you talk about projects. I'm at the position now where I can choose what I do and who I work with.
Yes.
Right? So that's a freedom of itself.
That's nice.
So for those who want their help, that they want to go out there and they need a publisher, they want to talk to you about formulating this story, writing their book, how can they get in touch with you and how can they start to work with you? Well, how can they have a conversation? Because that doesn't mean they're going to guarantee to work with you, but how can they have the conversation with you?
True. And yeah, that's true. So we're at www.laboopublishing.com. That's the website. And then staff@laboopublishing.com is the email address. And we're on social media, Facebook, LinkedIn. What's the other one? Instagram. I'm probably everywhere except for Clubhouse. I'm not over there yet.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither. They won't be all exclusive.
I'm not excited to go there either.
I'm not an Apple head, so I can't even get in. So I'm cool where I am. But yeah. So that's cool. Listen, I give my stamp of approval on Laboo Publishing for whatever that's worth. Those who are listening, she is the one who you should go to. I encourage you all to go ahead and reach out to her. Talk about starting that journey. You've been talking about a book for too long. If you haven't gotten started yet, make this year the time you make your story matter and get started. So and go to www.themakeitmatterproject.com/Kimmoly. You've seen it written below. It's KIMMOLY. To go ahead and get your book, register for the masterclass because she's also teaching a course. Before we go, tell us the course that they can learn from you in the masterclass.
The course is 7 reasons why you should write your book now.
There you go. 7 reasons. If you need more advice, if you need need more motivation, enroll yourself in the course. Go ahead and figure out why you should write your book now as well. Kimberly, I'm going to give you the last words and you can take us on out.
Sure. This has been a pleasure. So I do want to offer up, if anybody wants to head on over to theauthorsecrets.com, they can download a copy of my newest book, Stop Leaving Money on the Table, Write the Darn Book. And also when they go over to www.laboopublishing.com, they can also find a free publishing checklist on that will give them all the steps needed to publish before they even talk to us.
Boom. Do it. Do the work. You've got people out here willing to help you, but you got to make sure you do the work too. Kimberly, I thank you so much for being a part of this. I'm looking forward to great things for you.
Thank you.
In the future. All right. You take care.
All right. Thanks.
Welcome to another Make It Matter moment. I'm your host, Ryan C. Greene, and we have the man himself today. You may have heard this gentleman's name dropped a couple times if you've watched other episodes, listened to other podcasts. Today we have Mr. Brian J. Olds himself, founder of the Black Speakers Network. Welcome to the show.
Listen, thank you so much, Ryan. Super excited to be here. What an awesome project, man. And I know this is going to impact so many people, brother. So appreciate it, and thanks for having me on.
I'm excited. Thank you, man. You're one of the first people I reached out to, and I was like, how can I make this project, reach the masses, and who can I go to that can really help this thing along? You're one of the first person I reached out to. Been watching your journey. I say it every time we're on the camera together, man. I've been watching your journey since you were a college student, man, and just seeing you have come from where you come from to having this international Black Speakers organization that you founded, man. How did you get to this point? Like when you said, hey, I'm going to start an organization, like, is this what you saw? Like, did you see it this big? Like, I mean, and I know this is probably not this, I noticed it in the end, so I know you still got, things you see that's happening with this organization. So how did you become Mr. BSN?
Yeah, you know what? I always tell people, I'm absolutely the skinny kid from Baltimore, certified introvert. I mean, you've seen the t-shirts that we got out now. It's on my LinkedIn profile. And so, I couldn't lead two people in silent prayer back in 2006 is what I like to say, but it's not far from the truth. When I got up in front of an audience, it was the sweaty palms, the shaky voice. My first presentation, I almost walked out of the room, but, starting from there at Morgan State University to now, it's been, I think, really the coalescence of three specific journeys. One is my own journey to be a more confident speaker, and that started in Toastmasters. They always say that everything that you want in life, Ryan, is waiting for you right outside of your comfort zone, and you are no stranger to pushing the envelope, to pushing the upper limit of what is right at the edge of that comfort zone, and then going beyond that. So I think that's kind of journey one. Journey two was, initially in college, man, like a lot of people, I found myself lost. I was originally I wanted to be an aerospace engineer, like a literally rocket scientist.
I never knew that. New information.
Yeah, man, that was my journey. I was the kid sitting on the living room floor watching the NASA space shuttle launches, and I was like, yep, I want to do that. Told my parents to send me to space camp. My mom specifically, she was like, space camp, we ain't paying for that. So you better watch this Cape Canaveral launch. And so I went on this path. I started taking stuff apart in my room and never put it back together, but taking stuff apart in my room, fixing computers, and eventually made my way to like calculus 2. And that's where it kind of all started falling apart. I don't know, Ryan, if you had to take in those higher level math classes.
I took calculus 1, and that was when math stopped using numbers. I knew it was a problem.
Bro, I'm like, this TI-83 must be broken. I'm hitting it. So that was number 2. It was a reemergence. I found myself in the School of Business at Morgan, but I really didn't have a defined career path because I felt like I was starting over. So we had the speaking, we had the career journey, and then lastly, I ended up in corporate America. I'm a little bit of an atypical millennial, on the older side of the millennials. So I worked for the same company for 11 years. But in that process, I held really 3 kind of careers within one company. I started in finance, then I moved to what I consider to be my dream job, and that was training and development. And so having gone through Toastmasters, I was super excited about the opportunity to be a professional speaker. And now I was speaking literally 5 days a week, training on the East Coast, the West Coast, went to Canada, had an opportunity to really develop content. And I went back to school to actually learn instructional design and adult learning theory and how to put together curriculums. And then the third career was in diversity and inclusion. And that kind of opened my eyes to, where some of the opportunity gaps are. And when I started looking at that in the speaking industry, going to organizations and predominantly seeing just a lack of Black people. I'm like, coming from an HBCU, I'm like, do we not know that speaking is a thing, and how much money is here, and also how much of an impact we can have just with our voice, and doing what you do, Ryan, which is helping people take ideas out of their head, remix it, and put it into a package or a product. I didn't see a lot of people from where I came from looking at that as a viable career path. It's kind of like
Right.
you have a speaker, you see somebody that's a speaker, but you're not really thinking about that for yourself. And so those 3 journeys brought me to that place. And in 2016, Black Speakers Network was born.
Man, only 2016. I feel like it's been here so much longer, but yeah, that's been
Right?
some phenomenal success in such a short period of time, man. So great, man. So talk to us about your chapter. And for those who are watching, I know I didn't say, but you said at the bottom, we're talking about making your message matter. So when we're talking about speaking, and you talked about how a lot of us in our community, hadn't necessarily looked at speaking as a career, but then let's talk about those who are looking at it as a career, those who have something to say. But we need what is your chapter going to help us understand about formulating that message in a way that's going to make it matter, make it have some impact, so we're not just out there talking?
Yeah, so my chapter is specifically about building memberships and communities. And so obviously I started BSN with the goal, like our mission is to equip, connect, and inspire what I call the next generation of Black professional speakers. Not really focused on age, but focusing on people who really, like you said, they self-select and like, hey, I have a message, may not be sure how to bring it to market, but BSN is here. And so within the BSN community, we're primarily focused on taking people from, hey, I'm thinking about being a speaker, to, hey, I actually have a business model that will support me in speaking. And so in building that since 2016, I mean, I agree. It feels like dog years, like we're here already, but the reality is my methodology for behind the scenes of building BSN is really what I wanted to use the chapter to pull back the curtain a little bit and help people realize how powerful it is to build communities. My overall thought process in this entire process, Ryan, has been really 3 tiers. It's, I want to build partnerships, I want to build communities, and I want to build systems. Those 3 things, which I know that you do an amazing job at as well. That's the reason why we're even here. Partnerships, finding other people that you can align with, entrepreneurs, other industries, forming strategic partnerships, creating communities, places where people can come and learn, share best practices, share resources, and really to get inspiration on what is possible. You got people that have been doing it for 20 years, but then you also have people that, just, launched their first book yesterday, that just made their first, $1,000 yesterday. And so being able to directly learn and be inspired by the people who are doing the work right now. And then also systems. I think one of my favorite quotes from Dr. George Frazier, he always says that, systems, ideas are good, but at the end of the day, systems are better. And so everybody's always talking about different ideas. Like a great idea is to buy Black, but that doesn't happen until you have a marketplace, until you have a system, a place, an app, anything that will actually facilitate that exchange. And so the chapter is focused specifically on building membership communities. And at the end of the day, I believe that if you're building a business 2021 and beyond, and you're not overlaying it in some type of community, you're missing the boat. Look at any major brand, whether it's Disney, and I'm not talking about just subscriptions, which is the monetizing the actual membership community, but you look at Target, you look at Disney, you look at really Panera Bread, like any major consumer brand is figuring out a way to build deeper relationships with the audience that you serve. We're no longer in this age of one-way communication where you just put out a product or service and you just expect people to consume it and keep coming back. People want to have a sense of connectivity with the brands that they're working on, and that's where the chapter is focused on. And so I share 4 C's of actually building a thriving membership community. And so for those of individuals who are trying to figure out how to mirror some of what we did in BSN, and perhaps, create these dynamic relationships with their memberships that's going to add to the longevity of their business. Then, my chapter which is designed hopefully to be a great starting point in that journey.
Man, that's awesome. And you says a couple things there. One, I love the 3 points that you talked about, and I was thinking about my own journey because you kind of, you gave me a shout out, you gave me a kudos, but I'm like, the partnerships is one thing I love doing. That's why I do media. That's why I do radio. That's why I do TV and podcasts, because when I find interesting people, I want to talk to them. I want to not just talk to myself, but share their message. So I'm like, hey, if I call someone and say, hey, you want to talk? I may get through. If I say, hey, you want to be on the show? People at least going to listen, read the email, right? So I love the partnership part. And then the part you talked about, I know what I was missing for a long time in my business was the systems. It wasn't until 2005 or 6 years ago now, going on 6 years, that I really had the systems in place to run the business the right way, to take it from just something I enjoyed doing, something I was part-time doing, something like a hustle, to making it a real business. And the profit and the time that I got back from having those systems was huge, from finally putting the systems in place. But the last piece I love you talked about was that community piece, because if and the reason I say, because I know that I've always focused on trying to build community. I don't have a BSN type community yet by any stretch of imagination, but it's like when I see that, I'm like, that when we look at business, and people always talk about ownership, but if you don't have ownership of your community, and I'll use the word fans for lack of a better term, fans, clients, customers, whoever it is people you serve, let's use that way, the people that you serve. If you don't have somewhere that they are that you can control, like having Facebook followers is not owning your community, right? Facebook changed the terms of use. They could be gone. YouTube,
Absolutely.
YouTube dictates who sees your videos and things like that. That's good places to put out content to serve your community. But if you don't have someplace where you have control of that community, then you're not building. So, man, when you said that, that was like that's like the missing key that a lot of people think they have, but they don't really have. And I think that's huge when we talk about business. So let me ask you this, because people are going to listen to this and they're like, okay, yeah, I need to know how to build that. I need to go. How many members BSN have now? Is it like 50?
Yeah, so by the time people see this, we'll easily have a community of around 12,000 individuals. And so current and aspiring speakers from around the world, certainly most of the US here, but we have members in South Africa, Nigeria, Canada, the Caribbean. So that continues to grow. And I think from a paid membership perspective, that's in the several hundreds. I think, our goal this year is to be at about 1,000 members, and to be directly responsible for booking 1,200 speakers this year.
That's so awesome, because and you talk about, I'm not going to get too deep. I don't want to know all your financials, nothing like that, but not let everybody know everything. But there was two different things that you talked about, that you have your community of people, like 12,000 people. Who wouldn't want to have 12,000 people that they have access to today? But here's the thing: it's not just having access. I'm gonna put this out here because Brian and his team consistently put out great content. Well, content, I don't mean just videos. I mean stuff that's going to bring value and impact to the people in their community. So there's always trainings, there's always opportunities to learn. There's always projects like this that people can take a part of, but also you give the platform to the speakers. So it's like there's always a speaker in BSN doing a seminar, doing a training.
Always.
So that's the thing. Yeah. So you've built this organization, but you built it on service. You built it on being able to provide that quality to the people whom you serve first, before your focus on, okay, how can I make money from these people, kind of deal.
Exactly. I mean, I think a lot of times in entrepreneurship, one of the things I'm really focused on right now is investing. And I've had investments in multiple companies. But the interesting thing is that, you know, the same principle applies for us as entrepreneurs. And sometimes we look at equity, you know, we tend to only think of like finances, right? So it's like, hey, how much money do we have, or what, you know? But if you think about it, finances, money, like however we define it, whether it's Bitcoin or paper currency or credit or whatever, like money is the least creative form to be able to exchange value. There's all types of ways you can create and deliver value for people other than just accepting money or, you know, charging money. And I think, again, having a community is a part of that. Now, all 12,000 of those individuals, you know, we're in some sort of relationship. Some people look at BSN and they're like, wow, you know, I absolutely like the brand evangelists. These are people who are like ride or die BSN, you know, that we've been responsible for putting on stages or opening the door to, you know, projects like this. We got Speaker Magazine behind us that we had an entire issue of speakers in. And so the ability to quickly create value for people, you are building up equity in a community. And to your point about the technology, that can absolutely change at any time. Like, I love being able to, you know, send out an email and instantly, you know, talk to thousands of people. But at the end of the day, you have people are forming an opinion and an emotional connection to your brand every single day, whether you want them to or not.
Right,
So you
right.
have to decide whether you're going to create an intentional, again, system to be able to build up that equity over time, so that I believe that just the overall formula of wealth is you have you're solving a problem for a select number of people. So if you want to get more, if you want to be wealthy, if you want to be more successful, whatever you call it, you have one or two choices. You could either help more people, or you could solve a bigger problem. And so those are the two variables that we get a chance to play with. And in BSN, you know, I'm really, I always want our growth to be a reflection of not just the number of people that we have, but the impact that we're making on the people that are in the community.
Awesome, man. Awesome. So let me ask you this: how, because this book is about creating lives of unforgettable impact and abundant fulfillment. I think BSN is nailing the impact part. You definitely mastered how to have impact on the lives and careers of speakers. What does fulfillment look like for Brian Olds? And it doesn't necessarily have to be business wise, but we are talking about BSN. But so how would you define fulfillment for you?
Yeah, I mean, you know, at first, one of the, and I'm the thing for me has been this journey of, you know, evolution, right? So I think one of the things I talk about all the time is that you have to put the oxygen mask on yourself first before you're able to put it on anybody else. Like, if you're gone, there's no business. Or if you're unhealthy, if you're not, you know, in a great place mentally, you know, financially, you know, think of the Maslow hierarchy of needs. Like, you gotta, you know, knock that thing out before you can get at the top. That what you're talking about now kind of sits at the top of that pyramid, that self-actualization. So, like, you know, at the end of the day, what does that look like? For Brian, I kind of operate on these, you see, I got everything in threes. So true speaking.
I like it. I like it.
Everything's a trinity. But it's, you know, every single day, Ryan, I'm like, yo, let's make sure we're having fun, making money, and making impact. That impact for me comes in the form of, you know, seeing other people win. And I mean, to be honest, at this stage of the game, I'm not a millionaire. I've not seen like 7 figures, 8 figures. You know, we've this is our third year, third year cracking 6 figures, and then, you know, I think we're, you know, kind of be on the path to 7. But at this point, I mean, you know, I'm shooting this right now from my apartment. You know, I got a house, you know, a place to live, a home. I can get a bigger home. That's fine. I drive a 2013 Nissan Altima. It's a V6, very cool, very fast. On my screensaver over here, I have a Audi R8, so my next dream car, and these Teslas are looking pretty good as well. So, but I have a car, I have something to drive around. Can I get a better car? Yes. So, like, my impact, it doesn't come with like things, like those things are like fleeting. It's more experiences, and for me, I mean, I've only seen like probably 1% of the planet when you really think about it. And those are some things that are personally fulfilling to me. You know, I want to travel to space. I want to, you know, see the world. I want to, you know, eat new foods. I want to learn new languages. I want to learn to play the piano. I want to eat sushi in Japan. Like, those are experiences. But on the other side, it's, you know, who are those people we're bringing along the way? You know, true legacy is like what you're leaving behind. And so to be able to say we have, you know, 1,000 speakers who launched their careers, or in those 1,000 people, because we created something that those 1,000 people went out and did, they then impacted 10,000 people, and those 10,000 then impacted like 1 million. And so those are the types of things that I see. And I don't care, like, Ryan, you know me, man, it could be like somebody launching, just some of the people that are in this project, this is their first time being an author. And so
absolutely.
we would have bridged to that then became book number 1, book number 2, first time film project, first time e-course. Like, those are the type of things that really get me excited more so than, you know, another Stripe or PayPal notification.
Wow. You know, now those Stripe and PayPals are exciting though. That's not
They're
people
good.
like, no, we will still want to see those though. But no, I totally understand. And that's really what the crux of this project is about, is that, you know, when the pandemic hit and the whole world got shut down, you know, some people, and rightfully, I mean, it's been tough, but I think that for a lot of people, they started to really, part of the toughness came from, wait, all my life I've been running here, doing this, doing that, trying to, you know, push this thing because this is what I felt like made me alive. And you realize when you don't have those things, yeah, that's just what's left. What really makes me feel alive? What matters? And that's where this project really came from. And what I'm hoping people will use this to kind of push themselves in the next phase. And after we were able to we started with Reset 2020. I did Reset, and like let's reset our lives, reset the year, and then transition into this Make It Matter project, and hoping that people now will move forward with a resolve to say, listen, it's got to matter in my life. I'm only going to do those things that matter. Going to Japan to have sushi, like, that matters. You don't lose that. That's with you, and it makes you feel alive, and that's important. So definitely exciting to hear you talk. You got me dreaming again, man. I'm excited, man.
I think it's important to keep it in front of you. And 2020, and that's why I applaud you for just you know, making this project available, because I mean, I've known, without kind of going through, you know, the list, people have gone through some really significant loss this year, and not even just COVID related, just in general. And so I've never gone to a funeral, Ryan, where I haven't walked out of there feeling like, you know, with a newfound, I guess, respect for the fragility of life and how important the 3 letters NOW, like, now is. And a lot of times as entrepreneurs, we can kind of feel like, oh, well, you know, I'll just do it tomorrow, or I have next week, and you might not have next week, you know. And so sometimes we have to manufacture a sense of urgency to get the things that we know needs to get done. And then sometimes the world will manufacture that sense of urgency for us, for better or for worse. And so I think projects like this that allow us to kind of keep those things into focus, or refocus it for many of us, are very important. So that's why I'm so excited to be a part of it.
Absolutely, man. And just, it's all tied all together. This project is dedicated to my father, who I did lose in 2020, non-COVID related, but he passed away. And this project was dedicated to him for that reason. You know, I drive, I'm kind of the exact opposite, where I'm always, because I lost my mother at an early age 20 years ago, urgency has always been like, that's my thing. Like, when I say I want to do, if I've given an idea, I'm talking to someone and they're like, okay, that sounds cool. Like, I'm like, okay, let's go then. They're like, hold on, wait. I'm like, no. If I say something, it's like now. Like, people tell you all the time, like, Ryan's, it's like now with Ryan. So
real talk.
So it's like, that's just because of those experiences that I've had. So yeah, but that's the thing. It's just like, we can't, I learned time is just, it's not promised. We don't know when it's going to be. And I think if nothing else, 2020 has made me feel the most mortal I've ever felt before. You know, every day, every cough, every sneeze, every you know, shortness of breath. I'm like, oh, do I have it? Like, do I have the COVID? You know, so if nothing else, I've never felt more mortal in that, you know, I don't like feeling that with so it's pushed me to want to do more, make sure that, you know, we do have that impact. So this has been a great conversation, man. I do want to ask you the same question I ask every author is take us back to 18-year-old Brian. Take us back to that freshman in college. And if you could talk to him now and give some advice to prepare him for the road that you were about to take in your life as it relates to making your message matter and building that community type deals, what kind of message would you want to give your younger self?
Yeah, 18-year-old Brian, man, you know, I think for me, this has been a lesson of a little bit of endurance. Like I said, I worked in the same company for 11 years, and not regretting that necessarily, but I do think that, you know, going back to what we said earlier, you know, if everything that's waiting for you in life is outside of your comfort zone, then, you know, you need to get at it. And so I would have actually ratcheted up that urgency level a little bit more. I think the thing that, you know, in BSN, we kind of have this framework for teaching the professional speaking business. So it's, you know, getting clarity on your mission, your message, your marketing, how to monetize, and how to manage your speaking business. Those are five M's. But really, there's like a sixth kind of secret M that is underlying all of that. And that secret M is mindset. We spend more time adjusting and getting people to believe that they deserve success and that they're capable of it, more than we do, you know, building funnels and marketing strategies and launching websites, like all of that stuff. That, like, there's a reason that people who are hyper successful have kind of a little bit of a ego, because, you know, they believe that they deserve it and they go after it. And so, you know, if you're picking up the phone and asking for that check, you're asking for that meeting, you're launching that product or program, whether it's perfect or not, then consistency is the ultimate equalizer. And so for me, there's so many times where it's like, you know, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. You know, it is kind of like so much waffling versus just, man, you know, go for it. And there's a lot coming from where I came from. And, you know, Ryan, I know you understand this as well. You know, that there aren't as many, you know, inner city, you know, Baltimore, you know, success stories. And a lot of, I believe there's more than we maybe know about, because they don't get publicized as much.
Right.
But what does get publicized is the people that don't make it. And so I think, you know, I would have encouraged myself to, you know, take more risks, to follow my instinct and not just, you know, what's on paper or what society is telling me I need to do. I think security, things like, you know, like if you, at 18 years old, at 20 years old, and even now, I feel like at 36, you know, when you don't have nothing to lose, you have everything to gain. And so just creating this sense, telling myself that I deserve it, that I can actually overcome whatever challenges that are there. And just, you know, it takes the same amount of energy to do things big as it does to, you know, play small. And I think given an opportunity, I would have done that. But what I'm going to do now is be an example for this generation that we have now, and really let, you know, the actions speak for themselves.
I tell people all the time, I actually wrote this in one of my books, that it takes the same energy to write a book that's going to sell 5 copies as a book that's going to sell 5,000 copies. So you might as well go out there and do it. Believe you can do the 5,000, do what you got to do. Listen, I was looking for this quote. So I'm going to take it. I was looking for this quote by you. I always have kept it because I was like, I think I told you when I saw your videos, I love this quote. Use it. You said, you really don't need to replace your income. You need to replace the systems in your life that are producing an income.
Absolutely.
So I want to take us out of here on this. I want I want you to go ahead and give contact information on how people can get in touch with you, how they can lock arms with Black Speakers Network, but then also give us some closing remarks on you know, just building your systems and building that community.
Yeah, I mean, folks can definitely reach me. I mean, you can Google any of us at this point. So Brian O's on everything. Pick your platform. You can find me pretty easily. Black Speakers Network is blackspeakersnetwork.com. That's speakers with an S. .com. And I invite everyone, if you're listening to this and you're like, man, I would love to, get started as a speaker or just be a part of a community. Our free community is open to you on Facebook. So just go open up Facebook, type in Black Speakers Network, click the join button and come on into the community. You'll get a free copy of the book behind me, the Speak Up book, as a gift from coming in. But in terms of wrapping up, I think, man, this whole conversation, is the thing that keeps coming to my mind is don't let perfection or the desire to achieve perfection stand in the way of progress. I believe that everybody, I mean, right now, being a part of this project is so cool because, we're get a book, we're get, documentary, we have this interview, we have a course, like we're knocking out multiple things at once, and that's great. But a lot of people are looking and they're like, man, like, I just want to get my book done. Or I just want to like write this thing. Like, don't let this notion that it's this major project, hold you up. I believe everybody in the sound of my voice is no more than 48 hours away from having a product or service that they could, sell and deliver. Is it going to be the prettiest? No. Sexiest? No. It's going to have the best branding, packaging? No. You might not even have time to put up a website. It might just be a PayPal link. My cousin the other day, she started selling t-shirts. I was like, send me the link. She's like, there's no links. And it's like, she sent me the PayPal, but she started, and so you gotta, make forward motion. And I think, that if you can allow yourself to get in the habit of taking consistent action every day. It may not be perfect, consistent action, but if it's consistent action, whether that's as a speaker, as an author, like if you're trying to be a coach, pick up the phone and start talking to people. If you're trying to be a speaker, start booking yourself onto some podcasts. If you're trying to, be an author, write a chapter outline every single day, like whatever you need to do to make that incremental progress. Make sure you do it and hold yourself accountable to doing that. And you'll be surprised how much progress you can make in just like 60, 90 days, man. So that'd be the number one thing. And finally, I would encourage everyone to make sure that they fully embrace this project. I think the authors, like seeing it's not even done yet. And I'm excited about it. Just seeing the content, like this is going to be one of the most content rich, valuable pieces of personal and professional development resources, I think, coming out in 2021. So like everybody that's having the opportunity to watch this, don't just watch this video. Make sure you get the book. Make sure that you go through the courses because it's going to be something in there for everybody.
Absolutely. You can get a copy of the book. You can enroll in the masterclass, www.themakeitmatterproject.com/Brian, BRIAN. And you can go ahead and join us. And we're going to also get our community started soon too. So I love it. Brian, as always, a pleasure, man. I thank you for joining us. I thank you for the work you've helped us with on this project. Look forward to talking to you again real soon.
Always.
Another episode of Make It Matter Moments. I am Ryan C. Greene, your host and the publisher for the Make It Matter book. I am glad to have with us yet another one of our featured authors in this project. Man, we have the best people. So we have with us today Suzanne Peters, all the way from, which island is it? Which country are you in?
I'm from Trinidad and Tobago.
But that's where you are too, right? You're in Trinidad and Tobago?
Oh, no.
Oh, no, where are you?
I'm in the U.S.
That's where you were. I thought you were over there looking at sunshine and oceans and everything right now.
No, I'm originally from there.
Okay.
I would have been there now if it wasn't for COVID, but.
Got you. Okay, so from Trinidad, Tobago. So we get that out the way. I thought you were. So now I don't feel as jealous because I thought you were living on the beach right now and everything. I was like, man, you got it good. All right, so you just here with us struggling. So not struggling, dealing with the craziness. But anyway, let's get to what we're here for today. So we are here to talk to you about your chapter, what it is that you do. We're going to talk today about Make Your Pain Matter. And, you know, I love your chapter before I let you go, because when I came with the idea for the book, it wasn't going to be just some big motivational rah-rah type deal. I wanted people to understand everything in our life matters. Everything that we've gone through has a purpose. And if we choose to make it matter, it can have some kind of impact for us. So I'm excited about your chapter and talking about it, even though people may hear pain, they're kind of like, whatever. But, you know, this is important. So I'm excited to get into this conversation. So before we do that, let's talk about Suzanne Peters. Introduce yourself to our viewers, to our listeners, and tell them how it is that you even became how you came about writing the chapter in the book.
Well, hello, everyone. My name is Suzanne Peters. As Ryan said, whenever you hear this Caribbean voice, just remember me, okay? Awesome. I am the CEO and founder of Woman to Woman International Network. I am the creator of Woman to Woman app, and I'm soon to be, well, the co-author of Make It Matter book.
Right, you already wrote that. That's right. So let's talk about the chapter. You talked about making your pain matter. What was it about? Tell us about this story. How'd you come to that? Why was that what you wrote about?
Because my story is what started my entire journey, sharing my pain, sharing everything I went through. And what I noticed dealing with women, the way I deal with them, a lot of us are afraid to make ourselves seem vulnerable. We don't want to expose that much of ourselves. So we tend to avoid talking about the things that would make people look at us like, or wonder, really? All of that? Is she legit? Should I deal with her? But what I realized from opening up and actually sharing my pain in the beginning, that is how people really connect with you. When someone can hear your story and listen to it in detail and just get attached to you, having never met you, never spoken to you before, and they can just look at you and say, wow, I'm not the only one. Right. You know, that causes a connection. So whenever I get an opportunity to just be open and share me, how I actually got started, and share where I come from, all the pain I went through, I just have no choice but to jump at it. And when I heard the name of your book, it was like a magnet just automatically pulling me in. Wow, it just started to pull me. I resonated with it immediately. So I had to jump on board. I had no choice. It's your fault.
I'll take the blame. I will take the blame. Hey, that's what my calling is. I pull people out so we can help other people. So
yay!
Absolutely. So let's talk about your chapter. What is it that you want people? Well, before I get to that, because I want, I want men to understand that, women really, there's a whole list of things women have better than us. But one way that they outpace us is that they are allowed to be vulnerable and share that pain. And you can see the empowerment that comes from the pain that when women are around each other, like you just said, when you feel like, oh, there's someone like me. When men, we've been told we got to be all strong. We can't, ever fail. We're going to be judging this and that. And I think, that's such a disadvantage to us. So, that's why I enjoy, y'all women, y'all try to do your women's only stuff, but I'll be sneaking in, I sneak into a lot of that stuff. Cause I'm like,
wow,
we have pain too, but I can't go to my boys and be like, yo, I hurt, but then also it's important for men, I feel, to understand the pain women feel, because a lot of times we inflicted the pain, whether we knew it or not. And it's important to really understand what a woman goes through, especially a Black woman, in order to make sure that we're better men and treating them better. So, this is I was glad to see your story, and I hope that more men will also pay attention to that as well. So
I would like to add to that.
absolutely.
What you just said there, that just took my mind back to about, it was less than a year after I left my first husband. That was my abusive relationship that I was in. And there was a movie he looked at. I can't remember the name of the movie. This was months after we were living apart, and he saw that movie and he thought about me, the things I used to be telling him, with where problems in our relationship were concerned. But at the time when I used to be telling him those things, he paid me no mind. And I remember that night he called me and I answered the phone, and he told me about the movie he saw, and he asked if that's how I felt in our relationship. And I said yes. And he broke down on the phone and he apologized. He apologized. He said, as long as he lives, he will never make another woman feel the way he made me feel. So yes, it is important for men to understand how women deal with things.
Wow. Yeah. Great. So I want to ask them, because this book is about creating unforgettable impact and abundant fulfillment for your life. So what is the biggest impact you want people who are going to read your chapter, who are going to watch your masterclass? What is it that you want them to take from this, your work?
I want people, when they read my chapter, well, apart from thinking it's amazing, I want, hey, I'm just keeping it real, right?
Hey, I'm right here with you. You get no argument from me.
Exactly. I want people to look at my chapter, look at some of the things I have been through, and then take a good look at their own life and understand that no matter what suffering they may be dealing with at present, there's a rainbow on the other side. There's a light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. Whatever it is they desire, no matter how bad things may seem, it's all possible for them. That's what I want people to look at, read my chapter, and then look at themselves, some of the things they are dealing with, and say, you know what? If she can do this, I can do that.
Right. That's good stuff. Good stuff. So let's take it back. We want to go way back to 18-year-old Suzanne Peters. We want to, well, you might not have been Peters at 18, but we'll go back to Suzanne at 18 years old. And if you were to talk to yourself then, what would be one piece of advice that you would give yourself then that would have helped you on the road that you've traveled in order to prepare yourself for what's coming ahead in life? What would be something you want to tell your 18-year-old self?
There's a whole long list.
Just one. Let's go to the top. We just want to go to the top.
Okay. Let me see. 18-year-old Susan was hot, She was hot. She was sexy too, but she was hot. But anyway, 18-year-old Susan, I would say to her, take your time. Take your time. Understand your future has unlimited possibilities for you. There's no need for you to rush. There's no need for you to settle for anything too soon because of what you don't want your life to turn out to be. Just take your time, enjoy every day, and just embrace life as you go along.
Love that. So let's talk about fulfillment then, because now we are at the level where you are here and you are rocking and rolling, you're impacting women's lives and really making a difference. What does fulfillment look like to you?
Fulfillment. First of all, I just want to say this before I get into exactly what fulfillment looks like to me. I want people to understand that fulfillment is never ending. It's an ongoing process, right? Fulfillment to me is being able to simply wake up every day knowing that I am comfortable. Being able to look at myself in the mirror and feel proud of the woman I see looking back at me. Being able to know that I am just constantly hitting my marks and accomplishing my goals, but it's also being able to look towards the future, knowing that, girl, you got so much further to go. Oh, I can't wait. That is fulfillment to me.
Awesome. Loving this conversation. So let's talk about, I'm glad that you found this project. I'm glad to have met someone like you, but what was it about Make It Matter? Why did you want to join this project? Because there's projects out there, there's other things you could have done. You've written your own book as well. So what was it about this project that you said, I want to jump in and be part of this?
First of all, there are a lot of opportunities out there for people like me, but not everything you see is for you. As they say, not everything that glitters is gold, right? So you need to, what I do when I'm looking for things that I know I can work well with or mesh with, I look for things that resonate with me. I pay attention to the people. And so don't think I didn't check you out. I checked you out. I checked you out
Google
good.
me.
And I realized that we are also in some of the same networks. And I said, yes, I want to work with him. So yes, there was a book that captured me at first. The name, Make It Matter. Yes, that is for me. But I also paid attention to who I am doing this with. And Ryan is a good dude.
Thank you.
He is. I mean, I just have to slip that in there. He is. And when you can find people and networks that you are comfortable working with, that, to me, that is a gold mine right there.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, I want to thank you. I want to let you tell people how they can get in touch with you, how they can work with you and learn more about what it is that you do.
You can all contact me. Come on, just fill my inbox. Contact me on social media. On social media, Facebook and Instagram, those are my main platforms. You can find me at the Woman to Woman Network, the Woman to Woman Network. My website is womantowomannetwork.com. Yes, I mainly deal with women, but guys, come on, we have some stuff coming on for you all also. So feel free to share the love, like a photo, follow, send a nice message in the inbox, okay? I'm happily married.
That's right. No, it's no dating sites, y'all. Just be professional.
Yes, just be professional.
Right. Awesome. Well, listen, I want to give you the last word. I want to thank you for joining us, being part of this project. For those who are watching, you can go and get the book at www.themakeitmatterproject.com/Suzanne. Suzanne's Suzanne.
Yes.
You can get your copy there and enroll in the masterclass. So I want to thank you and give you the last words. Take us home.
Oh, I got the last word.
You get the last
Guys,
word.
remember, no matter what, whatever area in your life you may be going through things, remember that it's all for a purpose. Everything comes to an end, and your future, there is limitless possibilities out there for you. But whatever you're going through, take what you can get out of it and use it. Like Ryan said, make it matter. Okay, guys? Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. You have a good day. Welcome to another episode, another Make It Matter moment. I am here, your host, Ryan C. Greene. I got a special guest with us today, one of our featured authors, Mr. Mike Powell. Welcome, Mike.
Sir, good morning. Good morning. How are you doing? Great to be here. Always a pleasure to talk to you.
Absolutely, man. So I mean, you and I have been working together for so long, so I'm going to try not to be too comfortable. We're going to try to keep it a little bit professional, but you know how we do. So we just going to have some fun as well, man. So excited to join you. So I had to rep the Hampton hoodie for you today.
Yeah. I appreciate that. I was going to rep mine, but then they probably would have got mad at us. So I think one is enough.
Can't handle too much, Hampton. I know. So that's how it is. Listen, we want to talk to you today, man, because you are Mr. Goal Diggers. You are the man when it
Yeah.
comes to setting goals. And I want to talk to you about that in your chapter that you have contributed to the Make It Matter project. And before we get into really the nuts and bolts of what your chapter was about and what you do, let's talk about who Mike Powell is,
Yes.
what you do, and how you came to be, the man about goals.
Yeah, yeah. So, background is in psychology, organizational psychology, I guess is the term that I would use to help people kind of understand how the psychology part of my background connects with the business part of my background. But I have a degree in psychology. I have an MBA as well. And so all my life, I've really been fortunate to be in situations, experiences where I've helped people to achieve success, to achieve their goals. Whether that was, working in higher education and helping people get into college and graduate from college and just navigate that process. Whether I was working with my nonprofit and working with young kids and mentoring them and helping them to, be successful on the field and in the classroom, in the community, whether it was working for, federal agencies or, for-profit businesses, helping them achieve their goals as well. I've always kind of had this experience where I'm helping people to achieve success. And so, when I moved into a formal entrepreneurial space where, I'm an organizational consultant and I work with clients every day to help them achieve their goals, I just thought it would be important to kind of formalize what I've always done for people. I'm a trainer. I teach classes. I teach leadership. We talk about strategy and vision and, why that is important for leaders. But I never actually sat down to develop a program to help people to understand how to set goals. I thought it was something that people automatically knew how to do. And it wasn't until I was struggling as an entrepreneur to do it myself that I said, oh, this isn't like second nature. This is actually something that, people might need some help in doing, and especially trying to do it by yourself. I don't know if you've helped people to set goals and know the difference between them doing it by themselves versus working with you or working in a small group or something. It feels very, very different. And so, being a coach and a consultant and helping people reach their goals has been something that I've really enjoyed. And so, that's what I do. At the core of all of my work, it's really about helping people to become successful.
Awesome, man. Awesome. So working with this project and bringing that the goal setting piece to this, and reason I reached out to you because, like you said, I understand that people kind of take goal setting for granted. It's something that we've heard. If you've been in any personal development space for more than 2 weeks, you've probably heard goals as being important. But like you said, it is something that at this point people kind of just throw out like, hey, go set some goals. But there's a process that you have to go through to really set goals that are not just things on paper that you want to write down, but things that you can actually have an action plan to go and fulfill. So that's the biggest thing I think that I love what you do is that you don't just stop rather with setting the goals. Like, okay, here you got some things on the paper. You actually have your processes in place that kind of help them go through fulfilling those goals, because that a goal not worked on is just a dream, right? So why was it important for you to bring that to the Make It Matter project? Why was it important for you to, what's your hope rather for those who want to read the book, and enroll in your course when it comes to goal setting? What do you expect them to get from this?
Yeah, I think, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to just be a part of such a dynamic group. And, all of the different topic areas are really important. And I think what people have to understand is being intentional about the things that matter is really important. And so, whether you're talking about improving your finances, whether you're talking about improving your credit, whether you're talking about improving your relationships or, taking your career or your life to a different level, it really starts with being intentional about what that looks like. And so, I think what you have brought together with all of the different speakers and who you have brought together and all of their topics, it was important to have a process to help them learn how to set goals so that they can take those processes and make sure that they are intentional about creating a space and an environment where those things that they say matter can actually be implemented in their life, and not just say it matters, but actually put some action behind making it a reality.
Right. And it just hit me that I don't think I even told people at the beginning, this is make your goals matter. If you haven't picked up on that by now, we're talking about make your goals matter. I think I left that part out at the very beginning. For those who will listen to the podcast, if you're watching the video, you can see it on the bottom of the screen already, the lower third. But great. So Mike, one thing I ask every author in these interviews is if you could go back to your 18-year-old self, all right, if you were talking to 18-year-old Mike coming out of Oxon Hill High School, I should have put all your information out there. I'm sorry. But coming out of, coming out of high school, and what would you tell yourself back then about goal setting that would help you travel, go through the roads you've traveled through life?
To do it and to make it something that is important, and I'll go back to, freshman year of high school, Mike, right? And, getting into high school and being in the program that I was in, all I really was interested in was just having a good time in school and playing basketball. Like, that was really it. I knew I wanted to go to college, and I knew I wanted to be successful in something in life, but I never really had the foresight to set goals for myself. It was kind of like, my mom and my dad said, if you don't do this, this is going to happen. And so like my goals were to make sure those things did not happen. Right. So that was the extent. And I wasn't really a great student in high school. I managed to graduate. I managed to get into Hampton. But when I got into Hampton, I really got really intentional about creating a plan for myself, creating a routine for myself, learning how to study, learning what I needed to do to put myself in a position to be successful, because it did not feel good in high school when I wasn't successful. It didn't feel good to be around classmates who were getting these great scholarship opportunities and who were on the honor roll and who were getting recognized. And I was just kind of out there. Like, I was a popular guy. I was the homecoming king and all that stuff. But, on you look at my transcripts, I didn't really have a lot to add in terms of my academic. And so I didn't want to go into college with that same experience. And so I got really intentional about setting goals for college. And I did really well. I mean, I did really well in college, academically, socially. It was just a great experience, much better than in high school. But it kind of stopped at Hampton, right? I didn't really think about what I wanted beyond Hampton. And so, I think the 18-year-old Mike, I would say, continue to make goal setting and having a vision for yourself a priority beyond just these 4 years at Hampton. But, what is it that you want to do? What is it that you want to be? What are the things that you want to just explore for the rest of your life? And so, I think setting goals sometimes as just an exercise in exploration is a good goal. Let me learn more about this field. Let me learn more about this process. Let me learn more about this product. And a goal could be to just learn more about yourself. And so, I think I did learn about myself. I was able to be successful and position myself, but it wasn't because I was intentional. It was because I had, really smart people around me that helped me. People like you, who put me in positions very early on to have opportunities and kind of learn that, okay, I do like this. But if I hadn't known you and had people around me to help me, I don't know that I would have been in those same environments and had those opportunities.
You said one thing that kind of stuck with me, just just learning. Just I think that we get so caught up in the world we live in now is that people the joy of exploration and just learning to learn gets lost on us because we're always hustling, we're always trying to compete, we're always gotta if I'm gonna learn something to make money, if I'm gonna learn something to get a new job, I'm gonna learn something to push me ahead, then we're all for it. But just to learn just because you want to know
Yeah.
something, that
Yeah.
that joy, I don't see a lot of people doing that anymore. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
that's good stuff, man. Let me ask you this: because this book is about helping people create unforgettable impact and abundant fulfillment in their lives. What does fulfillment look like to you? Like when you are going through what you do, what makes you fulfilled and what makes you enjoy what you do?
Um, you know, it has been really an interesting experience this year with COVID and being remote in a lot of my professional experiences. And so professionally, it really comes from having experience, taking it from beginning to end and seeing it successful and knowing that the people who were a part of that experience really felt good and were really impacted by it. So that, professionally um, has been very impactful for me to figure out how to get that feeling, even though we're remote, right? But then personally, as my daughter was born in October of 2019. And so one of the really, really great things that has happened with COVID is I've been able to be home with her every single day. Like literally, uh, there has not been a night in her life that I have not spent with her and a morning that I have not woken up with her. And I'm home with her every single day, which, is unprecedented. I mean, you're a parent and all of my friends and family and folks that I know who are parent are like, man, like you are so lucky to be able to have this
Right.
time with her because it goes so fast.
Absolutely.
So, this has been really a fulfilling time in my life, just trying to, create this experience where I can watch her grow and see the things that she's doing and try to figure things out on my own. So, the family dynamic that I have now is something that really brings me a lot of joy and fulfillment. And trying to figure it out. Trying to create learning environments for her and learning environments for me and having fun. I mean, Monday we got our snow and I took her out in snow for the first time and that was like super cool. And I was like, man, who knew that this parenting thing would be so much fun? And then, she's up at 2 a.m. and I'm like, man, who knew that this parenting thing could be so hard?
Right,
Right.
right, right. It take you on a whole roller coaster of
Yep,
emotions,
yep,
man. Yeah.
absolutely, absolutely. So, that has been really cool to be able to blend my personal and professional experiences so closely together because we all in the house. And
Right,
so this time has really gave me an opportunity to really understand what is meaningful to me in my life and position myself to get that feeling.
cool. Now, what's the one thing you want people to be most impacted by in your chapter and through the work that you do? Those going to read the chapter in your the book, those are going to enroll in your course. What's the one thing, if it was just one thing that you want
Yeah.
them to be most impacted by? What's that thing that you want them to make sure they grab?
Yeah, I think something that I say is, success starts with a vision, and a vision requires a plan. So, we have so many things in our mind and dreams and goals that we have for ourselves and for our families and friends and just the people around us. And so it starts there. And I think it's really important to get people back to the place where they can begin to dream again, begin to see potential, begin to see opportunities. Because I think so many people just get stuck and they think that this is the only thing that I can do. And so, just kind of getting people in that space and remember that they can dream. But then the next part is then have a dream, come up with a plan to support that dream. And so that's what I think I want people to understand. Success starts with a vision, but a vision requires a plan. And so, you start with the idea, but now you have to put some action behind it to execute it and to implement it.
Awesome, man. Mike, those who are watching, those who are listening, want to get in touch with you, work with you, get their goals set, tell them how they can do that.
Yeah, you can follow me on all of my social media. That's MP Consults. I think Twitter and Instagram. My blog is also MP Consults. So, you can hit me up there, check out some of the things that I write about, some of my experiences that I share. And then you can, find all of my contact information there. I do personal coaching, I do small group coaching, workshops for individuals as well as for organizations. And so, anything that I can do to help you be successful, even if it's just a conversation. Sometimes that conversation is a spark to kind of get people going. And so, I'm open to just having a conversation with folks to help them get themselves in a ready position.
All right. I want to thank you, Mike. It's always a pleasure talking to you. Every time I talk to you, you get better and better, man. So I'm just watching your growth as you do your thing. Has always been inspiring to me. Thank you for sharing with our people today. I'm going to give you the last words and we'll be out.
Thank you, sir. Well, again, folks, I think what we have to be able to do is decide what are the things that matter to us in our lives. And once we decide what matters to us, then we have to live intentionally and create the experiences, the opportunities, the situations, so that those things that matter to us are really coming into our space and coming into our lives, because we have the potential to impact so many people around us. And so those things that matter to us probably are going to have a benefit to other people as well. So be intentional about making those things that matter to you a priority, and be intentional about creating a plan to make sure that you can execute on making those things come true. Thanks a lot, Ryan. I really appreciate it.
Awesome, man. Thank you for being with us. If you're watching and you're listening, make sure you go ahead and check out all the Make It Matter podcast episodes, the interviews, and make sure you get the book, enroll in the course, and make it matter. Talk to you soon. Talk to you later. Welcome to another Make It Matter moment. I am your host, Ryan C. Greene, and today we have with us Jacqueline Shawless from, I'm going to say you're from New York, right? You're in New York?
Yes.
All right, there we
New
go.
York
New York. I normally don't say that part, so I kind of set myself up to mess up. Now I was like, wait a minute. Anyway, sorry, we're off to a great start. No, but anyway, definitely have Jacqueline Shawless today. This Make It Matter moment is going to be all about making your awesome matter. So I'm excited to have this young lady with us today. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
Awesome. So let's talk first about who Jacqueline is. Introduce yourself to our listeners, to our viewers, and then tell us all about what this Make Your Awesome Matter is all about.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Jacqueline Shawless, the excitable introvert, and I guide introverted women of color to get seen, heard, and respected by embracing their awesome. And so awesome is a central theme for me. It is the thing that really allowed me to show up more fully and allows me to show up fully. So awesome, just to break down and kind of tie into what that means to make it matter. Awesome is sharing your amazing works of expression to serve others with maximum enjoyment. So when I talk about making your awesome matter, I'm talking about you showing up in all the forms that you are, mother, wife, friend, community member, but doing so with a mind on first service to others, but without burning yourself out or sacrificing yourself, letting your enjoyment also frame how you show up.
Awesome. Awesome. So, so that, you know, so that's, I love, that's one of the words I've always used. So when I saw you and your brand, I was like, okay, yep, this works already. I already know. So, but why is this subject matter important to you? Why does this matter for you?
And for me, it was really a matter of saving myself. This concept of awesome and really embracing your awesome came to me kind of as a divine download, if you will. I was in 2011, I was hit by a car. I was crossing the street with my then 2-year-old and a car slammed into me. We're fine, we're all good. But at the time, I had just made the decision that I was going to leave my corporate job. I was going to give myself a year to get myself ready to go. And then about a week later, I was hit by a car. So this experience, I was out of work, I had to get surgery, had to learn how to walk again, like all of these things. But in that recuperating time, I'm laying there, it's like, okay, I just committed to doing this for myself. I just said yes. And now this. And it very clearly came to me that all of this is purposeful, that every single experience that I've had up to that point was preparing me for everything coming after. But the only way that I would be able to make that bridge is by just simply allowing my gifts and allowing things to fall apart into place, is how I like to frame it. So this idea of embracing your awesome, it really came as I was trying to figure out what to do, because I'm here in bed, I can't do anything. My health was falling apart mentally, emotionally, physically from the stress of my job and my frustration with not living my dreams. So when I talk to people, especially to women, about embracing your awesome, many of these women are already successful. Their lives are perfect on paper. They have everything. They're so dissatisfied. They're so disconnected because they feel that awesome in them and they're not sure how to make that bridge. I'm the person who guides them on making that bridge from where they are to where they want to be.
You know, and that's so powerful. And it's really kind of, you know, I know you work with women specifically, but you know, that's my story, you know, where I've been, and that's kind of in my chapter, I talk about it, but that's been the story of my life, is that when you know there's something in you and you're stuck somewhere that you don't want to be, but you look at your life and what you have to be at particular times. And that's really what this Make It Matter project was all about. It's just really helping people who are in that situation where, like you said, they look good on paper. You've got everything that, you know, people tell you success looks like, but you don't have that fulfillment. You're not happy with it. You know that there's something more. You know that there's something more inside of you. There's a bigger impact you can make to other people. So that's you know, so powerful on what you do. And I know some people are living that right now, especially after the 1.5 years we just had, and still having, because it's not over. But you know, people are really struggling with what matters. What am I really going to do with the rest of my life? So what's the one thing that you want people to be most impacted by when they read your chapter, when they reach out to you after this and start working with you? What's the one thing you want them to say, you know what, I'm calling Jacqueline because this?
It's truly to make that decision to honor yourself. That is the single thing that has changed everything in my life. When I made my initial decision to kind of live this was an experiment. I was in high school. I was a wallflower. I'm very introverted, bookworm, etc. But I decided, like, okay, if I was just to be this me in my head, what would that look like? How would that play out? So I said, okay, well, let me just do that. And it literally changed everything. Everything good in my life came from that decision to put myself and to honor myself first. I was better able to show up for, and still able to show up for, my clients. I was able to meet the person that I married, had my kid. Like every good thing in my life came from that one decision to honor myself first. So that, for for the people, especially for the women who are in that space where they feel that tug for something else, they know that there's something else, they just don't know what it is. The place to start is by recognizing who you truly are and honoring that. Trust me, everything else will fall into place. Might fall apart, but it will fall into place.
Right. Sometimes you can't be afraid of that falling apart process in order to get things to fall into place. So, that's great. What does fulfillment look like to you now? You're the excitable introvert. You're doing this this book, and you're now living in what is your purpose to do. What does fulfillment look like to Jacqueline?
And fulfillment to me is, and it's a little bit selfish, but it's that space when someone has that light bulb moment, like you've worked with this person and they finally like, oh my gosh, that is so addictive. It's so amazing. And it's not from like, oh, I did something. It's when you recognize that when someone has that spark and that light bulb goes off, that is the ripple that affects their life, their children's lives, their partners' lives, their friends' lives, their communities' lives, generations from now. You just witness a big bang. I love that. I absolutely love that. That is fulfillment for me.
Ain't nothing selfish about that. Nothing selfish about that joy that you get. That's
I
fulfillment.
love that.
When we talk about fulfillment is selfish. That's what fulfills you. So that's great. That's great. So let's take it back to 18-year-old Jacqueline and tell us, if you were to prepare yourself, you're talking to your 18-year-old self, trying to prepare her for the road you've traveled. What's the one thing that you would advise young Jacqueline about to get her better ready?
I would tell her to not let go of herself. I had the unique experience to be really successful early on. I had already published books like as a teenager, was a columnist, was the host of a TV show. Like I had done all of this before I could even vote. So I had that unique kind of perspective. But what later came on was me forgetting that I was capable of those things. And so I let everyone else's expectations begin to chip away at what I knew was true about myself. So the 18-year-old me was right at that sweet spot. I was right at that spot where I had some successes. I was doing great things, but I was just approaching when people are like, oh, well, if you're only 18, then you should only be doing so on and so forth. I say, hold on to yourself. When you know that truth about yourself, hold on to it. And that's for any age, but definitely for myself at that age. Oh my goodness. Where would things have gone?
Right. Awesome. So listen, so now you are, self-described introvert, and I'm introvert as well. People don't believe me, but I'm actually a very shy person too. I force myself to do certain things that I know need to be done, but I'm definitely more of a personal kind of keep to myself introvert. So you're an introvert, but like you say, you've written books, you've been on Dr. Oz a few times, you've done all these things. What was it then about the Make It Matter project that you thought that this is where you wanted to kind of share your story with? What was about this project that you want to be a part of?
I love first and foremost the focus on making it matter, whatever that it is. That really speaks to me because that is simply to me a rephrasing of embracing your awesome. You are looking at all of those aspects of your life and all of these places that you can impact and influence, and you're choosing to show up bigger and brighter and better in each of those moments. It's like, how could I not be a part of this? I love that. And even during the project and being a part of it, just the sharing of the co-authors that are here and even learning more of your story, it's like, oh my goodness. I don't know if I had known beforehand, honestly, I think I would have been a bit intimidated. I might have like, oh, let me just like deselect myself because the people who have the stories and the transformations are so amazing. And that's great in itself. But the fact that each and every person is then taking those lessons and using them as a light to shine for so many other people, I mean, I have been so impressed and so blown away by it. So I'm glad that I said yes. I'm glad that I said yes to this experience. Because again, it's, man, what would I have missed out on?
Wow. Well, we're glad you said yes too. And I mean, I admit, that I've had that same feeling. Like when I've gone through the stories and really read bios of the authors, I'm like, wow, hold on, they're in my project. Like I'm working with them. Like, wow, I've got, I've said on another show, we've got 5 people with PhDs on it. I'm like, what? And then, but then they're all different in what they do. And I'm just like, we've got professional this and that, and people who've been on national television shows like yourself. I'm like, so even I'm like, when I look at it, I'm like, wow, I think I thank God for using me to put this platform and bring all these people together. So I don't take it for granted either. That is awesome. So as we close, I want you to tell people how they can get in touch with you, how they can work with you more after this project.
Absolutely. Well, you can definitely go to my website, iembraceawesome.com. There you can learn not only more about me, but find some resources there to support you. As introverts, if you are more shy and just want to have that one-to-one connection, certainly send me a message. You can do that on the site and we can have a quick little chat. I have no problem with connecting with people in that way and being able to support you on making that transition from introvert to influential.
All right. So thank you again for being here with us, Jacqueline. For those of you who are interested and want to get a copy of the book, go to www.themakeitmatterproject.com/JK Shaulis. That's SHAULIS. Get a copy of the book, enroll in her masterclass, be a part of this great project, and learn more about her story. Thank you. I'm going to give you the last word to take us out.
I just want to say for each and every person that it is no mistake that you are here and listening to this, that there is something that's drawing you, and that something is simply putting a name to that greatness that's calling you. So see this as your sign. This conversation, you're crossing this project is your sign to show up bigger. So use what you learn here and show up bigger.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jacqueline. Talk to you soon. Welcome to another Make It Matter moment. I am Ryan C. Greene, and today we have a featured Make It Matter author, Monique Toussaint, with us, and I am so excited to have this young lady with us. Welcome, Monique.
Hi, Ryan. I'm excited to be here as well. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So we are going to talk today about your chapter and what it is you specialize in and the contributions you've made to the Make It Matter project. And you're all about make your moments matter. You are the founder, CEO of Monumental Business Solutions. So I know when I got the application from you, it's a Monumental Business. I was like, oh, that sounds good. So tell us about Monique Toussaint and the Monumental Business Solutions and what it is that you do.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am the founder and CEO of Monumental Business Solutions. And this came to me because a lot of the times I would work I used to be a corporate recruiter, and I would do things around helping people find their passion, but they weren't sure how to apply it. And they had these great ideas, all these entrepreneurs or just leaders in organizations, but they weren't sure, I want to do this, Monique. How do I figure out how to do it? And like, I got you. I love strategy. I love coaching. I love helping people accomplish their goals. But I think what I've realized with them is they have to have that aha moment where they realize, you know what? This is something I want to do. And once after they have that moment, then I'm like, okay, now that you're ready, let's figure it out. And so that's how Monumental came into being. I met a lot of business owners. I used to be just a career coach. And I would meet a lot of business owners that had these ideas, or future business owners, and they didn't know how. And I was like, I got you. I am the business solution that you need. And we're not just going to be great, we're going to be monumental. And that's really how Monumental came into being.
Awesome, awesome. Now, why is this so important to you? How did your life take you to? Well, you told me how it took you there, but why is this like what you wanted to do and what you want to bring to the public?
You know what's so crazy? When I was in undergrad, I just wanted to work for Geico and make really funny commercials and get paid well to travel the world. Like back then, early 2000s, like Geico had the best commercials ever. I was all about marketing, all about business. I went to American University, and our business projects were actual projects for actual clients. So we did a project for Chevy Cobalt where we were trying to market to our demographic, like all of that great stuff. And I obviously shifted gears, right? Did some work studying the Career Center, and life became more than about me. And I know you're 18 and 19, 20, it's about you. But as you see other people struggle, as you see other people like change a major, can't figure out what to do, you're in a career center, none of your friends go there, you're like, oh my God, do you know how much information is here? Why didn't we study abroad? Why didn't we do this? Right. And I've always done service on the side. I'm a Rotarian, I'm an urban leaguer. It's always been a side thing. It's never been like a full-time thing, but I could not see and not help. Like, I'm not built that way. And so that's really what made me jump into this work, is because like it's not that we're not equipped to do what we want to do, we just don't know how. And that's like a really personal thing to me. Like, we just need to know how, and we need to take the time to do it. We're so busy. I'm West Indian, so don't make the Jamaican joke, like, because I'm not. But like, we have 5 jobs, right? So like, you're in school and you have work study, and then you have an internship, and you're doing this, and you're working all these jobs, and you just like, time is passing, and before you know it, you never took time for you. And so I'm very much a stickler for people making time for self-reflection, for figuring out, what do I want to do? How do I want to do it? And how can I do that well? I don't believe in wasting time. Like, the 2 things I hate, people wasting my time and me wasting theirs. That's like my number 1 and 2 pet peeves, right? Because time is so valuable. It's the one asset we have that we can't get back. But because we're so busy working and going through the motions, we do not take the time for ourselves to grow. And we just spin our wheels like a hamster on a wheel. And 5 years later, we still are where we were 5 years ago. So that's why I think this is important, because I have been guilty of this is my first year not working 2 jobs that I don't even need it. It's just like, I'm so used to being busy, but I'm still busy, right? So I'm in school, I'm doing this and I'm doing that. But like, we have to see the value of time, and that's why I make it. And that's a long answer, but that's really why making time to make your moments matters so much to me, because we've missed so much because we don't take the time to appreciate the moment. Like, just live in it for a second, appreciate how you got there, and figure out the next steps after. But we have to take time to cherish the moment.
That's actually an awesome answer, and that's really what I think, that if the last year and a half hasn't shown us anything, it's made people pause, it's made people stop, it's taken a lot of those distractions away from people, and you're sitting there with, okay, what do I do with this time that I used to waste doing other stuff that I thought mattered? And now I realize that, hey, I'm still okay without certain things, and now people are using this time to really figure out what matters to them, how can they make those moments more impactful for them. So building on that, when I ask you, what is it when people are looking at your chapter, when people are going to look enroll in your masterclass, what is the one thing that you want them to be most impacted by through your teaching?
Yeah, I think the most important thing for them to think about is it's time to act. After you figure it out, my word for 2021 is execute. I am a thinker. I stay in my brain and I do like this. So my number 1 thing for you to take away from this chapter is leadership requires action. It's not enough to think about it. It's not enough to write it out. You have to act. That's it. That's all I want you to take away from it. Well, not all, but
That's the big. That's the big thing.
the most important part.
But that's good. You know, I'm guilty of that as well. It's like I'm the thinker. I'm the one that you talk about strategy. I'm the one that does all that for everyone else. Then it's like, okay, but you got to act on certain things, right? You got to eventually got to pull that trigger and run. So, all right, I've been asking everybody the same question. I want to ask you: if you were to talk to your 18-year-old self, you're coming out, you're at American University. You want to talk to yourself and say, hey, here's the one thing that I really want you to know that's going to better prepare you for the road we're about to take. What would that one thing be that you tell your younger self?
So I would tell myself that trust your gut and never let anyone steal your voice. Awesome. So should I elaborate? No, you got it. Trust your gut and never let anyone steal your voice. Your opinion matters, your voice matters, your perspective matters. And if it doesn't matter in the space that you're in, change the space.
That's deep. That's good. That's good. That's good. What does fulfillment look like to you? Because we're talking about creating unforgettable impact. We're talking about abundant fulfillment. And I know a lot of people who may make big impact in people's lives and they're not fulfilled, or they're getting a lot of fulfillment, but they're not making any impact in anyone else's lives. So what does fulfillment look like to Monique?
So I have been working on what that looks like for me. Again, last year was also one of reflection for myself. And before, I would say fulfillment to me was seeing other people achieve their goals. Like I find such joy. So last year I did a Girls with Goals event, and 4 out of the 5 achieve what they accomplished. Like we were like, what are your overarching goals? How do we dig deep? Pick one. You're going to have a lot, but what is one thing you want to accomplish this year? And 4 out of 5 accomplished it. And to me, like I feel fulfilled when other people feel fulfilled, but I've been doing a lot of introspection myself about like, okay, Monique, it's good that they feel good, but what makes you feel good for you? And so for me, fulfillment is identifying what makes me feel good and actually doing things for myself. So that's where I'm at in my space.
That's good. You talked about being a person who service is important to you. And I think that a lot of people fall into that trap you just talked about. When you have a heart to serve others, sometimes you forget that you should be fulfilled as well. Like you should get something out of that. It's not about, and I actually write about that in my chapter about serving people. It's not, you shouldn't serve to your own detriment. It's a difference between a sacrifice and being detrimental to yourself. So that, you know, that's important stuff to know. You had an opportunity to work on other projects. There's other book compilations out there. You could have gone different routes. What was it about the Make It Matter project that made you say this was the one you wanted to be a part of and jump in on?
Yeah, I was considering 2 at the time, and I'm naturally indecisive, but I was not going to pay for both, and I wouldn't have had time for both. Like, just life would not have allowed me to. And I think Make It Matter, just the title in of itself was so powerful to me. Like even now, even though our chapters are written, as I'm writing emails, I'm like, yeah, don't forget to make it matter. And don't forget to do this matter. And it's like so ingrained in me. It was such a powerful title. And then when I attended the session with Brian and yourself for Black Speakers Network, like it was planned out. I have no idea how this book thing works at all, but it just seemed organized. It seemed like we were getting a lot of, you know, we have the film, the course, it was just like, this is a great opportunity to be part of a project that would make impact. Like it's not just something to say I wrote a book, but it's like this book will have impact for decades, for centuries. Like hopefully they're probably like they will have paper books in like 3021, but you know they'll maybe digitize it or something like we've done with the track records. You know, we've gone from tracks to like you know playlists. So I just saw the power in the project and prayed about it, and it was a good move, and I haven't regretted it since. So
Awesome. We're definitely excited about you being with us. And those who are watching, you know, you have, like I said, you have the chapter, but we have the masterclass as well. So if you're watching, you can make sure you go to makeitmatter.com/Monique to register and enroll in the masterclass and see more about what she's going to teach. So I want you to give out your information on how people can get in touch with you, how they can work with you, how they can start to make their monumental moments, their monumental business. Tell them how they can work more with Monique.
Yeah, absolutely. So first things first, I want you to always remember to think monumental. We are more than average. We are more than above average. Average is not enough. So you always want to think about average. You always want to be better. You always want to be there. So for me, I'm on Facebook. If you go facebook.com/thinkmonumental, because I want you to think beyond where you are. Think beyond where you want to go. Think monumental. Instagram, think monumental. Email is not monumental. So my email is solutions@monumentalbusiness.com. My website's monumentalbusiness.com. And yeah, monumental, MONUMENTAL, business.com. So think monumental on Facebook, Instagram, think monumental. And if you're searching on Facebook, the business name will be there, Monumental Business Solutions. But the link is facebook.com/think monumental. And I'm always happy to answer any questions. Like a random guy was like, how do I start a business in Ohio? And I'm like, okay, let me pull it up for you.
Awesome.
So even if you don't become a customer, just know that I personally want you to succeed in anything you are working on. So yeah, feel free to reach out.
That's so awesome. Thank you for your time, Monique Toussaint. I've always liked that last name, so I have to make sure I get it right, Toussaint. So thank you for joining us. We're excited about having you be part of the project. Again, make sure you all go to makeitmatter.com/Monique to go ahead and pick up your copy of the book, enroll in a master class. And like you said, we've got a film coming out and everything. This is big, y'all. We doing it big. So we're excited about it. Thank you, Monique. And I'll give you any last words that you want to share.
Yeah, I just want to say you deserve it. Whatever it is that you were thinking about for yourself, for your family, for your future, you deserve it. It matters. It doesn't have to matter to anyone but you, but it matters. So take the time to reflect on what matters to you and make your moments matter, because you matter.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Welcome to another Make It Matter moment. I am your host, Ryan C. Greene, and we are here with another featured author from the Make It Matter Project, Dr. Sharita Weatherspoon. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Awesome. Glad to have you here. For those of you who have ever considered starting a business, going out on your own, jumping into entrepreneurship, or just trying to make more money from something that you love to do, this is going to be the interview you want to pay attention to, because today we are talking about making your business matter. So Dr. Sharita, thank you again for being here. I'm going to give you a second to introduce yourself to our listeners, to our viewers. Tell them who you are and how you became the expert on making your business matter.
Yes, so as you said, I'm Dr. Sharita Weatherspoon, the founder and CEO of Powerhouse Coaching, where I work with professional Black women, helping them to transition into entrepreneurship as coaches, consultants, speakers, trainers, and authors. My primary goal is to get them to the six-figure mark in 12 months or less, so that they can, live out their calling, make an impact, and make some income at the same time.
That is amazing. I know people are like, hey, I want to know how to make six figures, talking to, doing what you do. So that's great. So we want to talk a little bit about that, because we want to jump into first, how did you even become this person? How did you get into this field and this expertise?
So it's been a long journey. I knew literally decades ago that at some point in my life I would be in entrepreneurship. I knew that my personal calling had to do with helping people become who they were created to be and live the lives that they were that they desired to live. And how that was going to take form is kind of what threw me off a little bit. So I entered, a career and had a 20+ year journey in higher education administration. Left that field about 4 years ago as an assistant vice president at a university, and really decided to pour everything into my own dream and goal that I had been giving to someone else. And I recognized that in the work that I was doing, I was in fact living out my calling, but I wasn't doing it with the right people and the right platform. So I had to kind of go through this time frame where I was clarifying what it was exactly that I should be doing and how that looked for me. Because a lot of people will say that their calling is that, to help people, right?
Right.
But
Yeah, of course.
how does
Yeah.
that translate?
There's a whole lot of ways to help people. You got to get a little more specific about that, right?
Exactly.
Right.
So through the process of getting that clarity and kind of reiterating what my business looked like, I started off doing leadership consulting based on my years of experience. Was good at it, hated it. Then I transitioned to life coaching. Was good at it, hated it, and I got really clear actually through a friend who said she would never hire me as a life coach, but she would hire me as a business coach, and didn't know why I would not market myself as a business coach, because she was always seeking business advice from me. And actually a lot of people were. So people saw something in me that I didn't see in myself at first.
Right.
And that was really, we talk about the whole imposter syndrome and, just not being able to stand in the power of who you are. And it really kind of shook something up in me. I'm like, well, Sharita, this is like, you actually get joy out of doing this, and people come to you, you have answers, you've been studying this thing for years, long before you actually launched your business. You were in this and learning and working with coaches and taking courses and all of that. And then I actually put myself through my own coaching process because I couldn't find what I needed in someone else. And then at the end of that, it was like, okay, I need to be for other Black women what I was looking for and couldn't find. And someone that really helped me to clarify, what is that thing, that one thing that you were really called to do, and then deal with any mindset issues around whether or not you deserve to get paid your worth for it. And then put the processes and systems in place to then get paid your worth for it.
And you just put so much into that. And I'm like, it was just so many things. I didn't want to stop because I'm like, I didn't want to get all of it, but it was so many. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna talk about that. I'm gonna talk about that. I'm gonna talk about that. But what I first want to go to is because you said a couple of things. You said it a couple of times in your journey, and I want people to get this because this book, Make It Matter, is for two reasons: to help people create impact, which you have been doing with your everything that you said, your whole journey. You were creating impact for others. I think your system is even called Impact, right? So. But the second half of what we're here to do is teach people how to have abundant fulfillment in their lives. And what you were saying was you were doing things, you were impacting people, but you weren't fulfilled. You didn't enjoy it. You didn't like what you were doing. And I've been there. Like, it's certain things that, sometimes you know how to do things, but you don't enjoy doing them. Depending on where you are in life, you got to do it just because you need to, pay some bills. But I want to talk to you about that fulfillment piece. Like, what does fulfillment look like to you? Because, you've got a wealth of experience, but like you said, you weren't having fun. You weren't enjoying it. You didn't love doing it, even if you were helping people doing it. So what does fulfillment look like to Dr. Sharita?
So for me, it's about operating in flow. I am in my zone of genius, doing what I do well. It's enjoyable for me. I'm allowing other people to do what they do well instead of trying to do all the things myself.
Right.
And then within that, I have time to still live my life, because I still distinguish between business and life.
Right.
I want
Absolutely.
to enjoy my family. I want to, travel. I want to socialize. I want to relax, all of those things. And, being able to do that through entrepreneurship, gave me back control of my time. It also gave me control of my income from the perspective of, when I need to make money, I can make money, and I can make as much as I want to make at any particular time. It's, you know, my higher income limit is determined by me. It's not determined by someone else. But, you know, really, again, being able to operate and flow in that zone of genius, and then having time freedom, having mental freedom, the peace that comes with, you know, not having so much of your life controlled by someone else. That is fulfillment for me. And then being able to share the benefits and the abundance that comes out of that with my family and friends.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. What's the people who are reading your chapter, people who are going to watch your master class, what's the one thing that you hope, the biggest impact you hope that they walk away with after reading your chapter and learning from you?
I would say that it is that you can profit from your purpose. A lot of people think, you know, well, this is something I feel led to do, especially if you come from a Christian background, which I do. So I don't have a problem with saying this. You know, you deal with that whole kind of poverty mindset thing, and this thinking that if God called you to do it, you shouldn't get paid for it and things like that. But I wholeheartedly believe that you can profit from your purpose, and you should. And I believe that, you know, that really is in the plan for us to be prosperous through the work that we do. So I want people to recognize that they can make a difference, they can make an impact, and they can make significant income while doing that. And it's okay.
And it's okay. That's the great part. So talk to, I ask every author to take us back to the 18-year-old them. All right. So if you were to talk to your 18-year-old, we're going to call you Cherie. What was your nickname back then? They call you Rita when you were young, whatever your nickname was, right? Before you were Dr. Weatherspoon, when you were just 18 years old, take us back to that person. And what advice would you give her that would better prepare her for the journey that you've taken in your life?
I would tell Riri that,
Riri, I love that.
that she should follow her heart. I think the biggest challenge I faced in shifting into entrepreneurship was that I was molding myself into what other people thought I should be or could be based on, you know, natural talents and skills, and, you know, people kind of pushing me in a certain direction. And, you know, I did those things and then kind of got locked in that. And it was hard to get out, especially after you progressed a certain way. You're making a certain amount of money. It's hard to walk away from that. But I would tell her to follow her heart, be true to what's inside of you. That thing that's pulling you in a certain direction, go do that. I mean, at 18, you have so little to lose at that time in your life. That is the time to take the chance and, you know, really go all out on the thing that's in your heart to do, versus trying to make a transition at, you know, 40, 45, 50 and doing it when there's so many other people depending on you and so many other factors at play.
Absolutely. Great answer. Great answer. So there were projects, like I said, you've been doing this thing for a while. You have exposure, you have outlets you could have attached yourself to. What was it about the Make It Matter project and this experience that you decided that this was where you should be a part of, but that you should actually join this project? What was it about this that made you want to do that?
It really was the whole idea, you know, about Make It Matter and these different things or components in your life that should matter, you know, not just one singular thing or one singular area. And because I think a lot of times people get, you know, so focused on career, or they're focused on health because, you know, health is failing, or they're focused on a relationship because they're trying to accomplish something there, that they oftentimes then let other things in their lives go. So I think the project really helps us take a more holistic look at life and everything that's involved in that, and how do we make all of those areas matter at the same time.
Right.
And then also, you know, when you're making something matter, from my perspective, it is about making an impact, and it is about it being meaningful not only for you but for other people, and then reverse, not just for other people but for you also.
Absolutely. Yep, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's
yeah,
right.
so that's what really attracted me to it.
Awesome. So let people know how they can get in touch with you, how they can sign up and start their 6-figure journey with Dr. Weatherspoon. They can really start to build their business and make it matter.
Yes, so they can find me on Facebook and Instagram at Coach Sharita. And they can visit my website at sharitaweatherspoon.com. And they can always sign up for a discovery session with me at coachmedrc.com.
Awesome. I want to thank you for joining us. I'm excited to have you part of this project. I'm looking forward to the testimonials when we get back from people who are going through your chapter and what you are teaching them in there. Some good stuff. If you're watching and you want to get the book, go to www.themakeitmatterproject.com/Sharita. You can see how to spell the name below and go ahead and get the book, enroll in a masterclass, and look forward to working with you and talking to you real soon. Dr. Sharita, I will give you the final word.
All right, so make your business matter, not only for the people you serve, but make it matter for you as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, welcome to another Make It Matter moment. We have Dr. Roberta Wilburn with us today. Sorry about that. Our featured author today. I'm excited about this conversation because Dr. Wilburn, if you have not read her chapter yet, talks about diversity and inclusion. So we're talking about making your inclusion matter. So Dr. Wilburn, I want to give you an opportunity to go ahead and introduce yourself, tell people who you are and how you got started doing what you do.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. And I am just really absolutely excited about this project. It is just amazing. So I'm Dr. Roberta Wilburn, and I'm an award-winning diversity inclusion expert. And what I do is I champion diversity, equity, inclusion while inviting people to enhance their intercultural skills by building authentic relationships with people from diverse backgrounds. And I do this because I want to promote greater cross-cultural understanding. And you know, right now we're living in a world where there's a lot of hostility and animosity between different groups. But we've got to do something to change that. And that's one of the things that I do. And so I'm an author, I'm a diversity trainer, I do cultural coaching, and I advocate for social justice, but racial justice specifically. But I really want to work with people who are serious about uncovering their personal hidden biases and building their intercultural understanding and skills, and doing the necessary work to be more culturally sensitive and responsive, because there are a lot of people who say they want to do, you know, they're about diversity, equity, inclusion, and they support Black Lives Matter, but they really don't want to do the work. And they're just doing things just to say, hey, I have a Black friend. You
Right.
know that. Right. But that is not enough. So I really want to work with people who want to make a difference in this particular area. And so I got involved in this. Actually, I guess it's been a lifelong work. I've always been passionate about helping people who have been marginalized, people who have been considered less than, whether it was children with special needs or Black people, Latino people, immigrants, refugees. That really tugs on my heartstrings. And so that's something that I take very seriously, but also because of the fact that I have been marginalized myself. I know what it feels like to be called the N-word, to say that you can't have a position because you're a female, or those kinds of things. And so I want to do whatever I can to eradicate those situations and to help other people who are marginalized to feel empowered, and those who have privilege to help them use their privilege in positive ways to help those who don't. So
Awesome.
that's just a little bit about me.
Awesome. There's a lot of things I want to get to in that. But first, what was it about? You talked about people who talk about it, people who do the work. What was it that drew you into actually doing the work? Like, how did you get? Is that something you went to school for? Always wanted to do? Like, were you just out picking in one day? And how did you get drafted into this thing?
Well, I grew up in the 60s. And so I was around, with the say it loud, black and I'm proud, kind of thing. And I saw the work of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And I believe that he really was a significant motivator for me, because I was in elementary school. And I, remember watching TV with my dad, and all of these thousands of people who were following a Black man, and they weren't acting silly like JJ, right. That was back in the, the day, doing something silly or dumb.
Right.
But he commanded people, and he was about not only helping himself, but helping others. And he was highly educated. He was a man of faith. And he was an advocate for those who were marginalized. And so I think I like to say that his dream became my dream.
Awesome.
And so when I went to school, and I've always wanted to teach since the time I was very young. But I ended up going into special education. And I think I was driven that way because when I was in high school, I was president of the Future Teachers Club of America, and I went to volunteer at an elementary school to do my, community service. And I volunteered and I worked, and I was assigned to a kindergarten teacher. And I was so excited because I was like, oh yeah, this is my first opportunity to get to interact with kids. And she said, here, I want you to work with this kid. All I want you to do is keep him out of my way. He can't learn. He can't do anything. Just keep him occupied. And I was like, and this was a little white boy, so it wasn't even about race, okay? And I was like, he's in kindergarten, and he's been written off already. And so I started working with him, and after a while, the teacher was like, oh my gosh, he can do some of the same things the other kids did. And so that got me into special education. And so I got a degree in special education. And then I moved on, and I really got into higher ed because that's also been a passion. But I've always been interested and fascinated by cultures from the time I was in elementary school. I grew up in New York. And so New York, it's what we used to call the melting pot. There was just so many different diverse peoples. And so I think that just really gave me an affinity for that. And as I began to see how people of color particularly and Black people were being marginalized, then I started studying myself, and I started making opportunities for me to connect with other people and to do the work.
Wow. Another thing you talked about, you mentioned is privilege. And, we hear that word a lot. And, there's not just white privilege, but there's male privilege. There's all kinds of privilege. Right. All kinds of privilege. And I kind of want you to talk a little bit about that, in the sense that I believe, is my personal belief, privilege, I think that we've, right or wrong, some people start to hear the word privilege and think, oh, it's just a bad thing. And so they become defensive when you try to tell them they have a privilege. I don't have a privilege. But privilege, I don't believe people who have privilege necessarily should give up privilege. I don't expect anyone to have a privilege. That's just not human nature to give up a privilege. But you talked about recognizing that privilege and being able to understand that you do have a privilege and trying to use that to help other people. How do you navigate that privilege conversation? Am I off base? Or how do you talk about privilege with people? Is it something that they should just get rid of? Or do you feel like it is something that you need to understand you have and use it to help other people too?
I think everyone needs to understand. I think there's such a stigma associated to it because people talk about white privilege. And when they hear the term white privilege, then white people become very defensive because it's assumed that it means that it's bad. And no, it's not bad. Everyone has some type of privilege. And so that's one of the things when I'm doing my teaching is I try to help people to understand that everyone has privilege. And so I start just by talking about how many people in the room are right-handed, and they'll raise their hand. And then how many people in the room are left-handed, and then a few people are in the room. And I talked about the fact that the world in general is built for right-handed people.
Absolutely.
And so that is a privilege. And we talked about how even in schools, you know, in college or whatever, there are very few left-handed desks. They're not scissors and those kinds of things. And we talk about that. That's a privilege. But I also talk about if you have a privilege, how can you use your privilege to benefit someone who doesn't have it?
Right.
And so I personally have done that because for the last 14 years, I just kind of retired from higher education. I have been working at a predominantly white university. And what I did was I used my positionality to enhance other people of color. And so I worked hard on increasing the enrollment of students of color, hiring more faculty of color. So I used the privilege that I had to benefit others, opposed to saying, I am Dr. Wilburn and too bad for you. I got it. You get it yourself.
Right.
You know,
right.
so and it wasn't about me giving up what I had, but it was realizing that God blessed me so that I can be a blessing to others.
Awesome. And I want to ask you now, and I ask all of our authors the same question. If you were to talk to your 18-year-old self and you were to give yourself some advice, or an 18-year-old person now, and give them some advice on how to better prepare to travel the road you've had to travel, what kind of advice would you give them as it pertains to diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Number one, don't be afraid to step out of your comfort zone and build authentic relationships with people who are different from yourself.
Awesome.
And that once you have built those relationships, stay connected with them. Because that's one of the things that when I look back on my life that I can say I have some regrets about, because there's some great people who I have connected with in my international travels and things like that. And I have lost connection with them. And that really bothers me. And some of them I've been trying to connect with, and that has not worked. Although recently, this has been really interesting. When I was in in elementary school, there was a Hawaiian teacher who taught Hawaiian dance, and she had a son. And so I just recently was thinking about her when I was writing my chapter about how my cultural journey and affinity began. And I look back in that first grade, that elementary school, and those connections. And I said, whatever happened to so-and-so? And I actually looked up my Hawaiian teacher's son and recently connected with him.
Wow.
And we actually had a conversation talking about what was his experience as a Hawaiian student growing up in this predominantly American community, back then, and looking at how his perceptions were different from my own. And so that's one of the things that I say is relationship, relationship, relationship. That's the key to what I always talk about, getting real about diversity, equity, inclusion, because so many people are fake, you know,
Right.
and they're just fake. And so if you want to be real, you have to make real connections. It's about making those heart and soul connections with other people. And I believe that if you can make heart and soul connections with other people, that we would not have the hatred and animosity that you see in this country right now. And don't be afraid when someone says they think different from you.
Right.
Because just because they think different from you, you need to ask them why they think that way.
Awesome. That was very good, very powerful. So let me just jump in. I mean, if you all guys haven't read her chapter yet in the book, I mean, and this is no slight to any other chapter, but this one was really one that kind of really, when I read it, I was like, man, I haven't done a lot of research and know a lot about DEI and what it really is. So your chapter really taught me more than I had known from a lot of other stuff that was in the book too. So I was encouraged by your chapter. So I just want to throw that in there.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So what we're talking about impact and fulfillment in this book. What does fulfillment look like for you? So if you were, what would make you feel fulfilled in your work? What does that fulfillment look like?
Fulfillment to me is legacy. It's doing things that are going to have, like you say, a lasting impact. And a lot of times you don't know the impact that you're going to have, because sometimes it is way after you're gone or whatever. But it is doing the best you can, following, and for me, because I am a very spiritual person, it's following the leading of the Lord. What is he telling me to do? And how is he telling me to do it? And making sure that I help other people along the way. Having a spirit of humility. And for me also, I am a grandparent. I have 2 grandsons, and I have one that's getting ready to become any minute. So I'm about to have number 3
Okay.
in any minute
Congrats.
now. And so I am really passionate about trying to make changes in this world so I don't have to worry about my Black grandsons walking down the street holding candy, wearing a hoodie, and because one of my grandsons, he loves to wear his hoodies, you know, and he lives in Mississippi, and that scares me.
Yeah.
You know, so I want to do whatever I can to impact the relationships between cultural groups, particularly Black and white, so that I don't have to worry about my grandsons, that they can have a life where they can enjoy being who they are without having to worry if they're going to be attacked just because of the color of their skin.
Wow. Yeah. So deep. I have a son who's he just turned 18, and he's a freshman in college though. And same thing. I mean, it's a unsettling fear when your kids go out the house that I think that, you know, other people don't have to worry about and take for granted how that really impacts us as parents and grandparents, that you just every day never know if you're going to get that phone call that it was your child that's about to become a hashtag. So definitely that's deep. What was it about this project that you decided I wanted to be a part of this project and share my message and my story with this project? And what is it that you want people to be most impacted by from your work through the Make It Matter project?
I was very excited about the project because it is driven by people that look like me.
Awesome.
Okay. And I believe that it is very important for us as Black people, people of color, that we get our stories out there in a way that is representative of who we are, and that our stories are told by us, not by someone else. Because when we look at history, I'm an educator. So when I look at history, I always talk about how history has been sanitized, which means that all of the negative things have been taken out. And so that's why people always say, I can't understand why Black people are always making a big deal about this, that, and the other. Why? Because they don't understand. They don't have what I would call historical empathy. They haven't learned truly what our history was like, so then they can't empathize with us. And so this was an opportunity, and I love the title, Make It Matter, because that's what I believe. I believe that we've got to take things and start making them matter, not just being superficial,
Right.
but really going deeper into the realities of what's happening. Plus, I really love that this is a holistic project. We've got the book, we've got the course, we've got the film coming up. And I was like, oh my God, this is awesome. And not only that, the people who are working like-minded. We're all in different areas, but highly educated, highly professional.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that is just so exciting. I'm like, yay. This is what it's all about. It's about showcasing Black excellence. And I love that.
That's what I do. Black excellence. I have a t-shirt. I didn't wear it for this interview. I have a t-shirt, and one of the other ones wear the Black excellence, because I'm with you on that. That's why I say your chapter resonated with me the most, because as an author, as a speaker myself for the last 15 years, publishing books, every book I've put out, I've had to ask myself the one question: do I put my Black face on the cover of this book, or do I hide myself so that everyone else will, people won't be afraid of it? So something simple like that has run my entire business for 15 years, where a white author can come out there and not even think twice about what's going to go on the cover of their book. Just something that simple, that impact that it has. So when it came down to this, I was like, and I made a decision probably 4 or 5 years ago that I was going to unapologetically me, who I am, and I'm Black, and that's just what it's going to be. Whoever's going to receive is going to receive it. So this project was something like you said, it's for us, by us. Anyone can look at it. And when I set out, it wasn't like, hey, I'm only taking African Americans to be part of this project. That's just who resonated to it. And I'm like, that was perfectly fine with me, because who this is for, it'll reach who it's for, is what I'm trying to say. So I appreciate that. That was what I was looking for. And I'm glad that it resonated with you as well. So before we get out of here, I do believe you have a gift you wanted to offer, or did you also want to let people know how they can work with you, get some information, contact with you, all that kind of stuff?
Yes, I would love to work with people. I work with them. I do for organizations. I do diversity training. I can come in and train your organizations. I do cultural assessments, where we just start out looking, where are you? Where's your team? And then where do you want to go? And so working on those kinds of things, I do individual and group coaching to help people to move to the next level. And then I have developed what I called the real diversity and equity and inclusion framework, which really focuses on the fact that there are certain things that if you were going to get real about diversity, equity, and inclusion, you have to do, and so it's about building relationship, to being reflective, being responsive, engaging with others. It's about assessing and not only that, being your authentic self. And then it's about a lived experience based on lifelong process of lifestyle of diversity and social justice. And so I'm offering people, and I'm giving an invitation to people to spend a year with me in my mastermind, my Get Real About Diversity mastermind program, where you can work if you're serious. And that's what I was like, I don't want people who are not serious, because it takes work, because we're talking about changing some mindsets and developing some new skills. And it's not something that's going to happen overnight. And so this is a 12-month commitment to work on you being your best selves so that you can help the world to be a better place. And so that's something that I do. And so for my free gift that I have for people is my pitfalls, real pitfalls of diversity and inclusion. And there are certain pitfalls. And so that is my gift that I will offer people. And so you can contact me at wilburnassociates.org. That's our website. Or you can also contact me at Wilburn Associates LLC at gmail.com. And I'm also on social media. I'm on Instagram and I'm on Facebook and LinkedIn. So there's lots of ways that you connect with me. But I really am looking forward to working for those people who are serious about making a change,